Come get some.
Yo. Welcome everybody to CRoM Con 12. We're back. We're going to do it again. You know, this is how we do it. And I got some great guests. I got some great people in the chat. I'm telling you, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. We have a great day planned out for you. I just want everybody to know we had a great show last night. It was wonderful. We had a great time. I want to thank Sim and Chris for doing the pre-con show. We had a blast. And, you know, we had a whole bunch of people pop out. We had some deep conversation. Went outside of comics for a few minutes, but we got it back. You know, we have today a huge, awesome lineup. Now, my normal co-host, as usual, stayed up too late working, and he has not responded to the call yet. Everybody give a little shout out to PhilmanX. Everybody hit his inbox right now. And tell him he's late. So, as usual, my backup co-host, popping in, coming in like injured off the bench and handling business. I love it. How you doing, Will?
I'm here.
You bet. It's always good. You know, we do the best we can. Hello, Facebook user. How you doing? Sorry, I don't have the Facebook open. I can't tell who that is, but how you doing? So, we're going to get right
Stephen
into
Walker.
it. We're going to get right into it because we got viewers popping in here. So, our first guest today is well known. Everybody knows who he is. He is the man behind the X-Farce Reloaded, Mr. Don Chin. How you doing, brother?
Good, Pops. Good morning. Hey, Will.
Hey, man.
Hey.
Hey, good to see you.
Got my
You've
coffee
been all over
already?
the place.
Yeah,
You've been all over the place, Don.
It's been a busy last 60 days. When you launch a campaign, it's just like every day you're trying to figure out a way to get your face out there, and it's been fun. I met a lot of cool people for sure.
Well, that's how I met you. You know, doing this, and when I saw the X-Farce, I think it was the trailer. You were on somebody's show, and I saw the trailer, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, this guy's got to be on my show."
Yeah, we've had a lot of stuff coming down the pike since I think we launched with you one of the earliest. You were one of our earliest streams we were on before we, you know, went big time. So yeah, I appreciate all the support. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, Mike. Is he your mod?
He's whatever he wants to be. He just like came in early and decided to hang out. So he's kind of like doing Phil's job. He's my tech guy in the backstage.
I got it. That's awesome. Always good to have a backup plan, man. So,
yeah. So while you're doing that, Mike, go ahead and share this out to like every comic group you know of.
Yeah. I gotta do that. Yeah, I didn't let people know I was going to be on Twitter. So I need. Is there a is there a link, or should I just share it from your YouTube?
Yeah.
I think I can. Yeah, I can share
you got to
from
share
your
it from your YouTube. I got banned out of Twitter, man. I can't.
Oh, did you really? Uh-oh. Yeah, here we go.
Pops banned.
Yeah, we're Pops banned up there. You know.
Let me tweet this out. I'm saying live right now.
Yeah.
On
and, you know, people are popping in. We got viewers and people in the chat. I'm gonna have to open up my Facebook so I can see who these people are.
Yeah, cool, man. Let me just tag a bunch of people that I know that are comic book fans, and hopefully they'll.
We got Stephen Walker. Let's see who else we got in here. We got Nina. Hi, Nina. And Stephen Walker is also in the chat.
Awesome.
Welcome to the madness. What's up?
Awesome.
So
Okay.
now I seen you have another little thing like you're pulling out here. Beard Zerker.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Yeah, man. You're actually I made the executive decision for me to come on your show and give everybody an exclusive preview of Beard Zerker, because we're launching this on Thursday, April 1st, appropriately, because it's a Keanu Reeves spoof of Berserker. And for the longest time I was thinking, what day would be good to launch, and you got to get all your ducks in a row with all the artwork and stuff. And we just thought, what better day? What's that?
Are you doing a launch party?
We are on a few streams, that day. So I'm kind of.
I mean, like specifically come out a half hour before you launch, get everybody hyped up.
Right.
And watch the numbers for the first hour.
Yeah, I might do that. That's a good idea. I'm on a stream pretty early that day, like noon my time, and I'm going to be on Bancroft's show later that night as well. Adam Post, Mark Polton, those guys have all extended me invites to come on their channels that day. So I'm probably not going to have any voice left after April 1st. Hey, RJ. RJ's pretty cool. I sent him he's an X-Farce backer, and so he's on my update list, and he actually spell checked my email that I sent out to everybody. He caught a typo in our book that I'm like thinking I spelled Antarctica wrong, and he caught it, and so he's got a really good editor's sense. I might have to run my scripts by him just so he can spell check for me.
Yeah, I like to proofread too. But I'm not an editor, okay? When it comes to phrasing and stuff like that, that might not be my forte, because I don't know exactly what's in that writer's mind, or you know what I mean? But when it comes to spelling, I catch that stuff all the time.
Are you really good? Good, man.
Oh,
that's awesome.
I read everything, so
I thought I was good at spelling too until I misspelled Antarctica, but it's an easy mistake. I put a C where it shouldn't be, or I missed a C. I don't know what happened, but that's all right.
That's one of them words, though. That's one of them words. Nobody uses it very much. You think, that's pretty easy, Antarctica, and then you don't go look how the spelling is. I do that with Australia. I always have to check myself when I'm spelling Australia, because I'll screw it up if I don't.
Right. Yeah, I hear you.
Sim, what's up, brother?
Hey, Sim, what's up, buddy?
Sim was awesome last night. Hung out all night, man. It was cool. We had a good time.
How much sleep did you get?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't get sleep. We're out here till 1:30. Then I probably screwed around trying to get stuff ready for today for an hour or so. And, 5:30 or so, you hear the boom, 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 the kids running around upstairs, and you're awake again. That's pretty much every day. When the kids get up, you get up. It don't matter what time you went to bed.
How many kids do you have in your house?
Well, there's 4. There are 4 grandkids. And
that's awesome. Yeah. I have grandkids too. They're coming to town today, so I'm looking forward to having some food. One's going to be 16 next month, and he's way taller than me already. And then I got another one that's like 13, and they're both boys. I turned them on to Star Wars, and I'm trying to get them into comics, but they seem more interested like in video games. Yeah,
it's where I hang out, man. You should see the other walls.
Yeah, I like your man cave, man. It's sweet.
Yeah, it's kind of I I had to have a place to put everything, and I just claimed one part of the house. This part's mine. I'm gonna do this, So, hello, Teresa. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hi, Teresa. Hi, everyone. Good to be here this morning. It's like 9:09 in California, and beautiful sun. And where are you at, Pops? Are you in the east?
I'm in Michigan.
You're in Michigan.
Out in the boonies. out in the boonies. We live like deer come through our backyard, through the house, through the yard, and we're out in the boonies. There's like 2 lakes I can throw a rock and hit, and one just a little farther away in the other direction. But like we're kind of like on a peninsula in between 3 lakes. It's really a great place to live.
You like to go fishing?
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. I think that's why my son picked the house.
Oh, okay.
All the lakes are like right here. You don't even have to do anything. Just walk down there and throw your line in.
What kind of fish do you guys have out there? Trout?
Well, I mean, there's you got steelhead in the rivers. You got steelhead trout, but in the lakes you got the bass and catfish and perch and all the. I mean, they stock the lakes up here pretty well. Or
cool.
They used to. I don't know. They used to.
Awesome, bro. I love to fish, so that's why I'm asking.
Marv in the studio. Marvy, how you doing, brother? I won't be able to see the show, but I'll be on time. He's not going to be able to watch all day, but he'll be here for his segment, and that's what matters. I see Wooly in the chat. What's up, brother? He's going to listen while he's drawing. We love it. We love it.
Hey,
all these great people, man.
This is awesome.
Yeah. So let's, if you want to share screen, start showing off some stuff. I'll let you share the screen and be in control of what you want to show off. Well,
I wanted to give everybody an update on X-Farce because that's our first project. Right. It's actually at the printer as we speak, and so I'm hoping the plan will be for them to ship the books to us so we can start fulfilling in April. But since I saw you last on the show, we have we ordered some cool X-Farce packaging tape. So everybody that's a backer is going to get, most likely we're going to ship these in Gemini mailers, but I charge people priority mail shipping. So they're going to get a Gemini mailer, and then it's going to be stuffed into a legal size priority. So then all the packages are going to get, this treatment on the outside. So you guys know that X-Farce is in your mailbox. But I showed this on another show like a couple weeks ago, and somebody thought it was toilet paper. I thought, hey, that's not a bad idea. Some X-Farce toilet paper.
this is what he's talking about, y'all. Gemini inside envelope priority mail.
Yeah, see? There you go.
And that's the best way. That is so much the best way to do this.
I agree. I have not had any damaged books come from anyone that used a Gemini. So, hey, Joe. So anyways, since I saw you last, we got some swag in for the campaign.
Oh man, look at this.
This is like the X-Farce Reloaded metal lunchbox. And we have a couple different tiers.
Look at that. You've been signed.
Yeah, signed by me. And if you're really good, I'll give you part of my sandwich in here, like a half-eaten sandwich.
Make sure it's tuna fish so it gets nice and stank.
Yeah, so we've got these. We only made like 24 of these, so they're coming in. If you backed us like our executive box tier, you would get this with a whole bunch of other stuff, including comics and stuff. So starting at $99, we have tiers where people can get the lunchbox, and then they get the official X-Farce ceramic mug, not used by me, but then you get that and a mug and a comic book for like $99. But if you want to spend like double that, you'll get everything that we're offering. So I just wanted to show people that these are actually in existence, and they're pretty sweet.
Dude, it looks amazing. I love it.
Thank you. So let's see, what else can I tell you? We had a decent first launch with X-Farce. We fully funded, and it's going to come out. We've seen the proof. It looks beautiful. Let me share. Let's see here. I'll show you the Rob Willis cover, the way that it's on
DNA, clone your own Don.
RJ is already thinking about ways to use that lunchbox. You see that?
All right. So let me share a screen here. Okay, so
yeah, there you go. Admit it. You made 25 and you're keeping one for yourself.
oh man, you guys. All right, so let me share the X-Force Reloaded screen. Is that showing up on your end, buddy?
Yep.
There we go. Okay. So if you go to xforce.com, that's where we're in demand on Indiegogo. So we're still.
You ship out of California, right?
We ship out of California. And so if anyone missed the campaign the first time, we're still offering everything for sale. I overprinted by a little bit. So, we're going to have stock hopefully for a little while. But the print run on it was very low. So compared to like the 90s comics that I did, this is like minuscule. X-Farce, the one from Eclipse, sold like 70,000 copies. X-Farce Reloaded, the print run is probably going to be less than 1,000 copies. So that shows you the scarcity, in this day and age of, comics. And for those of you that are speculators, I wanted to make a point that X-Farce, when it came out in 1992 with Eclipse, if you go to milehighcomics.com and you want to buy that issue in mint condition, they're charging you $98 for that book. In comparison, the original X-Force from Rob Liefeld is like $6. So believe it or not, our parody is worth more on one of the biggest, mail order chains than the actual book that we spent. So I thought that was kind of ironic. So anyways, given that rule of thumb, that book had like 70,000 copies printed and it's worth $100 according to Mile High. This book's only going to have, like I said, less than 1,000. And all those are spread out over 3 variant covers. So any given issue is probably going to only have a 350 copy print run of X-Farce. So that's, to me, I think as a collector, that makes things, when you're doing a crowdfund, that much more special, because it's going to be hard to find these books, I think, in the future. You're going to have to pay a pretty premium for that. But
and a lot of people aren't really considering that. But like when you look at the early Kickstarters that Polito did with Lady Death, okay, go try to get some of them early ones now.
Yeah, I bet they're.
Go try to get some of them early ones now. They ain't as cheap as they were when he put them up on Kickstarter.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that with a few books, that if you see one pop up on eBay, people aren't giving them away.
No.
If they got legs, if there's a second issue, a third issue, a fourth issue, and you see number 1 pop up back there, but that campaign has grown with every issue that's came out, it's like them older ones start to buck up in value. Now, if there's no second, third issue, if there's no legs to it, then who knows? But
right,
if they got legs, you want to. I'm always after people. You got any of them first issue? You got any of them first issue number 1s left? I'm always after people for the, because they're beyond book 7 of their campaign, and it's like I'm a collector. You got any of them old ones?
Yeah, especially and then you can kind of go the extra mile and get them CGC graded, and that makes them even more, I think, desirable.
Well, I'm not a fan of the grading, and I'm gonna give you a reason why, or an example why, real quick. Okay, I have 2 books here, right? This one's a 9.8 CGC wrapped in plastic, and this one is just sitting here in a regular bag and board, but it's also a 9.8, same freaking condition. You can't tell me wrapping one in plastic makes it worth more. Secondly, you got this book. Me, you, and Will all look at this book, and we all grade it. None of us are going to see every flaw in the same degree. So there's no... it was a scam when they started doing it with baseball cards, and I think it's still a scam today.
All right.
This book is, wrapping it in plastic doesn't. It just means you can't look at it anymore, man.
Wait, don't we all wrap our books in plastic? I put all mine in plastic bags and boards,
Yeah, but I can pull them back out. Look at them. See?
Yeah, permanently sealed. To me, that's kind of like the negative side of the slabbing is you'll never be able to read the comic book again. That's the whole point.
So how is it worth more if nobody can enjoy it?
Exactly. Well,
I've never been a fan.
Okay. We went off on a little tangent there, folks. You can, if you want to spend the money to get it graded, that's totally up to you.
I'm not saying other people don't have to. I'm just saying I just saw it as a way for other people to say mine's worth more and I can get more for it now. Yeah, and that's all.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a greed factor, I'm sure, in that. So real quick, just on extra, did someone say something? That must be what is that from? Is that from like Twin Peaks or something? Or
I think that's a Twin Peaks reference.
Yeah, that's Twin Peaks, yeah.
Oh my God. Yep, RJ, you're dating yourself when you're mentioning Twin Peaks. That's like an old humor, old people humor.
I can date myself way back farther than that.
Yeah, RJ, that's older than the first issue of Radioactive Black Belt Hamsters.
Yeah, I'm old, man. You guys are my generation. You know, we probably listen to the same music. And so anyways, RJ and Will, this is the campaign page still on Xverse. You know, we still have it up. And I've been really trying to be diligent to update all of our backers. So every few days, not so much lately since we're already fulfilled, but I was trying to tell people what we're doing. So campaign update number 33 went out yesterday. So if you actually click on the update page, you'll see what Rob Willis's cover looks like with the, covered dressing on it, which is my wife.
Nice.
Yeah, she did the graphics on that. This book we have on sale still on our site. Normally the book is $25 for whichever variant that you want, but Rob's, we decided to make a kind of an introductory special for $19. You can get a 48-page full color, no ad comic book. It can be signed by me at no extra charge if you'd like, plus shipping. So yeah, if you want to take advantage of that, we've got like a preview of what the table of contents page looks like, and that's by the very talented Keith Gleason, who also does the Mighty Mascots for Alterna. He's the writer of that.
Oh yeah,
he's my letterer on a couple stories, and then he's doing some graphic design for us. And he's going to be lettering Beardzerker. And so then in the comic book, we have an ad on. Oh, I just told you guys it was an ad-free book.
Hey, it's just that in-house ads don't count.
Okay. Let me back that up. The inside back cover has this on it. So you get 48 pages of content, but there is a inside back cover that's a Beardzerker coming soon ad. So you can see 4 of the variant covers that we have on Beardzerker. The central one is by Kenan White and colored by Matt Yackey. And then here on the left, I've not made this announcement anywhere else, but Ethan Van Sciver's Rainbow the Brute will be on a variant cover of ours, and it's painted by Preston Azevedo. So you guys are the first people to know this. So I'm letting people know, come April 1st, you can back any one of these covers, or you can back the whole kaboom. We're trying to make this a more, a more attractive price point. So instead of $25 a book, this will only be a $15 book. So we're thinking that's going to be an appeal.
And then, Con exclusive. Oh
yeah. So I wanted to say thank you to Ethan for letting us use his character. In fact, I think it's going to be the first appearance of Rainbow the Brute in print, because his book actually, it's on Indiegogo. I don't think it's supposed to ship until the end of this year. But with Ethan, he's end of this year could be like 2022. I don't know. So yeah, our book is supposed to come out in June, and I don't see any problem with us hitting that schedule, because we've already we're way into production on this. The book is written, it's just being drawn and colored and lettered and stuff, and so we have a couple months to do that. In the middle of this ad, you'll see a She by Billy Tucci. He's giving us his permission to use she on a variant cover. And then here on what's that? Oh, really? Nice. So then
I suck. You don't have to say that. I suck, but I drew her once.
We also have a really cool movie poster variant, which is the box office Beard Zerker by Thad Rhodes, who did our New Mutants for X-Farce. So he did a photorealistic one, which we just put all the type on it this week. My wife worked with Keith. So we made it kind of look like a movie poster. And it says, he's a heavy metal warrior in a long, deep sleep, now awakened. It's time to fear the beard. Beard
That's
Zerker.
The link right there. That's the link right down there for the preview for that. Go sign up. Check it out.
Then, yeah, that's awesome, man. So let's see. It's 9:25. Let me show you the images a little bit bigger, because I think that ad doesn't really show the covers in all their glory. So I'm gonna give your folks an exclusive preview to see what our campaign's actually gonna look like. RJ, he's like comic relief. He's the comic relief.
Is that pie? What pie?
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna have
love
to
pie.
with RJ a little closer, man. We're gonna have to get a little closer.
Can I share the video to this real quick?
Yes.
All right, let me see. I think
Mike don't mind. Mike don't mind.
Hey, lovely.
Hey, Mike. What's up? All right. Let me just share the video, and then I'll just briefly go through it, and then. All right, you ready? All right, let's go. Up.
Comics are totally awesome.
Can you hear it?
And I'm totally awesome too.
Yep.
Beard Zerker has everything you want from a comic book. It's got great drawings, colors, great story. It's got great action, has a little romance, and it's about something. Not just any something. It's a parody of something. And I was like, well, I used to collect, and I love comic books. And they were like, so, did you ever want to make a comic book? And I was like, yeah. And then Parody Press was like, oh, yeah. So they made a comic book that's a parody of my comic book. And it will probably be pretty hilarious, because that's what a parody is. Or at least what it's supposed to be. You know, this idea of kind of like a rock and roll warrior, someone in an altered state, someone with a big guitar axe, and a pet cat that's from the hood, just out of control. Speaking of out of control, there's his beard. It gets bigger and longer throughout the book until it takes on a fantastical life of its own. It's like, whoa! So, check it out. If you do, I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed making it. But honestly, I didn't really do that much, other than rambling on about comics and books. I mean, comic books. Wait, what was I saying? Oh well. Enjoy! Beard Zerker from Parody Press. Back it today!
I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Dude, the only thing I can say right now, has a beard, has a guitar axe. Are we talking about Jack Black here?
Maybe.
No, he's way too cut to be Jack Black.
Yeah, he's a lot more cut than Jack Black. He had
Jack
a comment.
Black hides his abs well.
Nina.
Oh God.
I like what Nina had to say. It's basically Bill and Ted meets Conan the Barbarian, if you couldn't guess.
Yeah.
So we take all the, John Wick and Matrix. We mix everything into this huge Keanu Love parody fest. And so I'm really excited. This is like, it's all new material. It's not like reprinted stuff that we had in X-Force Reloaded. So me and Bill Mouse are having a great time. It's full color. Like I said, we have 6 different covers, and I'll try to just show you a little bit of the tiers. I know Mike's been patiently waiting. So
good,
yeah,
Dad.
Take your time, man. Take your time, please.
Yeah, you're good. Have fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the featured tier, guys, will be all 6 covers, which are, like I said, optionally signed if you like by myself, which is $75 for all of them. And then if you actually sign up to the Beardzerker pre-launch, which is on beardzerker.com, if you're an early bird sign-upper, you're going to get a exclusive trading card if you back it. And I'm also planning on sending out a secret tier link, so you can actually save more than the $75. I'm probably going to make it $69 because that's like a Bill and Ted number. $69.
Yeah, dude.
Nice.
So anyways, that's just letting people know, if you sign up now, you're actually going to probably save another $6 off the already discounted price for all 6. So a $15 cover price, those 6 issues should be like $90. So you can actually save almost 30% if you're early bird. So this is Bill Mouse's, like a pinup that we had, Stefani Renee color. And then we have a tier where you can buy my wife, who does all our graphics, a cup of coffee for $5. She would appreciate that. We've got a soundtrack.
Make it a big cup. Not one of them little things.
We got a soundtrack for $7, which is going to be 7 MP3 heavy metal songs. You heard the soundtrack, one of the songs just in that video itself. It's by a very talented guitarist named Laz that I know. He's also a comic book fan. So you're going to get to listen to this awesome music while you read Beardzerker, which I don't think anyone has really offered that type of incentive before. So let me just show you so here's the cover by Kanan. If you can see it, it's awesome. He's fighting a horde of murder hornets. People ask me, are these hornets related to the ones in Cyberfrog? And I said, no, they're actually small. It looks like they're huge, but they're just regular hornet size, like the ones that were going to come and attack us last year here in the United States.
But they went home instead.
I think they went home. They said, man, this coronavirus thing, we're leaving.
Everybody's inside. Let's fucking bail, guys. This isn't fun. We can fucking sting anyone.
So that's cover 1. Cover 2, we have, like I mentioned before, She. So we're going to have a contest because we have 2 different captions. One says, holy she, which, this guy's getting kicked in the head. And then the other one says, what is she doing here? Which is like a Batman guy saying, what is she doing here? So we're going to have a social media vote, and whichever cover gets the most votes is the one that's going to make it on the front cover of the book. So we're really excited about that. We've got sketch card tiers, as you can see over here. We've got X-Farce Beardzerker combos. And then here's one of the awesome guest covers, which is Rainbow the Brute, drawn in a Frank Frazetta homage style. It's kind of like modeled after the Death Dealer, famous, I'm sorry. I got Boris Vallejo mixed up with Frank Frazetta. That's how old I am. So, Preston did this beautiful, acrylic painting. And so if you get the reference here, it's like Rainbow the Brute is only like 6 inches tall. He's like the size of an action figure. So I asked Preston, how are we going to logistically have Rainbow the Brute fight Beardzerker, who's a full-size man, and make it look convincing. So he says, well, I have an idea. So basically, this is a fantasy piece. Like, what if Rainbow fought Beardzerker? Well, the result is that Rainbow destroyed Beardzerker and basically adopted his cat as his as his horse. And then, if you can't tell, the huge axe is the guitar, which Rainbow has basically he's taken Beardzerker's guitar and impaled Beardzerker on it and taken his axe as his memento. So yeah, that's really awesome by Preston. He's actually going to be contributing some sketch cards to our campaign as well. And then the very talented Dax Martian, who draws in a Jack Kirby style. We've got like a Jack Kirby Thor type of homage cover, which you can see right there. And let's see, I showed you the box office one, which is like a movie poster. This one we just added in the last couple weeks. We're doing a U.S. Assassin Beardzerker. It's a double folded, cover. So all the other covers are just one-sided image on the front. But Mike McMahon, who's the co-creator of U.S. Assassin, he's doing a full, 2-cover spread. And you've got like a U.S. Assassin, and then U.S. Assassin has a robot dog called Bazooka Dog, and he's got like rockets and stuff. So he thought it would be fun to put our cat, which is his name is Cat Stevens, kind of teamed up with the dog.
Cat Stevens.
Yeah. So anyway,
my God,
you guys can go check out the link. I think Mr. Pops put the link in the chat, so you can actually go and see the preview. And if you like to back it, we're going to go live on Thursday. So I wanted to thank you for indulging my extra time, Mike, and I had a lot of fun.
Anytime, bro. That was awesome.
I just signed up for it.
Oh, thanks, Will.
If you want to do like some kind of launch party through the madness, we'll talk.
Awesome.
We'll talk on Monday. All right.
Okay, that sounds good, man. Well, I'll hang out for a little bit. I should probably leave in about like 10 minutes to go to my next appointment, but I want to hear what.
Hang around. Let's go.
Boom! There we go.
Boom! Live on Cora 3. Hell yeah! Let's talk about rock people.
Awesome.
So,
hey, Glenn.
We already hit our first stretch goal, so everyone is going to get a bookmark at this point. But we're only 2 backers away from someone getting this original page together with whatever they're backing. And this can be a digital tier as well. So we're going strong, guys.
This one, now
It's
I got
unique.
to read this one. Okay, I got to read this one before it was launched. And everybody knows I'm a big Silver Surfer fan. And the first thing I see is a Silver Surfer homage cover. And I'm like, okay, you got me. You got my attention right away. But it's even better than that because it's not just an homage cover. This actually has something. It actually is in the story, part of the story. It relates to this cover. So if you like homage covers, but you like them to be more than an homage cover, this is a book to get. This is a book to get.
Not only that,
couple more backers, he's going to give away some original art even. Let's get on this one, people.
Not only that, but you can get the original art by Daniel HDR for only 400 euros together with all physical copies of the book. That means all variants, issue 1 and 2, issue 3, and all 3 variants. So, yeah, this book is happening. We're talking to the printer. We're almost out. And you can read the first 8 pages either on Tapas or on my Twitter account @and_ends. If you like what you see, go back the book. We just extended. So after these 25 days that are still left on the clock, we're going to make sure that everyone gets their books sent out in May. It's happening. We're well into issue 4 as well. Like, we're just keeping on going. Everything is ready to go.
That's what we like to hear. It's ready to print, you guys. Now, one of the things that really caught my attention about this one is I've read a lot of comics in my life. A lot of freaking comics, okay? Rarely do you open one up and it's like a type of world build you've never seen before.
I'm proud of that.
It's not like you'll find this type of a world build somewhere else and go, oh, I see where he got the idea for that. This shit came out of dude's head, all right? Plain and simple. I've read a lot of books. This is unique. I'm really surprised that more people aren't on this. I really am.
Well, they will in issue 4. That's the whole point. Like, I don't mind. Like, this book is happening. This is already the 3rd issue in the series. So I can get on. People are going, yeah, but what happened to issue 1 and 2? We published them ourselves. We paid them ourselves. We paid the printing. They have been doing amazingly at conventions. And issue 3 is just upping the game even more with a new colorist, a new writer who works for Lego Star Wars, who does a lot of work for Jurassic World. Like, he is a top-notch writer. Then you got my pencils and inks and coloring by Aristine, who she just does the classic European style so amazingly, and it fits right in with my inks. I mean, it's right there.
And look at that. That's just the colors and the beings who inhabit the planet, the planet, the space around the planet, everything about it is just unique.
Yeah, it was such a cool read. I was like totally enthralled with the world, man.
Yeah, it was just
awesome.
Different.
Thanks, man.
It was refreshing. It was different. It wasn't a superhero. It wasn't a vampire. It wasn't, boobs. It was different. And if you like to check something out once in a while that ain't what everybody else is doing, check this book out, man.
We trust in what we do, and we fulfill. Like, Fairies and Ants never dropped a book. Cool. Even if we didn't make the Kickstarter or anything, we do what we promised to do, and we have always done so. So yeah, this book is ready to go out. It's going to be printed next month and all shipped in May. It's right there, ready to go. It's beautiful. We got 3 wonderful variant covers. It's 32 pages. You can grab just issue 3 and have a wonderful read. You can grab issue 1, 2, 3 and read them all at once. Every story is separate. You can read every single story separately or just all together and see the world grow as we think of more things.
Yeah, every issue is like a standalone.
Yes. And that's what I'm used to as a European creator. Like, that's what I grew up with. That's the kind of stories, like, I would grab a comic album of 48 pages, and I would know exactly that within those 48 pages, I would have a laugh, I would enjoy myself, and I would just have a wonderful, before bedtime read. And I could do that with the same character, like Lucky Luke or Asterix, or I would grab a completely different one, but I knew that I would have a complete story in that album, and that's what we're trying to recreate here. And that's what I love doing in my comics. So you don't have to worry about, coming in at like volume 7 and have no idea who the characters are. Everything gets explained perfectly, easily, and it's available for all ages. You can read any, doesn't matter if you're 8 or 80. I've had kids that come to me and be like, so how do I actually transcribe the alphabets that you made? And I'm like, well, pay attention. It's right there, But I also get people like Pops or Will come back to me like, holy crap, that was actually cool.
Dude, I loved it. Oh, look at this.
Oh, come on. Thank you so much, man.
Good job.
Hold on. Let me
now,
dude, that means only one backer.
I gotta know. Did you get the Surfer homage cover? I gotta know.
Dude, thank you so much.
And
That
you
brought
know,
us
Mike,
up 10%.
you know when I get something to, I'm gonna be honest. I already tried once and my credit card went So
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
You know I'm gonna get this
You know,
figured out. You know?
You're a complimentary 25th backer already. Don't worry about it.
That don't matter.
I got something in mind for you. Don't worry. Don't worry, man. You're set. You're fine. But
Dude,
one more backer now, guys. One more backer. And
yeah,
someone.
But did you get the Silver Surfer homage cover? Joe, I gotta know. Did you get the Silver Surfer homage cover, bro?
One more backer. Doesn't matter if it's a digital copy. And you have a chance to get this original art piece.
Hey, Don. Hey, man.
Thank you so much for coming around, Don. You were awesome.
Always great to see you, brother.
I'm excited for the next book.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Have a great
day, man. It's great to have you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
And
get the beard lurker. Hell yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right. That's cool. I love Don. He's awesome, dude.
Oh, yeah. No, he's awesome. I mean, I'm a fucking rookie compared to you guys, to that guy. I mean, come on.
You didn't get the Surfer cover. Oh my gosh. I'm just kidding, dude. It's my favorite out of the covers. I was like, man, that's so awesome. But then having read the book and realizing that it actually has a place in the book, that just, that's why I would buy it, because I've never seen an homage cover that actually has anything to do with what's in the book. Okay, and this one actually does. Yes, he will be on Red Valkyrie's auction later today, selling some originals and stuff. And man, I'm kind of a little bit, I can't even go over there and check it out, man.
Oh, I know.
I can't even go over there and check it out. I'm going to be stuck here all day, man. So, anybody else know, if you want to get in on some of Dawn's art, go check that out between 4 and 6. I love Shay. I just think her scheduling is a little. I can't watch Shay. I can't freaking watch.
Yeah, no, I know it's a shame, but yeah, I'm gonna be around here as well, like for most of the day, because I'm a wrench. I gotta share some links here. Speaking of which, could you share the link for Lava Cora 3? Because I don't think you have yet.
I thought I did, didn't I? It's right there on the ticker, bro. It's right there on the ticker, bro.
Yes, it is. It is true.
Yeah, but we want it in the chat so people can just click on it and go back it.
That's what Bill's for, man.
I can't do that. I don't have the keys to the castle.
No, I said that's what Bill's for.
Well, he's not here.
No kidding. He's always doing that. Here, let me see if I can fix that for you guys.
But Joe, thank you so much. It really means a lot. At 1,200 euros, so just over 300, we're gonna add an A4 print to everyone's physical rewards. We already got the bookmark, so this page is going to be printed, high quality, proper prints, because I don't do less. And, you're not going to just get your typical comic size. You're getting A4, like you're getting the big stuff.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that much bigger.
Yes, it is.
That's what she said.
Magazine thing.
That's $12, I think, for a physical copy. The shipping. I'm sorry, it's a little bit more to US, but it's the same if you get.
Just adds to the uniqueness of it. It's fucking different, dude. It's different than everybody else's.
It's European size.
Like, if you wanted to, are already ready and to go out, no problem whatsoever. Atsi and Ritual and a Flying Tisker.
There you go, Joe. It's right there, bro. Love it, dude. I did not realize that they were that big, though. That just
No,
adds
they're gigantic.
that just adds
Yeah,
another
Joe.
aspect
Mike's
of
already the stick Cora in your box. But
Yeah, thank you so much, man. It really means the world. Seriously, we're really trying to make something unique here. How about I give you a little preview of issue 4? Because if we go to the updates, there are some concepts and pages that are already colored and ready. So we got this. Hey, Mike, how goes? Mike is an awesome dude.
Yeah, he is. Him and Trish, they super backers, man, super backers.
Yes, they are. You guys are awesome. But
Somebody
that
needs
is
to
a
draw a
sketch.
picture of Mike and Trish with like Superman and Supergirl costumes with big
All right,
SBs
yeah.
on their chest. You know, with big SBs on their chest. You know, it's like because that's what they are, man. They're out here helping everybody. It's amazing.
So that is a sketch.
Yeah, hold on. Wow.
This is the inks. And if there's one thing I like to do is get people to buy the original art. Most of the concepts that I made for Love and Core 1, 2, 3 are already available as add-ons as well.
Cool.
So there is a lot of stuff going on. So I like the first backer. Come on, where is it? Let's see. I think it was this one. Yeah, this is the first page of Love and Korra issue 4. So it's going to be completely underwater. It's going to be.
Yeah, check that out now. Now check that out. This is going to a different place in this unique world build.
Yes.
Come on, man. It's like, this is amazing. Everybody needs to check this out. Will had to go get coffee.
It happens.
Very important. Bro. We're gonna be here
Very
all
important. Oh, yes. But yeah, guys, like my colorist has actually redone this page, and it looks even better. Like she completely blew me out the window on that one. Like she was like, "No, I can do better, so I'm gonna do more." And this is the preview. The actual art going into the comic book. Holy shit! Like absolutely mind blowing. You know, and I thought issue 3 was looking great, but wow, she's going all out. You know, and I'm learning more. I'm doing more traditional inks every single day, and this comic is ready to go out. You know, everything is done. Everything is ready.
See, that right there, that picture right there, you kind of get an idea of what you're dealing with. It's a different. It's just different, man.
It's different, but it's approachable.
Yeah,
if you get
look how many of these. Okay, you look at Star Wars fans. Okay, they did this huge universe, all these different planets. All the planets look the same from space. Every fucking one of them look the same from space. You know,
they're a ball.
You're still up on this shit. You're like, whoa, check that out. It's different.
It's a mega structure. That's the worst part. Every little so far, I've worked out so many little details on how this world would actually work, but you don't get to see that much of it in the story. Sorry. You actually get this page and a little bit of explanation on how it works, and you know, and it's just a couple of lines, and that's it. That's all you need to get into every single story. From there, it's completely character driven, and you just go look at a day in the life of one of the creatures that we follow. You know, kind of like a Monster of the Week story. It's a blast to make. It's wonderful to see my writers come up with the weirdest kind of creatures, and I'm thinking of starting a monthly thing where I do a live stream and start thinking up a creature together with the audience. you know, to give my writers a little push, like, hey, maybe we can do a script about that thing, you know.
Mhm.
But you know, planning. Like, I got 5 more scripts ready for this comic. Like, I'm loaded in work on this.
And you're dedicated to it. And this is
Oh,
another thing
yes.
that I love about it. It's like you're going for it don't matter. You're gonna write it, and
Oh, yeah.
people eventually are gonna realize, oh, I should have been on board with this in the beginning. It's
Yes.
one of those. It's going to creep up on people, and they're going to go, man, where was I? And I'm going to be over here going, I've been telling y'all, issue 3, get on board with this.
Yep.
Nobody listened.
And now you got to buy 4 issues at once.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, see, it's like, I'm saying, this one's going to creep up on you guys, and you're going to wish you got on board early. I'm just saying, you know. I know. It's just like I said, man. When I first read it, I was like, it was different. Got my attention. It was different. There's a lot of great stories out there, but it's X-Men and Game of Thrones. Yeah. It's a mixed mash of this and that, and it's like a lot of it feels the same when you're reading it. It might be different stories and different characters, but a lot of it has that same feel, which is good because I like those kind of books. But I also like to open a book and go, wow, never saw that shit before. You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm at when I opened this book, or when I read this book. It was like, this is different. And if you're a creator or a fan of things that are going to make you go, wow, haven't seen that before. Just like I said, there's levels of this that are different. The homage cover that actually has a part in the story. You know, there's so many things about this that are different than your normal book. Then he comes out and goes, look how much bigger it is.
Yeah, no, you're getting a comic.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting a bande dessinée. Like, you're getting a French size comic out of this,
you know. You are a huge Silver Surfer fan, that original painting, not just like print or something, the original painting of that Silver Surfer homage cover is available.
Yes.
So I mean, if you love the Surfer and you want some original art of a cover that, you know, like I said, it's just so unique because it actually has this part in the book, you know? I mean, so I don't know, man. I think this one should be beating the walls down, and it's like I'm banging my head against the wall trying to get people to look at it. Look at it.
And you know, if you want some inks by myself and want a commission of any character or whatever,
and y'all,
this is A3.
Recognize that. That's Incantessi.
Yes. Yeah. This is a fan art for Incantessi. This I made for Rich Perotti, which, go back that book. He's launching in a couple of days. He is awesome.
Yep. We will be talking about that one too.
Oh, yes.
Tomorrow we'll be talking to Rich. We'll have him out here. So,
but if you want one of these for yourself with any character you want, you know, any style you want, whatever, nothing is too crazy. You can get them for €100 on an A3 commission or €50 for an A4 commission. That's together with Levenkora 3. And if you want Levenkora 1 and 2 with it, you know, they're available as add-ons.
Right.
So, yeah, I love doing commissions like that. I will draw it live. You know, I'll make sure to contact you. I'm like, hey, I'm going to do this on YouTube. You know, what time works for you? And we'll figure something out. It's going to be drawn live.
Cool. See, that's even better. You not only get to get a commission of what you want, but you get to watch the dude draw it. I have a feeling I'm gonna be pulling I'm gonna be channeling a lot of Sam Kennison this weekend. I'm just getting that feeling. It's gonna be like,
I mean, we got the comic. we even got CRoM stealing Octopus's arm shield. You know, you got to go surf once in a while. You got to join the madness.
Dude, he stole.
Yeah, well, next time put some pants on, CRoM.
He stole.
Hell no.
Board, man. He stole.
No. It's got to flop in the wind, man. You got to feel it.
I'd rather not.
guys, check it out. Go look at it. Even if it's not something that gets you, hit the share button. Show it to some of your friends. Man,
Yeah.
look,
That
art
Twitter
in
link
this kind of
can
stuff is
make
all subjective.
all the difference.
You know? It's all subjective. We all know that. What one person likes, somebody else might not like, and vice versa.
Yes.
Okay? If you don't like it, that
Seriously,
doesn't
guys.
mean your buddy won't. Show it to him, man. Help everybody out. You know what's up. Sam is a good person to channel. Yeah, he is. I like Sam. I really liked him a lot. But yeah, man, look, 24, one more backer, and somebody's getting a piece of original art. One more backer, digital. Even if it's a digital backer, one more backer, and one of those 25 people is getting a piece of original art right there. That piece right there. Come on. I want to see one
original
more.
page can go to you if you even just get $5 to get the digital copy. You know,
yes.
I know the shipping worldwide is very expensive, and I'm sorry I can't make it any cheaper. But I will take care of the shipping if you win that original page with a digital backer tier.
Look, it's getting better all the time. Not only is look, he's gonna
I will take care of that. You know, it's not like, you know, oh, you won, but you know, now I got to take like 30 euros from you to get it shipped to you. No, that's not fair. That's just a dick move. I wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that.
I want you to do me a favor here. You introduced us to our next guest, so I want you to introduce our next guest.
All right. I want to introduce Nina. Nina is one of my best friends on Discord, and she makes a wonderful, wonderful comic. And the best way to get introduced to that is by her doing it herself, because she's been practicing.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, you have.
The world we live in now. That's you kind of have to. So
yeah,
and I love that giggle.
So I want you to go ahead and introduce yourself first, and then we'll pull your screen up and you can start.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So, hello everyone. My name is Nina. Despite my accent, I am Italian and I live in Italy. And yeah, I have been drawing comics pretty much ongoing for the past 5, almost 6 years. I went to comic school here in Italy for 3 years and graduated with pretty high grades, if I may say so myself. And yeah, I've been going to conventions. Well, not really, not the past year. Right. But I have been getting to know the comic community locally well. And in the past year, I've been getting to know various members, especially of the webcomic community online. So especially on platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Discord, and so forth. And yeah, so I guess today I'm going to introduce you to my webcomic.
Okay. That is boom.
So my comic, don't worry, nothing explicit. Nothing explicit. So all right. So I turned on the screen share to one of the first pages of my comic. It is entirely free to read online. And the first season, because online, especially on this platform, webtoons, they're more normally divided in seasons rather than volumes, is almost completed. And to introduce the stories, I'll start with my pitch, I guess. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So, harpies, lesbians, falcons, action, and drama. That is the main core of this comic.
Lesbian harpies. We got it.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Lesbian harpies. That's what we stand for. That's what this is all about. So this comic is Sunrise Blossom, is a coming of age story about a young harpy, Ivy, a young harpy, a young falcon who is abandoned by her birth mother and raised by a family of owls. And while she is traveling with her sister to learn about human culture, the two girls do something stupid. They argue, they act like dumb teenagers, and they are separated. She is then picked up by Violet, a human woman, who helps her discover herself and bloom into womanhood. But it is only after a dramatic turn of events that Ivy discovers her feelings for her human companion. It is available to read on Webtoons, which is the main platform, but it can also be read on Tapas. I have a Patreon where I post both early releases of the pages, as well as a lot of not safe for work art for patrons' eyes only. As a lot of not safe for work art. I'm so sorry. And
I did drop the Patreon in the chat. I also dropped the Webtoon link in the chat and the link to your newsletter in the chat.
Exactly.
So,
Give her some love. She deserves it. Believe me.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned
I'm gonna go
earlier,
grab me a cup of coffee. I will be right back.
all right, go ahead. I'll keep on presenting in the meantime. So, as I mentioned earlier, the first season is almost finished. Afterwards, I'm going to launch a crowdfunding campaign for the printing of the first volume, and it's going to be live this summer, roughly. And it's going to be over 200 pages of pretty much lesbian drama, romance, and action. So I say lesbians, well, there's a straight couple, but whatever. Well, there's a straight couple in screen, but whatever. The comic has been going on for 2.5 years. I have been working on it without any hiatuses for 2.5 years. And it has been growing really well online. So earlier this month, we finally reached 1,000 subscribers, and we reached over 100,000 total page views of the comic. So if you like monster girls, so like harpies, mermaids, I don't know, snake girls, whatever, or if you like even like furries a little bit, or LGBT themes, girls love, and so forth, then, and birds, of course, birds are a big thing, then you'll definitely like this comic. And yeah, so that's pretty much my main pitch for it. Any other ideas?
Keep going. You're doing great.
Keep going. Okay, I'll keep on going. This is hard. All right.
Yes,
so
yes, it is.
There are a lot of tiny Easter eggs that you might be able to find if you read through it and if you look closely. In particular, with the main characters' names is one of the biggest Easter eggs. So the main character is called Ivy, and her birth mother is called Pamela. And for those...
Poison Ivy.
Exactly! You got it! That is actually a little Easter egg that I'm really proud of. Because of Pamela and Ivy and so forth. And another cute little thing, still name related, is Easter egg, that is, with the main character and her siblings, is that they're nicknamed after the Powerpuff Girls.
Ha! Nice.
Exactly. So, probably later on, the main character is called Blossom by her mother, as in the name of the comic, Sunrise Blossom. Her younger sister is nicknamed Bubbles, and their younger brother, who is still in the egg in this part, is called Buttercup.
That's adorable.
But it's also one of those things that is normally not really noticed until it's pointed out. But it's one of the cute little, what's the word? Easter eggs. That's it. If we're staying on the topic of Easter eggs, one of my favorite ones, which is something that is repeated throughout the comic, is the bookshelves.
Yes, because you pretty much wrote them on every single one of them.
Yes, I did. And whenever there is a bookshelf and there's a shot close enough to the bookshelf where you can see the covers of the book, I try to write jokes. So, for example, in this panel, what do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. Or why can't you trust an atom? They make up everything. Okay, sorry, I could go on, but I feel it could become too cringy. Okay, one more.
Need to become friends. Cindy Kep does that. She just always cracking cute jokes like that. You guys
got down puns.
That, by the way.
Yeah, those are called dad jokes over here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, dad jokes.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's a story about growth, coming of age, self-discovery, and how our main character Ivy goes from being a bratty teenager to a grown-up, mature woman. And yeah, my mind is going blank at the moment.
Well, I actually got a question.
Go ahead. Thank you.
You went over the first 3 episodes and then the quality dropped a bit. Why is that? Because a lot of readers will be wondering about that as well.
Yes, that is true. You see, whenever an artist draws, over time, the art slowly gets better. But of course, you know that. And the comic, I started it 2.5 years ago. And my art has grown and improved a lot over the past 2.5, almost 3 years at this point. And as it is common with comic artists who publish on the Webtoons platform, the very first 3 pages or the first episodes on this platform are normally by far the most important, because on this platform, which is currently the biggest online platform for publishing webcomics, whenever you start reading a comic, after 2 episodes or 2 pages or chapters, it automatically asks you if you want to subscribe to the comic. And this is why many artists who publish on this platform, after a while, either redo or add new material at the beginning, so in those first 3 episodes, so that the quality that readers see when they first open the comic is better. And also, so they also understand that later on, it improves, and the art and the story gets better overall. And so the first 2-3 episodes are sort of a teaser for that, because they are the hook, the necessary hook, pretty much, because it decides whether or not a person is going to subscribe to the comic.
That's something that most people don't know, so that's why I asked the question, because I knew, but I've seen her draw. We draw a lot together on voice chat on Discord. She's good, guys. She is wonderful to talk to. She is great she does a great job at her comic, and go follow her. I mean, everything is available for free, guys.
Absolutely.
You can
Unless you want to see bird boobies, then that's all on Patreon.
Yes. If you're into that stuff, that is the place to go.
I'm already stalking, I mean following her. So I got introduced to Nina on one of Mike's streams, and I was just watching. I'm like, dude, You gotta bring me on, because Nina was talking. She was explaining her comic, but the automatic text translation
Oh god.
wasn't exactly what it should have been.
I remember.
So she said, and I have fairies and herpes.
Yes.
And that's what it said. It didn't say harpies, it said herpes.
Oh,
I'm like, oh my
And we
goodness.
lost it.
Your fairies
It
have
was
herpes.
so funny. It was hilarious.
Oh man, that was beautiful.
Yeah, just
But-
thinking about it again, I'm already spitting coffee out of my nose.
Yeah.
now, I'm sorry. The first link I put up there for your webtoon was wrong, but I just put it back up. This one works, y'all. I just checked. I had to come over here and subscribe. Bam!
Oh, thank you.
Well, I like to do that live when I just meet somebody and I know they have some. I don't want to do it ahead of time. It's like I like to do it while I'm on the show with them, so that everybody knows. Hey, it's that easy. Hit that button. I mean, it's all about exposure. It's all about making sure everybody gets seen and has equal opportunity to make some freaking money.
Yeah.
That like and share.
Hit
Exposure.
that like and share, guys. Come on.
Also, I've gained 3 more subscribers since I started the stream. So thank you, everyone.
Nice. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it.
That's what we're doing.
One small thing that I may add is that initially, so I started working on this comic when I was still in comic school, and they only taught us the traditional comic format there. And so I only knew how to work with comics in, the traditional like A4 or A3 or whatever, like traditional page format. And so initially, most of my material is either in black and white or grayscale with occasional colored pages. But since this is my main publishing platform at the moment for the comic, after episode 34, and for reference, there are currently 52 episodes available online, everything's in color. So pretty much roughly from this point on, absolutely everything is completely in color, and it takes me a lot more to finish the pages, but they do look a lot better.
Yeah, these
The
pages,
quality links to all the
these panels
boxes.
look amazing.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you.
She's doing a wonderful job.
Even if she does have an ankle monitor on.
Well, I mean, that's just side stuff,
Why does she have a
thank you. I wanna
Why does
say
she have
thank
an
you to
ankle
everybody.
monitor? Read it and find out.
Yeah.
I will.
I want to
That's
say
the whole
thank you to
point.
everybody who's watching on YouTube and everybody who's watching on Facebook. We got a couple different groups watching. I like it. Appreciate you guys, man.
Oh, that's
yeah.
awesome.
And this is 2.5 years worth of material for free. And you got to keep in mind that every episode for webtoons is on average 20 to 40 panels.
Oh, on
That's
average,
about
yeah.
10 pages, guys. 10 comic pages worth every single week for most comics.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nina's
And-
is bi-weekly. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I update every 2 weeks because life's a bitch and work is
Oh,
ick, so I can't physically do more than that.
Every
But,
2 weeks is about right for a webtoon.
yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
I know that's doing a webtoon.
Exactly.
is 2 weeks
And-
or more in between episodes. So
Yeah, and
nobody
in
works
late
that fast.
and in
Except
late
Manny
spring,
Photo.
yeah, and in late spring, early summer, when I'm going to launch a crowdfunding campaign for the printing, as I mentioned before, there's going to be over 200 pages, roughly I think around 220, 230 pages of material, including extra pages that are not available or visible on the webtoon that I cut out because they weren't as necessary, and so I felt whatever extra stuff. So yeah, it's all available for free to read on webtoons, but there's going to be a crowdfunding campaign in a few months for the printed version.
Guys, let's be honest here. That 220, 230 pages worth of content. You know, that's a manga volume size book.
Even more,
You know?
I think.
Yeah, no, that's more than like that. Like these two together, that's only 54 pages. You're gonna get like 4 or 5 times that. You know, that's gonna be a gigantic volume.
Yeah.
You gotta,
it's gonna
you gotta
be
respect that.
pretty thick with 2 C's.
Yeah.
Hey, I like them thick.
Exactly.
Hell yeah. I like big books and I cannot lie.
We've been talking about thick a lot lately. Thick has been a topic lately when it comes to comic books. I ain't no lie, man. Everybody's thick. Look
Well,
how
it's
thick
been a topic with me for a long time, and it hasn't always pertained to comic books. But you know,
yeah, well,
you got to bring
That's
it in.
your problem.
well.
No, I wouldn't exactly call it a
Realize
problem.
that you have to
Oh.
we realize your wheelchair's getting wider. We realize.
No, it's not. It actually got slimmer.
With 3 Z's.
I went down a size in shears because I lost like 220 pounds.
Another important question for Nina. How much do you think you're gonna ask for the volume when you go live?
Ooh, I'd have to. Well, first I'd have to check how much it would cost to print it. Because like I have a bunch of different printers that I normally check. You know, whenever I have to print like mini volumes or prints for conventions and things like that. And so I normally like check them all to see if there's a discount or something going on.
I'll hit you up with a really cheap one that I have used and have been very happy with. So that one is really cheap.
And I remember last time I checked for like 200 pages colored, I think either A4 or A5 size, I don't remember. It said something like 450 euros for 100 copies.
That's cheap.
Yeah, but there was also a discount, I think, going on.
Go back
so I would definitely have to check.
I'm going to be honest with you here. I'm going to be honest with you here. That many pages for like 200 pages for inside a book, that's, you can ask like 30, 40 euros for that for an indie book. So, to give people an expectation of what they're gonna have to put down for the book.
Well, I'm thinking minimum 15 euros minimum. But then I would also have to see like paper quality, the proximity of the printer, and a bunch of logistics. But first, I have to finish the season, and I am literally only like 10 pages away from finishing it. So if all goes well, like in 2 weeks, it should be all finished and ready, and then I should put it through proper editing process to notice any typos, fix the font or whatever, create the PDF, get quotations, get started on the crowdfunding and everything. But for now, everything is totally free to read. And on my newsletter, I'm going to keep all people who sign up updated, both on like whenever I update the comic, but also when it comes to events like this one or even real life convention events, when they start happening again. And so, whenever the crowdfunding is ready to go live, I'm going to post an update on my comic about it, but I am also going to post it on my newsletter, on my Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, even TikTok, because the young people like TikTok.
Damn whippersnappers.
Yeah, but TikTok is actually a great place.
I don't know. It's beyond me.
I hear it is working for people.
Yeah.
I'm sure it depends on the content, maybe the age group you're targeting, but I have people that are telling me, yeah, man, I get good response over there. It's like,
oh yes.
Okay.
I got a friend.
Where Pops is gonna hang out, but
I mean, I got a friend of mine who will like draw a couple of lines and record it, then like pause the video, do it 10 minutes later with another line, and then show the final picture. And she gets like 25, 30, like 25, 30, like 2,500, 300 hits every single video.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it works for people. If you do, if you got what people
Just
want,
like anything
right
else. If you learn the platform and you do the work, you're probably going to get exposure. But it doesn't just work for you. A lot of people think, oh, I put it out there. Okay, but did you put it out there and ask other people to talk about it? Or did you give people a reason to talk about it and to share it and to, call their buddy up and say, yo, man, did you see that book? I mean,
yeah.
If nobody's talking about it, it doesn't matter how many platforms you put it on. You got to be excited. You got to sell yourself now. It's a whole new world. People aren't walking by your table going, oh, shit, that looks cool, and stopping and talking to you, because they see all your stuff, right? It ain't like that now. They're not going to see all your stuff unless you come out here and show it to them.
Absolutely.
No, exactly. So, like it's a lot more work, but the payoff is usually also a lot better, especially with events like this. Keep us updated. CRoM Con comes around every single month, and they want you back.
Yeah. I want to follow this one for sure. I mean, come on, let's get herpes. Stop right there. Hold it. Put your link tree thing back up there so everybody can see all the different places.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hold up.
Drop that back up there so people can get a look at it real quick. It's like every time it goes up, it disappears right away. Yeah, right there. There you go. You got the newsletter, the Twitter, the Instagram, the Facebook, all of it right there. So, Patreon, all 5 right there. That makes it easy.
The only exception is the TikToks. Hold up. But I have the TikToks on my most recent ones. So, here we go.
There you go.
See, there you go. Follow her around, guys. She's doing good work, and she's doing it consequently. Like, she is constantly pushing out new stuff. Like, you're gonna get everything that you're gonna look into when she goes live with her crowdfunding campaign, because she's got everything done already.
Yeah, you'll see exactly what there is. So what you see is literally what you're gonna get.
That is another thing that's really important. It's like if your book's done, when you go start your campaign, you get to spend 30 days promoting your campaign.
Exactly.
If you're not done, you're spending 15 days still working, still doing art or writing or trying to get everything, all your ducks in a row, and you only got 15 days to promote.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Be ready. Be ready when you go to launch. Be ready so that you can spend 30 days with your promoter hat on and go out there and sell.
Yeah, and push it on all the podcasts, the events, the Reddits, the Twitters,
everything.
All the social medias.
It's a job. Once the work's done, the job starts. You guys get to do the fun part where you do all the drawing and you're having a good time and you're creating, and then it's like, oh crap, now I got to go to work.
Yes.
It's like now I got to go do the part I'm not familiar with or that I don't care for that much, or and it's like that's when you can see the difference in how people are progressing through the last year. It's like some people have gotten really good at coming out here and promoting their work, and you have to. It's a new world, and I don't really see too much big cons coming back too soon anyway, so you might as well.
You might as well get really good at the pitching online, guys. Come on.
Frank in the backstage putting his hat on. He's getting ready.
Oh, yeah. Bring him in.
Come on out there.
There he is.
I'm not getting a little silly out here. Go on now. Come on now,
Howdy.
Giddy up.
I do different characters, so.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a character, all right.
Yeah, people seem to do.
Welcome, man. Good to have you.
Welcome.
let's go ahead and let Mike and Nina give their rollout
Okay.
where they can be found, and then we'll jump in with Frank.
All right.
Yeah.
One more backer, and Live on Core, like one of the original pages from Live on Core 3 is going to go to a backer. So one more, guys. That can be a digital tier for only $5. You know, so go back that book.
On the
And
ticket, right there.
down to Nina, because she is awesome.
Yeah, thank you. So, Sunrise Blossom, first season almost completed. So literally in like a couple of weeks, it should be completed. Then in a couple of months, I'm going to start the crowdfunding campaign for the printing. And the webcomic online has been growing really well. We have over 1,000 subscribers, almost 1,100 technically, because I'm currently at 1,090. Thank you, Popsa. And so, yeah, if you like birds, if you like lesbians, if you like furries, I don't know, go read it.
Daphne, I don't know if you're watching. But
All of the above.
check it out.
Yes, Daphne Leach, watch this. Like, go read this book. This is right down your alley. Like, this is what we've been talking about at with Sim and Chris last week for 2.5 hours. Nina is in that group of things we like. She makes. I mean, she makes Italian comics, guys. You know what quality comes from Italy. We all do.
I just
And they
followed you on
deliver.
TikTok, by the way, too.
Oh, thank you, dude.
Well, there you
problem.
go.
I'll follow you back.
There is a thing on TikTok called 10K Artist or 10K Artist Community, and I've been following a lot of artists and people. I've gotten up to like close to 700 followers now.
Nice.
Because I'm looking at other artists and say, "Hey, I want to support your art," and they want to support me, even though I tell them, you know, I'm not an artist per se, and they always come back and say, "Hey, writing's an art."
Yes, it is. Yes,
So
it
I'm like,
is.
well, I don't draw, but you're right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, my
I-
TikTok following is slowly. I'm trying to get to 1,000. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, writing, guys, do not underestimate it. Like, I would not be anything without my writers.
Mhm.
You know, I would
I'm a
just
story
do.
guy.
Yeah.
I'm a story guy. Art is the bonus. Okay. Art is the bonus that comes with it. Otherwise, I just buy a novel.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I like to say that writing is kind of like the backbone of the story.
Yes.
Because the skin is what you see, but the backbone, the bones, is the writing.
Ram into that.
What keeps it
people come
alive?
for the art, people stay for the writing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So
We definitely come back if the story's good.
Yeah,
regardless.
exactly.
That's the bottom line. Nina, it was great meeting you. I gotta give Frank his time though. Remember when I told you 30 minutes ain't enough? Do you remember me telling you that? 30 minutes is never enough on these segments. It really isn't. So we're gonna get you back out on the show.
Thank you so
If
much
you
for
think
having
30
me.
minutes isn't enough, try doing the 15-minute pitch back in this.
Oh god, a 5-minute pitch. Oh man,
that was quick.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was a good day. It was a fun
it was.
day, you know. So yeah, Mike, Nina, Mike, I'm sure I'm going to see you again later on.
Oh yeah, no, you can't get rid of me. You know that.
Yeah, he's like a harpy with herpes.
Hey! Nothing about my STDs. Want to see my collection? That's for the bedroom.
Here we go again. Freaking Will. Come on, Will. Come on, Will. Hi, it's great seeing you. We're
Yeah,
gonna get
totally,
on
man. Take it easy.
We're going to get on here with Mr. Frank James Bailey. Yeah, we love this guy. He's great. Good stuff.
I'm always entertaining, aren't I?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, 30 minutes goes too fast, and sometimes 2 hours ain't enough. You're right, man.
Yeah.
It just depends on who you're talking to, and you know, when you have like 20 people watching, you don't want to end what you're doing. You know, it's like, come on, man. You know, you want it to keep going. You want to more content.
Especially if there's 2 or 3 people talking back and forth and banter and stuff. If it's just 2 people, it's like, can you get a conversation? You know, you can, but when there's more people added to the conversation, it creates more tension and, you know, more laughter and that kind of stuff.
That's why I've always tried to have a co-host out here with me. Not only that, but everybody knows I'm not an interviewer or any of that. I come out here just like, I'm going to help you guys. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I've always tried to bring in somebody to help me keep things going.
I'm very curious about this. This has nothing to do with comics and stuff, but I was just notified on Twitter by somebody that you not on Twitter now or got suspended or something. I just wondered what's going on because it's like, what happened? I mean, I don't want to like put you on the spot or nothing, but I mean,
I made a 3-word response to a question.
Okay. Just wondering.
A 3-word response to a question.
Okay.
Permaban.
Okay, whatever. Yeah.
I mean, we've covered it on a couple other streams. I'm not going to go into it right now, but I mean, it was just, you know, it was like kind of stupid.
When I saw them, I was like, oh, what's going on? Hopefully he's not like, you know, nothing happened on Facebook, and then the whole CRoM Con's gone unless you put it on YouTube, you know. So
no, it was strictly a Jack thing.
Oh.
I tripped the algorithm that really didn't like what I said, and bam, I've appealed it. And all I get back in response was, "Yeah, we're looking into it."
Yeah,
sure you are. Y'all booted me.
Just don't get too. How do I put this? Too angry or whatever on Facebook, because once your Facebook group is gone, then what? Then what? You know.
That's why I have the extra accounts on.
Okay.
No, I've gotten real good at staying off my newsfeed on Facebook.
Gotcha. Okay.
My work, you know.
Okay.
This is where I do my work. If I'm on my newsfeed, it's only because I'm looking for something to share to the group.
Gotcha.
Which you know is going to be comic related, or I'm sharing something from the group out to my newsfeed because it's comic related.
Yeah.
I've pretty much reined myself in on Facebook. You know,
well,
I don't still have all these attitudes.
Well, I'm sure that there are a lot of attitudes out there. I agree. I try.
Attitude.
If you notice and follow me on Facebook, you notice that 99% of the stuff I post is not controversial. It's not religious. I try to stay out of that stuff.
Well, yeah,
but you know, occasionally you want to say something. But
you got to remember, I was on Facebook long before I was doing this.
Yeah, true, exactly, yeah.
You know? And not only that, but a lot of my friends on Facebook have known me for years and years, and I can't come out here and be somebody I'm not.
Yeah.
Or they're going to be like, dude, what are you doing? You know, I mean, I don't want to hear that from my friends. So I come out here and I'm who I am, and everybody that knows me knows it.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, that's like me. I'm just the crazy dad. So
Genuine Comics, going on.
Okay, let's talk about Turkana for a second here.
I need to change that banner. Hold on.
There you go. Boom. Perfect. Start right now. If people want it, matter of fact, let me do a share screen here. Well, let me put my picture up first. Boom, and then I'll do these.
What you do, man? Tell people.
Okay, first thing. In case you didn't know, and most people probably figured this out by now, but I'm a voice actor. I'm also a comic book artist. I hire artists to help my comics. I'm mainly focusing on one, which is Turkana, right back there, the blue-haired girl, blah, blah, blah. I talk about her all the time. I have ideas in my head for other things, but mostly I focus on Turkana stuff because I was told by many different people when Steve Jobs came back to Apple in the early 2000s, he saw all these people working on all these different things, and he's like, hang on a second here. We got to work on one thing, make that the best thing ever. So I'm kind of using that mentality this right now. Yeah, people know me because I created that girl right there, the Turkana girl, you know, and I want to focus on that. Once people really know her a lot, I have ideas for some other things I'm going to push out there, but people right now know me for that and some voice acting stuff too. But Turkana is a female superhero. She's kind of Superman-ish. I guess she's from a different planet. She came down to Earth because her mother was evil. They started off as 3 illustrated novels, but then I kind of backed away from the novels because they weren't selling as much as I wanted them to, even though I liked the format. I said, let's try comics in 2019. Boom, big difference. $20 book, $5 comic. People were more interested to take the $5 comic, so I went with the comic books instead. Now I'm on my 4th comic. Let me show you right now here. I'm going to share screen here. Share screen.
I have to give you an update, Frank.
Okay.
Emma read book 1.
Oh, she did.
Emma's the oldest. Okay.
Okay.
I gotta let them get up into that age range where I don't have to explain shit.
Okay.
So Emma read book 1 and she likes it, and then she had to go to her mom's for the week.
Okay.
So she's not gonna see book 2 till next week.
Well, that's fine. And you have, I think, the first 3, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought.
She did like it. She told me, she's like, Dad, you have to tell Frank that's really good.
No,
so, I mean, not Dad, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Grandpa,
I'm glad that she liked it, because the whole idea is to lure them in with the story where they want more. And even though book 2 doesn't really continue on with the Thea Baymont storyline, my mentality is always like cartoons and series stuff. Even though this is comics, I know that, but my mentality has always been that way. So yeah, book 2 really has nothing to do with Thea Baymont, but book 3 does, and book 4, which is coming out in April, it does. So it continues the Thea Baymont storyline, which basically she's the one. And on the very beginning, the one that she read, the very end of it, well, who is Thea Baymont? They don't know who Thea Baymont is. So you get to book 3, and they realize there's this guy named Burmese. And then, of course, at the end of book 3, you're like, okay, who is this girl? Obviously, Burmese is connected with Thea Baymont somehow, but we never actually see her.
Bring 'em up. Let's bring 'em up. Let's show people.
Okay, hang on here. I gotta find him. Let me get the. That's a good idea to actually bring them up and desktop.
Let's show who we're talking about. Everybody's like, who's that? But who's that? Who's that? We know who Turkana is, but who's the rest of these people?
Hang on, make sure I got the things up here. I say I prepared for. There's that one, 3, and I think I have 4 already. But let me just go back 1 second here. 4 is right there. Okay, now let's share screen. Share. And boom. I want to go over here. Share.
Bam.
Hang on here.
Oh,
That's not what I want. That's something else here. That's the other thing I want. We want book.
Look at all that work he's got. Look at all that. Look at that.
Well, that's a list of TikTok videos that I'm working on.
My Little Pony.
Well, no, that's just it. I do cartoon reviews on TikTok. So every day I'm doing a different cartoon. And yes, that's one of them. I did one for Avatar: The Last Airbender. I did one for Danny Phantom. I did one for other cartoons. Yes,
you got one lined up there for the Falcon Winter Soldier too.
Exactly. I Falcon Winter Soldier. I do Marvel shows, but I try and keep it mainly focused on cartoons and animation stuff. And on Saturdays, I talk about Turkana. So every Saturday is a Turkana video. Well, like I said, this past weekend or today's video, where I was actually talking about Turkana, and I said, "Hey, the first 6 pages of book 4 are up." Then this is comic book number 2. Okay, this is no. Hang on a second. That's not what I wanted. Why is this not popping up there? This is comic number 3 right there. Boom. So that's comic number 3. That's the continuing of the Thea Baymont storyline. And then comic number 4 is right there. Boom. That's right now on the website, Turkana.com. The pre-order starts Monday. Not right now, but Monday, where people can pre-order the comic. But what I'm doing is something a little different this time. Instead of pre-ordering just the one comic for the next 2 weeks, I'm making a deal where they can basically buy comic 1, 2, and 3 and get the 4th one, the new one, for free. So basically buying 3, get 1 free. And this pre-order offer will end on my birthday, April 15th. So if you just want the 4th one, just wait till April 15th. But this is mainly
1, 2, and 3. Get on board, baby.
Get on board, exactly.
How you like that? 1, 2, and 3.
This is right now. If people go to Turkana.com, they can read the first 6 pages of comic number 4 for free as a webcomic. Just the first 6 pages, because it's kind of like a way of luring them in. And comic number 4, Burmese is looking for Turkana, but she's also looking for somebody else because he wants to make a connection. He wants to know, where is this person at? So he ends up going to malls and schools, and he also ends up disappearing because Burmese has this mind control power, and he ends up going to the school where they're at, where they go. So yeah, he ends up going there, and Brittany puts on this blindfold where now he can't mind control her. And then we find out the girl in the which is hang on here. Yeah, the girl right there, she's a redhead. Her name is Mecha. She has this ability where if she meditates, she can kind of see all over the world, and she can put her focus on one particular person, and she puts her focus on Brittany at that time. And when she puts her focus on Brittany, she can kind of get in her head, hey, look to your left. No, look, there's somebody coming to your right. So she basically is her eyes as she's blindfolded, So that's comic number 4, and comic number 4 comes out on April 15th. But and you can read the first 6 pages right now on Turkana.com, but the pre-sale starts tomorrow, and as I mentioned, on Monday. And as I mentioned, oops, hang on here. That's not what I want. Boom. As I mentioned, the pre-sale. I thought you were laughing at her.
That's why I'm right there. It's like, hey, Pop, send your baby. Okay.
I miss.
Whoever did that, thank you very much. I'm not going to look at it right now because we're busy. We're doing this. But thank you. And you will find your way on the Wall of Honor.
Okay. Anyway, the pre-sale for comic number 4 starts on Monday, which is Monday the 29th, I think. Is Monday 29th or 20? Yeah, 29th. And the pre-sale is basically buy 3, get 1 free. So if you don't have the other 3 comics, this is a way for you to get comic number 4 at a good price. But if comic number 4 is all you want, then just wait till April 15th and you can just get comic number 4. But that's another way of, And also I have what's that? Go ahead.
I was going to say, can you give us a little rundown of the dynamic between the 2 girls that are like the forefront of your book?
Okay.
That's a lot of the interplay of the book is the interaction between them, the differences between them and what
they're very good friends, and they fight crime together. They're not like couple or nothing, but they're very good. They fight crime together because one has superpowers. She can make constructs. This lightning kind of stuff makes a construct, but the other girl is she knows martial arts really well, and she's kind of a smart aleck sometimes. But anyway, yeah, they work really well together at fighting crime, and they keep each other's secrets. But that's what it is in comic number 1, which is over here. You already have comic. Like I said, you read comic number 1. Brittany's the kind of person that likes to wear crop tops, and if it was a summertime, she'd wear a 2-piece. Where Paige, she'd probably wear a 1-piece. And she obviously Paige or Turkana is the person that has the all covered up bodysuit thing, because that's what she's that kind of person. She wants to cover up. So, but again, they're 2 different characters, and they just work well together, and that's who they are. So yeah, and they also there's other characters in the books as well that pop up, but the main focus is these 2 because they fight kind of like a crime fighting team. But there's also. Brittany has known another friend named Brian Evans for quite some time. Like they've known each other since they were 6. But Brian has a little crush on Paige or Turkana because he likes superheroes. He's your typical nerd kid. He's like, oh my God, superhero! So, yeah. And the other character, like I mentioned, is the one that's right there. Her name is Mecha. She's a vegetarian. She meditates. She loves nature. She can, you find out later she can talk to animals. But again, totally different animal, totally different kind of. All these different characters are gonna have a big mix toward the end of the whole series stuff. But yeah, we're gonna keep the story going.
I like
Yeah.
it. I like it.
Yeah.
It branches out in a different direction with each issue. I like it. You know, it's Frank. You're killing me, bro.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's like you're the epitome of what I try to explain to people when it comes to self-promotion.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you know, self-promotion is so important right now. And you go out there and you just blast it, dude. You go out with your personality. You know, I mean, you're out there on TikTok. It don't matter where you're out there.
I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. I don't use YouTube as much as I did because I've been on YouTube for 10 years. 10 years, and I've only gotten like 280 some subscribers. Now, I've been on TikTok since January, and I have close to 600 already.
Wow.
So to me, TikTok is a whole. I'm gonna turn my the share off thing. Not leave studio. How do I turn the share off? There it is. Boom. Okay. Because I know I only got like 5 or 10 more minutes here, but anyway, I've been on TikTok since January, and I had close to 600 followers now, and it keeps growing more and more, which is awesome. I love that. And again, I try not to plug my stuff all the time because I know I hate when people say, "Oh, what's your art? Oh, there's that." It's like I talk about other things too if you want. So that's why I do cartoon reviews on TikTok. Of course, I also do reviews of WandaVision and Falcon and Winter Soldier and a couple of movies here and there, but it's mostly animation stuff. Like there's a new animation cartoon that's on Amazon Prime called Invincible. I haven't seen it yet, but I hear a lot of people are really loving it. Superhero cartoon. And apparently it was made from comics. So I want to check it out. The first 3 episodes are on Amazon Prime.
Huh. I might have to check it out. I didn't know about it either. So
yeah.
You know.
Again, it's one of those. Have you seen any of it yet?
I haven't watched it because I don't have Amazon anymore, but I'm waiting, and I will eventually see it.
Mm-hmm. So I want to check that out.
That's you know, but like I said, the platforms, the self-promotion, the enthusiasm, all those things that are all part of it. You know, you got to be out here and you got to not make people like you, but you know what I mean? You got to be likable. You got to be entertaining. You know, you with all the different voices and the voice acting.
What are you talking about? I don't know what he's talking about.
Think about it as a different person every day. You know what I'm saying? All he's got to do is put up a different avatar. A different person every day. He can come out here and be Pops. He can come out here and be whoever, you know what I mean? It's like he can put up a different avatar and lay a voice to that avatar. You know, it's like there's depth to what Frank does. And, you know, everybody that's not paying attention should probably start paying attention.
I also think it's also part of a good balance, too, because you don't want to be always plugging yourself, and being like, that again, you know. That's why I try to make, like, this morning I put, like, some, like, positive motivation thing up, and then, of course, right after that I say, hey, I'm going to be on Pops' show today. You know, I'll bring it later on, the CRoM Con.
And then everybody went, yeah, what happened to positive, dude?
I mix it up. I mean, the other day I posted something about the Talking to the Winter Soldier, and something about the.
Well, see, that's what I was going to say. That was where I was leading. You don't just promote yourself. You do talk about other things. Yeah, you do. It's like I said, self-promotion is encouraged. My God, selfless promotion is, honored, amazing. It's like all the other things that go along with it, man. If you're out there promoting other people too, that's golden. That's transcending the self-promotion. That makes it just amazing. And that's what, the more I see of it, the more I see people bouncing off each other's fan bases, the more I see people talking about each other's work, especially the people that have audiences out here on YouTube. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The ones that come out here and just talk about themselves and their own work, you kind of like, and you don't probably watch them as much because there's no variety to their action. It's them, the same thing over and over. When you get these people that are coming out here bringing other people out on their YouTube channel and they're starting to converse and they're starting to promote each other. And the last year has really shown who's going to roll and who ain't.
like I said when we first started here, there's a thing on TikTok right now that's called the 10K Art Challenge, or this 10K Artist, one of the two. And basically, it's artists trying to promote other artists and help by following each other and trying to get into 10,000 followers. Now, I haven't even got 1,000 yet, but I've been saying that, hey, that's what I want to get to at least 1,000 first. And I'm close to 600, so I'm very close to that. But see, on TikTok, once you get to 1,000, you can go live. And there's some other things you can add to it. But apparently with 10,000 followers, you get these affiliate things. Like you can make money off your videos and that kind of stuff. But to me, it's like, I want to get to 1,000 first. This way I can do like this. I can actually go live. And of course, with my energy, I can just go live half the time and people will follow and talk to me. So, but that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping to get to 1,000.
What's up, Max? Max DeVille. He's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
And Mike said, I'd love to talk with you on all age comics in general, Frank. It would be very insightful. See, that's what I was saying. It's like, you can learn a lot from Frank just because of the experience that he's going through branching out on all these other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what he's learning, he's giving everybody this knowledge. He ain't just keeping it all to himself. Don't be afraid to talk to Frank.
Well, the interesting thing is when I went to Comic-Con, not every single Comic-Con I went to, but when we were doing live Comic-Cons for 2 or 3 years, I would do a panel on voice acting. Now, it wasn't like, hey, you need to go and take my class. No, it was like, okay, you need this microphone if you really want to try and do this right. You need this particular thing if you want to do this right. You need some padding in your room if you want to do this. Basically giving people advice on how to do voiceovers. It wasn't like, hey, if you're going to, do this professionally, basically as it was an intro or a start. If you really want to try and do this, this is what you need first, and there was plus I had a script sometimes of like a piece of paper of like a script of like a commercial, and I'm going to invite people up on stage. Hey, you be this guy, I be this guy, and we'll try and do this together. It got the audience moving a little bit too. Again, it's just a commercial you hear on the radio or TV, but it's fun to do back and forth when they're reading one part, I'm reading the other, and it's good interaction,
Well, yeah, we was doing that on Warren's webtoon when he shows off his update, and he gets different people to read different characters live. And go through that week's update on the webtoon. I've been out there. Will does it on his show actually. So there's a lot of fun that can be that you can get out of this, man. It ain't all got to be work.
Yeah.
I know Frank's having fun. Frank's out there promoting.
And the fun thing is, if you tell people about other things that you do, they might want like you more better because they're not, oh, he's just the guy that sells those comics, or oh, he's the guy that does voiceovers. Yeah. I'm just a likable, fun guy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're
having
having
fun
anyway. And people know you're having fun.
Yeah.
And that's what makes what you're doing work. And that's why I say, people, if you got questions, man, off on the side after this is over or whatever, you got questions for Frank can give you some knowledge on some of these other platforms that people aren't really spiking. I don't know nothing about them. I can't tell you, hey man, go do over there, but I can tell you,
what platforms do you use? You mostly use Facebook and YouTube, right? And sometimes Twitter, but not right now.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
But I have a whole bunch of people that put my stuff up on Twitter.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have a good crew of Twitter fans that even though I don't have Twitter followers anymore, I still have fans that are on Twitter that help us promote.
Now, one thing on Twitter that I've done, I try to do at least once every other week on Friday, is the Follow Friday. And I've added you to that a couple times. Well, basically, it's an FF and I think Follow Friday, and you tag a bunch of other artists, or in my case, voice actors sometimes too, but a lot of times artists. I did one yesterday, and of course, people were sharing it and following it and saying thanks. And it's a good way to get more people to follow you on Follow Friday. I also post that on Facebook and Instagram as well, though. Because sometimes, I didn't see that on Twitter. I went to YouTube instead, So you post it everywhere, even though it's mainly for Twitter. People are going to go back to Twitter and follow you. Anyways, you only have like 2 more minutes here. I'll wrap things up real quick. If you go to Tucana.com, you can check out Tucana. blue-haired superhero girl. You can read comic number 4, the first 6 pages for free as a webcomic starting on Monday. You can pre-order that one. If you don't have any of the comics, this is perfect because you can buy 1, 2, and 3 and get the 4th one free. This offer ends on April 15th, which is when the 4th comic comes out. So go to Turkana.com. What's that? Launching on April 15th, which is my birthday, by the way. I did it deliberately that way because I know we're not going to cons yet. So why not make it on a day that's, very memorable?
So are you going to do a huge launch party?
I did try one last year and it wasn't really as effective. So I'm just basically going on all my different networks and saying, hey, listen, I'm going to launch this on that day. Okay,
well, I'm just saying that was last year and kind of a thing now that people do it.
Have launch parties.
I do a lot of them for people. I mean, if you go look at my YouTube channel, I've done quite a few launches and countdowns lately.
Sure. Hey, if you want to do a launch party for me, and we'll do one on my birthday, that'd be awesome.
If you want to, we'll do it. We'll launch it into madness and on the YouTube channel, and you can put it up on Twitter and everywhere else.
Certainly, man.
Right?
Will there be whiskey?
No. This is an all ages comic, so no whiskey.
I got to write this stuff down nowadays because I got way too much going on. So where are we at? April
15th is a Thursday, I believe. Yes, it's a Thursday.
See, April 1st, I'm doing a launch for Max on the Neo Tokyo, and it's like I've been doing a lot of these lately, man. They're I guess a big thing now.
Mike James Benson, Pops can sing you happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Or we can do something different. Happy birthday to you.
Now, that ain't even how we do it here, though. Here it's it's your birthday.
Dun, 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 dun. Happy birthday to you. I know that Beatles song.
Yep, that's how we do it. All right. We are going to launch Turkana number 4.
Yep.
On April 15th.
And in case anybody wants to find me, all they have to do basically is Google Frank James Bailey. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. I'm on YouTube. I'm a lot of places. So it's pretty easy to find. It's Google Frank James Bailey.
It is time. Our next guest isn't here yet, but he will be. Mr. William Samuel Quentin's going to be coming out here, and you know what that means. It's all about 47 Furious Tales. Yeah. Pops is just that mad. He'll do it too. April 15th, hit him up. Mike will join in. See, we'll have a little party, man. We will launch you. We'll get it. We'll share it out everywhere, no doubt.
Well, hey, this Mike Jimmy, if he wants to follow me on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and stuff, go right ahead, man. I'd love to have more followers and speak.
He probably already does.
All right, be awesome.
Frank, he just follows you incognito so you can't see him.
Frank. Frank.
Hello.
Frank Bailey. How you doing, man? Good
I'm doing pretty good.
Talk to you, sir.
Good to talk to you too.
Have you guys met before?
I think this is the first time we've actually got to meet and talk online at all. But I've seen his work floating around a lot of groups. I've seen it on a lot of people, talking about it online on YouTube. Looks pretty tight. I'm don't have it in hand. I haven't read it yet, but I'm hoping to. So.
Awesome.
You're gonna have to excuse the mess. I've been doing Kickstarter fulfillment, so
that's I tell people this. I tried Kickstarter last year. Maybe I tried it at a wrong time, but my Kickstarter failed last year, and I'm always afraid to try to do it. I know it's a lot of work to do a Kickstarter.
See, here's the thing about that. The first time I launched a Kickstarter for 47 Furious Tales, it failed the first time. So we came back months later. We succeeded the second. When we launched for issue 2 was right at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, like in January, February. Failed that time. So we just came back 6 months later and launched again. Funded that time. Awesome. So it's just you never know defeat until you actually stop trying. So I
remember sharing that. I remember sharing that a couple times on my Facebook, and Twitter and stuff.
And of course we got the variant covers done and all that. So we got the
they sent me all of them, man. They sent me all of them.
Show them off, Pops. I gotta get Will's out in the mail
They
Monday.
sent me all of them, man. I was like blown away, dude. I opened up this package. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Look at this.
That's cool. Man.
I'll tell you what's funny is that Fernando Ruiz, who did one of the variant covers, comic book legend.
That was that one. Hold on.
Yeah, you know, he's of course done Archie, Betty and Veronica. He's done Betty Page covers. I mean, he's done just so much stuff over the last 26 years, and that's his variant cover for 47.
Beautiful or what?
Huh?
I said, is that beautiful or what?
I think so. I'm a huge Fernando Ruiz fan. You know, to my mind, he ranks right up there with Billy Tucci, Polito, Jay Acleto. You know, just all the greats. I just love what he does.
And then there's the Alexia cover.
Alexia Veldhausen, yep.
Alexia co-hosted Monday Madness Ladies Night last week. It was freaking awesome. We had a blast.
Yep.
And she's signing this weekend, right? She's out signing these.
She's signing right now at the Kubert School's comic shop, Dewey's. Her and Paul
With
Walcott.
This guy.
Yep.
With this guy, yes.
Yep. And I know they started, I think, at 1:00, and I haven't heard from them since. Apparently, they've been really busy.
Oh man, I'll bet they're having a blast.
At least that's my guess, because they haven't responded to anything I've sent. So
there's a trick or several to running a successful Kickstarter campaign. Now, Cindy is an author. I don't know if you guys know Cindy.
Yep,
but
Cindy
is a published author, and she's awesome. And part of the Rising Tide Network. You know, she's awesome. Always upbeat. Always has positive action going on. She helps me, even though she don't know it.
I have an interesting TikTok. I'm sorry, a Kickstarter question for you, real quick, before I take off here. Okay, is Kickstarter really for anybody? I mean, for everybody? Because I know some people who just don't use Kickstarter. Maybe they should, but they just don't.
I think so.
That kind of goes with personal.
I think Kickstarter and Indiegogo are for anyone, really. Both of them. I think both platforms
that's not
are
for the creator. That's I mean, if you want to get your book sold, you're going to try any platform you can get your book sold on. Okay, and if you're a fan, you might not like that platform, or you might not like that platform. But most creators are smart, and they go, "Hey, even if you don't like the platform, we'll figure out a way to get you the freaking book."
Yeah.
Right. So, for example, like 1 and 2 are done.
Says, I don't like Kickstarter, I'm not going to back your book. Say, I'll get you the book. We can talk. What's up?
Yeah.
You know, don't let them use that as an excuse. If they're interested in your book, sell them your freaking book. You know?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with Kickstarter. It's been very, very good to me. I think I've got 13 or 14 successful campaigns since 2017. I'd have to sit down and actually count them. I've got this campaign's almost finished. I'm still working on finishing up the Death Comes to Glenfollow actual book. All the other stuff has been done. It's just the actual book ran into some problems. So hoping to finish that in the next week or so and get that out to everyone. And then we've got another Kickstarter coming in late April for the Dungeons and Dames book. Actually, Will got teased out a first glance at Warren Brown's one of Warren Brown's contributions to that last night. He's done some fantastic work for it. But yeah, I think Kickstarter is really for anybody. They have their terms of use. Indiegogo has their terms of use, and I think so long as you're in there, you're a-okay. There's been some people who I'm very sorry about that.
That's me.
No, I was mainly thinking, okay, yeah, it's good for anybody. What I was kind of hinting at is, okay, some people just don't use Kickstarter because, they just don't like it or something, but can they still be successful without Kickstarter or without Indiegogo?
Yeah, I think so, because here's the thing. Like Mike is saying, you'll see an increase in sales on your website traffic. Mm-hmm. One thing that I've seen, because of course I do role-playing game stuff and now comics as well. And so what I've seen is that after 47 Furious Tales issue 2 was funded and we sent out the digital copies, the first thing I saw was that several of those same people who had picked up comics also picked up some of the RPG titles that were available on drive-thru. So that was a nice, easy, convenient thing for them. They had to see some of the other stuff. And another thing, too.
That's me. Look at
yeah, I'm sorry, Pops. I didn't have a chance to get the banner. I've been trying to address that whole thing where my car got
just
fired.
send me a link so I can make a little banner for the bottom here. for the
Gotcha.
ticker.
Sorry about that. My car. I blew the engine in my car, and it caught fire back Saturday of last week. So I've been dealing with stuff like that, and
I just want to link to show people where they can find you, bro. That's all.
Got you, man. Got you. Give me just 1 second to pull it up, and I will definitely accommodate. But
if you want to share,
I'll just send you the Sonoma page on drive-through. That'll be easy enough.
And if you want to share a screen and show some stuff off, you can do that too, bro.
Cool, man. Cool. You get this in for you. Here you go, Pops. I'll shoot you the link so that you have it. But the other thing too that we see is after we've had some success on Kickstarter, what's been nice is that shops are now showing a lot more interest in carrying stuff from us. Mm-hmm. So we had our first shop wasn't actually a local store for me because my local store had gone out of business, but was a shop in New Jersey, the Gotham Underground. And then there was a shop out in Colorado that picked us up right after that. Unfortunately, the owner died of COVID last year. And then a shop in, it was either Nevada or Utah, but they closed due to COVID last year. And then we had the collective, of course, last year put us on. We were actually, from what I understand, the first book on the Indie Comic Initiative. And that really did a lot as far as making other shops interested in carrying indie books. Because once we showed that we could put indie titles in their hand at a price
point. They were going off the shelves.
I mean, we sent 3 shipments to the collective in 6 weeks because they sold out.
Wow.
Yeah, repeatedly.
That's what we're talking about, people. People want to buy your books. People that walk into comic stores would love to be able to get their hands on your book. You got to put in the work. Okay, we had them 2 guys on that one Monday Madness. They were in 120 stores. They called 500. They put in the work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's really where it's at. No matter how you want to do this, promoting it out here or whatever, you have to put in that work if you want the result.
When you put it in stores, do you put it in as they buy the comic, or yes, like more of a consignment thing?
No, I don't do consignment.
I wouldn't either. I did it once when I first started, and
I don't do consignment because there's no real good way for a one-man publishing outfit to adequately handle the accounting on it.
Yeah.
So it's unnecessary too, really, because I'm not putting it in there with a $5 price tag and asking them to send me 50 cents. I mean, I'm getting them the copies. Usually most of the shops who order from me are ordering batches of at least 15. And what it is they'll have maybe 12 copies of 47 Furious Tales and maybe some prints, and then they'll order a couple RPG books along with it. And what that does is that really distributes the shipping cost across it, and so we can get those margins down to about 50%. So a book that's supposed to go for $5, they can legitimately be paying $2.50 for. Get it on their shelves, sell it for $5, and double their money to make it worth the shelf space. And that's really, 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 really important for my particular model, because I don't make my money on Kickstarter at all. In fact, of all the Kickstarters I've used, only one was really quote unquote profitable, and that was by about $200. Everything else just got the artist paid, printing done, shipping done, and merchandise on hand. And so to give you an idea,
pay his artists, and he pays them well.
I do.
And he takes really good care of them, and they take really good care of him.
They really have. My artists have been really, really great to me. They really have. And I've worked with some wonderful, wonderful people. Alexia Veldhouse and Sandra Cole, Christian, oh my God, Martinez. Sandra's wonderful. I love Sandra's work. Actually, this piece right here behind me next to the 47 piece was a piece that she did that she let me go ahead and print a copy and hang on the wall. She sent me a print file for it so I could do that. We don't own that. If you want a copy of that print, you have to get it from Sandra. Trust me, her work's well worth it. We own one Sandra Cole piece, and it's been very, very good to us. And by us, I mean Sonoma as a company, even though it's just one guy. It's the plural we, right? Showing me you're a little crazy on top.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe, what's up, man?
Hey, Joe.
but yeah, I think Kickstarter, it can be good for anyone. Comics is a little tougher for me than role playing stuff is because it's more art intensive, and so comic projects are for the writer, creator, publisher aspect are more expensive, so it throws my goals higher. And of course, the thing that means, it means I have to have higher print runs to distribute costs, because otherwise you end up paying, saying, hey, back this for $15, right? No, like the 47 Furious Tales issue 2 Kickstarter, the guys got 2 copies of they got issue 1, they got issue 2, and it was like $10 in shipping or something like that. So
tell people how many books you actually print.
My first press run was too small. For 47 Furious Tales issue number 1, I only printed 500 copies, and that was a mistake. I should have printed 2,000. Or maybe 3,000 actually. Would probably have been smarter, because we went through for about 6 months after fulfillment, and things were kind of low. We were selling stuff gradually, and then we got started seeing a lot of sales coming through our Facebook groups. Hands down, the biggest we sold in any one group was in the Madness. We did the last 80 copies of the first press run of 47 Furious Tales issue 1 through the Madness.
We love
maybe 79. It was 79 or 80. It was something like that. And then that prompted me, pardon me, I went ahead and got, I commissioned a new cover for the second printing. Not because I didn't like the first cover, because I absolutely love it. It's on my wall right here, actually.
It's on my wall.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite pieces anywhere. And actually, I have the original inked page for that framed up and hung up. But wanted to make sure that it preserved the value for our Kickstarter backers, so that when people say, yeah, I've got this first one, that it didn't cause anything to diminish the value. So for the second printing, we used the new cover, the one that Pops just showed off there. And we did 3,000 copies, which is a huge number to print for the little indie shop. We did that in September. We've moved, if we count in the ones that we moved in the Kickstarter, we've moved just short of 400 copies already. So that's not bad by any metric of just that one issue. And then when issue 2 went to print, we had 3 different covers, and I had 1,500 copies of each ran. And so for the Kickstarter fulfillment in total used up about 500 copies of a 4,500 press run order.
Awesome.
And that's predominantly direct to consumer. And then we had some shops who didn't want to go through Kickstarter because they want to wait until it's actually printed and then just get it ASAP, because that way they don't have money that's not sitting there turning more money for them, which is just the way it is. So, and it makes good sense. So we've got some shop orders I've got put together. I'm waiting on some top loaders right now, because a certain friendly shop of ours in Florida is needing some big prints. So we've got to get some big 11x17 top loaders, because we are out at the moment. And so our last 6 backers are waiting on that shipment of top loaders too before we ship those out. But I'm giving you an idea of what I'm talking about. These.
Hey guys, I gotta get going. So,
okay. Frank?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's like I gotta get going. So
no, it's good, Frank. Good to talk to you, man.
Good to talk to you too. I'm sure I'll talk to you again in the next CRoM Con, man.
Sure
Takana,
thing.
everybody. Takana.com. Go check it out.
All right. Bye-bye, man.
Peace.
So how's CRoM Con this time around, guys?
Dude, I'm having a blast, as usual.
Outstanding. I'll tell you what, I meant to get home a little earlier, but I was tied up looking at a vehicle this morning. So I have a link I'll give you as, excuse me, sorry about that, for folks who maybe missed the Kickstarter to get copies of issue 1 and issue 2. Go ahead and make those directly available through our PayPal store, so that we can go ahead and do that. I'll get that to you probably by the end of the day. So make that available.
It's good seeing you, dude. I'm sorry you had a rough week last week.
I've had it's been a rough few months, really. It really has. If it can catch fire, fall downstairs, or otherwise vanish, I've had it happen. So, because
it's like we roll through life, and you got to try and have as much fun as you can.
Yep.
Even when shit sucks, you got to try to have as much fun as you can. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys know I had a kind of a rough week. But then Thursday I was looking at YouTube and Peter Cimetti was doing his open mic. And I never get to be on his show because he's always on Monday nights when I'm on.
Right.
So I got to go out and promote CRoM Con on Peter Cimetti's show. And that was freaking awesome. And it totally brought me back up to where I needed to be to come out here this weekend. You know what I mean? It really did. This is PayPal. Yes. Mike, I love you, bro. You know what I'm talking about.
PayPal is nice for direct sales, though. It really is. It's handy. You can build the invoice. You can put the tracking directly for there. It works like a charm. I'm a big fan of using it. It's easy for any type of conflict resolution. It's just a nice job all the way around.
Right.
But honestly, if a lot of people don't want to worry about the whole shipping costs, and so the easy way around that is just talk to your local comic shop, have them reach out to us, and if they can order 10 copies, and that's really not a lot. That's 5 copies issue 1, 5 copies issue 2. We can get them for 40% margin. If they order 15 or more, we can get them flat 50% margin. That's anywhere in the United States, Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guam, you name it. If it's in the U.S. or in the territories, we'll honor that price point.
So somebody asked me where you get these ugly shirts. I'm telling you right now, Joe, Corey Dwayne Ellis, he's in the madness. Hook him up. Hook him up. He will hook you up. These shirts are awesome, man. Ugly. And you know what this represents to me? You gotta love yourself. You gotta love yourself.
Because when you're that ugly,
no one else does. I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Yes. And this is definitely the problem that Mike has in the Netherlands with the financial thing. They're really harsh on people trying to buy stuff over there with credit cards. You got to really go through some hoops.
Yeah. I mean, here's the weird part too, though, is like we have fans in the Netherlands because of Alexia, so friends and family and whatnot that order stuff through the Kickstarter, and so that's an interesting one because of all the gotcha, but with all that shit that comes the shipping, and the shipping to the Netherlands since the last couple postage increases is just really, really harsh, because like shipping to the EU is about $26-27 right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, there's people working on ways to get around that. We got RJ at Critical Blast trying to work out some kind of hubs where you can like put a whole bunch of Geminis in a box and send them to somebody like Mike.
The only thing you run into with that. The only thing you run into that is you run into your import tariff on that location. So, right, one of the things you can do is get printed in the EU.
Somebody on that end willing to take that box and distribute it. But that's what I mean. If we get a hub in every country,
right, or you get it printed in the EU and you have someone who's local that you trust to handle it. And that's kind of a big deal. I had a friend of mine. She was deployed in Germany. And I was going to have her help me with the EU fulfillment, just get printed locally and shipped to her on base. But unfortunately, she was injured in a training accident, so she's back stateside right now because they had to do some hip work on her because she took a bad injury. So, well,
I hope she recovers well.
Yeah, she's doing pretty good. She's complaining about she's like, I think I'm gonna have a scar. I'm not gonna be able to wear a bikini anymore. And I told her, honey, you wear a bikini, no one's gonna notice that scar.
True.
So
we usually don't.
Yeah.
We don't look at them. we don't look at scars. We don't like hold them against people. Everybody's got scars, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just part of life. If you don't have scars, you ain't been living.
Yep. Will, how are you feeling, man? I know that the hospital kind of pushed you out the door last night. How are you doing?
I was doing better before somebody started dinging my phone. Wake up! Now it's the showtime.
Hey, that wasn't me today. I didn't do that shit.
Yeah, it wasn't you today, no.
I was like, send me your address, dude. So
that was pretty good. That's pretty good. I did wake him up. I tried to wake Phil up too, but you can see how that worked.
Oh, Phil Leon?
Yeah.
What is Phil doing?
I don't know. He's probably sleeping. My co-host, you know.
Oh, Phil. Well, you know,
Phil. Yeah,
Phil works real hard though. Phil's doing a lot of different projects right now, so he was
that's
probably
why
up late working all night.
Stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning talking.
With the rest of us morons, yeah.
I'll tell you.
Look, I left the stream last night. I left the stream right at the end of the show. Boom! I was out of the backstage and everything. Right? I told them I'm not sticking around. I'm going. I come back 5 minutes later just to look. They're all still in here talking.
I'll tell you. I'm looking forward to hearing from Alexia to see how her day went.
Dude, me too. Because you know they're out there killing it. You know.
Oh, I know. Sitting there at the Cooper School and just giving it hell, man.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could go to one of them signings. The only signing I've gotten to go to in the last year was dude from Star Wars, the guy who played Neko in The Mandalorian, Dominic Pace. He was down here at Buy Me Toys doing a signing.
Oh, cool.
That was that. I mean, I haven't seen any comic people at a signing, but I got to see a star from The Mandalorian at a signing.
There you go. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what's weird, right? It's like I have invites to go do signings in Florida. I have invites to do a signing in Texas. I got invites to do signings in New Jersey. My local, not my local comic shop, but the one that I go to down in Lexington, they're like, maybe. I'm like, all right, I can be there in 25 minutes. But and like everyone's just like, come on, man, we love your book. Let's do it. I'm like, all right, cool. Let's drive 14 hours to get to Florida.
Dude, come on though. You got to. I'm looking at people like Danny, and I just love what they're doing, man.
Man, Danny's awesome. Danny is awesome.
He's signed on. He's an admin in the madness now.
I know. That's how I got banned. I called him too many times. Ban Hammer. I'm kidding. I have not been banned yet. I'm sure that eventually it'll happen. I wear my welcome out everywhere eventually.
Not even.
But I tell you one thing that has been really cool is that we've been getting a lot of feedback from the Kickstarter backers, which is really, really great. We've had people who have had a lot of good comments about the art. We've had one person and only one person so far, who says they would rather have had us stuck with Alexia for lettering, and everyone else was telling us that it's been easier to read. So that's 50 on one hand,
Now I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to go look, and I'll let you know what I think about the lettering.
Yeah,
I didn't even consider that.
I think with Brian Lee lettering, it is actually easier to read, and
but
plus it saves Lex a lot of time.
Alexia's got enough to do. She don't need to be lettering.
Right. I mean, because you gotta understand, right now she's working on right today she's signing, but when she gets done signing, she's got Dungeons and Dames pieces that are due, they're coming up on being due, and then after Dungeons and Dames pieces are done and we do the crowdfunding, she's working on one of her own properties for a few weeks before we get back to jumping into issue 3. So.
Yeah, Hex and Mike are having a little conversation off in the chat over here.
Oh, beware the band hammer. Yeah. Yeah.
Enough time for everything I need to do. I hear that, and Mike says, "Tell me about it. I need 5 more days in a week to catch up."
I know, right? And like,
everybody knows that. It's
between
my God.
Between
Look
the days,
here,
it's
people.
Phil. What's
Hello.
up, man?
What's up, man?
Hey, dude, how are you feeling?
Oh, tired.
I got you.
He's all right.
Are you streaming from the bathtub, chilling out with a margarita and
Yeah, that's
playing with
it.
the squeaky toy?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's like heaven on earth right now,
says it
right?
all. The avatar says it all. Look how tired that guy looks.
Yeah. Oh, come on, coffee, do your thing.
Yeah, I just put a pot on myself. I've been running around all morning, so
I'll be good
I'll
as
tell
soon
ya.
as I get at least half a cup in me, man.
I'm almost done with my second big cup, and there ain't no more upstairs. So
I do want to share something with you guys. Something that, because you guys know I went to New Jersey 2 weeks ago, right? And so I went up there. We did signing of the books for the Kickstarter, and we went and dropped off books to one of the backer stores. Alexia and I got to speak at the Kubert School on the Monday before I left, so that was pretty cool. But I was talking to Fernando Ruiz, who did one of our variant covers. And, you know, Fernando's been working in the comic industry, 26 or 27 years now. And so Fernando hadn't had, that very cover. He hadn't held a copy of 47 yet, you know. So I brought him, because, you know, everyone gets paid. Everyone got paid, you know, long ago. But I brought him his comps, him and Nick Capone, their copies from the campaign. Because, you know, as contributors. And so I put the copies there, and he opens the bag and the board and pulls out. He's like, "This is really something." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "What is this weight?" And we went through all the usual metrics, you know, the 130 pounds and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, "How much are you having to charge for this? Is this like $10 or $12 or something?" I'm like, "No, man, no. I mean, on the comic shelf, $5. You know," he's like, "And you're making money on that?" I'm like, "Yeah. I mean, I charge the store like $2.50 or $3 depending on how much they order, but yeah, I make money on that." And he's like, "This is heavier stuff than the deluxe DC stuff." I'm like, "Well, yeah, I'll take your word for that, man. I haven't picked that stuff up, so." You know. And so,
yeah, I don't know about all that. Ours is better. We know that.
Fernando, well, I'm not gonna say my stuff was better because, you know, DC.
I will.
I don't
I'll
want
jump right out there and say it.
I don't want
Straight
DC
up.
putting the knee on my neck, but I mean, to have someone who's been in the industry that long just be like, "Man, how are you doing that?" I'm like, I print here in the United States, you know.
And you print a lot. You don't print like 500 copies. Well, you did the first time. And
I did the first time.
That was not probably, you know.
And you know, here's the thing, that it's risky though. It's risky. It's.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's not. I mean, I'm sitting on almost 7,000 copies of comics right now. Right. Just like 6,800, 6,900, something like that.
But we're gonna sell them all.
I hope so. But here's the thing. I know that, you know, a lot of these are going to be used for future Kickstarter campaigns, for the Indiegogo campaign that we're going to launch in about 2 weeks.
Conventions will come back. You'll be able
Conventions
to
will come back. Yeah. I mean, it's a long-term kind of thing, you know.
Right.
And I mean, Henri Compman, I've got to get his stuff together for him too.
He's gonna be out here tonight. He's gonna be out here tonight.
Oh, is
During
he?
the final battle.
Yeah. Tell. Yeah, I've got to reach out to him again so that we can figure out how many copies he needs, because I'm doing a thing with him on the 16th. So we need to make sure he has copies in hand. It was really neat because, you know, the first time I was on with him, we did. He says, "Man, I'm looking at 2K books for like 9 releases. I'm all right. How do you do that?" So, like I said, the first one I did, 500, we sold out of those. And then, you know, the thing that we did was we just took and sold a lot of books. We sold a lot through in the Facebook groups. We sold a lot just directly on Twitter. I took, and for some of the bigger stores like Mile High Comics and stuff like that, I sent them, you know, a couple of demo print copies so that they could get their hands on them. We just sold a lot of books. I mean, even so, right now, having all these books in hand is just because we literally just got these books in this issue 2 about a month ago. So didn't sell any of those until after we got the stuff signed and started shipping stuff to Kickstarter backers, because they always get their stuff first.
What's up, Marv?
Marv, what's up, man?
Hey, sorry, I was distracted. I was trying to share the link as much as I can with my buddies. So sorry. Hi everybody.
How you doing?
Man, I'm
What's up?
I'm having a great day today. I'm on page 17 already of my comic, The Sin Killer, and can't wait to finish it to show everybody. So yeah, I'm very excited about
Outstanding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
William, you want to give everybody a little synopsis of every place they can find you and what's going on?
Oh yeah. So you can find me on Instagram, Sinopa Publishing, SINOPA Publishing. Then on Twitter, which is where most people poke me, is Sinopa Publishing. On Facebook, we have the Sinopa Publishing page. And then on Drive-Thru Comics, Drive-Thru RPG, Sinopa Publishing there as well. We do not have the Amazon store up and running yet, but that should be coming by the end of the year. And then I'll be making available a link for Pops to be able to make available for folks who are enjoying CRoM Con to get a special price on issue 1 and issue 2, 47 Furious Tales. And I don't know, Pops, what's your favorite part about issue 1?
You already know.
Yeah, but the people watching might not.
Oh, well, I'll just freaking show them, man. Okay, my buddy Raj sent me book 1.
Yep, because Raj is awesome.
And when he sent me book 1, it was like, I didn't know who William was. I really didn't. I think I'd seen him on one stream. And I opened up this book, and this is the first thing that I saw. Now, if you know anything about the 47 Ronin, you know this is where they were buried. And this is about as close as you can get to how it really looks.
Yeah, it's based on photographs of the actual graveyards. Yeah.
Alexia killed that, and I was a fan from right there. Now, I'm a story guy. Art ain't usually the thing that makes me go, oh my God.
Well, it should.
But because of this, because of my having a background in mythology and stuff like that, you know, I knew about it. I knew exactly what this was as soon as I opened the book. And yeah, Alexia got me. William, you're a great guy and everything, but Alexia got me.
Yeah.
The story's awesome. Now after I got to read it, then, you know, William got to jump up there right next to her. But it was this page that really got my attention and got me on board with wanting people to check this one out. If you like feudal Japan, if you like feudal Japan with a twist, okay? Squirrels, baby.
Yep, samurai squirrels, man. Samurai squirrels and samurai hamsters and all that kind of thing.
And it's not like one of those furry books. It ain't like one of Daphne's furry books. Okay, it's furries killing each other. All right.
Anthropomorphic animals. I think the guys at the Collective and the Underground and Gotham City Limits all have said the same thing. They said it's kind of like if Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was just really bloody, you know?
Yeah.
And so
they should have been really bloody.
Yeah. Now, I haven't read the last Ronin yet, and I don't want any spoilers because I'm having a hard time laying hands on copies, but
I haven't found one yet either, but I will.
There's one at the shop I went to today, and they wanted $50 for it. And I said, you know what?
Great.
I said, you know what? I don't think I'm going to do that today.
No, not $50. Not $50. But I mean, there's only a few books that I will go outside of the realm for anyway. You know, when it comes to when I mean outside the realm, I mean outside of basic market value. You know, cover price. Okay, if I'm going to pay over cover price for something, it better have some kind of something to make it that way. You know, and a lot of people are just like, oh well, it's got this guy's cover on it. Yeah, but that guy did 1 million covers, and none of them are worth that. What made this one special? I look deeper than just a name or, you know.
I'll tell you what's weird. What's weird to me is that when issue 1 came out after we fulfilled the Kickstarter, I saw 2 different copies show up on eBay at what I would describe as premium prices. And so when we shipped this one out, and so now I saw one posting on eBay that had issue 1, issue 2, and one of the art prints. And there wasn't anyone who only got just one art print. Everyone got at least 2.
Right.
I think. I don't know of anyone who just got just one. So I'm like, okay, I think I know who's doing this now. So pretty easy.
Well, it ain't me, bro, because
No, I know. It's
on
just
the wall in a frame, and it ain't going nowhere.
Hey, that reminds me. Let's talk about Marv and Sin Killer though too.
Yeah.
Marv, when's your book coming out, man? When are you gonna put it out?
Well, right now I don't really know. I'm on page 17. I started today, but I still don't know if I'm going to make a campaign, if I'm going to submit to some publisher. Yeah, I'm trying first to get the book done, and hopefully to to be able to finish the book in maybe in a couple of months. But
cool.
I will take my time. I will take my time to do. It's my first comic. I'm gonna make mistakes, yada yada, all that stuff. But I want to make something that
I've only made 2.
Really wanna
Yeah, I've only
make
made
something
2,
cool.
so I know I make mistakes all the time.
Yeah, Marv, get us that book ready. Now, you do have something in the Indie Bolt Revolt sequential art collection, correct?
Yeah, that's my first credit as a comic book creator. I've been an illustrator and a painter for an illustrator for 10 years, but I just quit everything. It wasn't for me, and I decided to make my comic. I have a day job, and when I get home, I work on that. And I was very lucky to be invited to this great project, the Indie Bolt Revolt anthology, with the collaboration of Arrow Comics that is coming back with Randy Zimmerman, and with the collaboration also of Indie Bolt. So with Vernon Grant and all the team, the music team that I was lucky enough to be on their show a bunch of times, and I got the invitation. And yeah, I've got an 8-page short story. It will be in the. Hi everybody. It will be on an 8-page in black and white, but my comic will be in color. And yeah, I'm excited to be with everybody involved in this project. I have the help of my buddy Ricardo Ferreira, who is a graphic designer. At the time, I didn't have an iPad, which I have now, thanks to my buddies at work and some folks from the comic book community that joined the crowdfunding campaign. And right now I'm doing everything. Ricardo helped me with the process of being able to deliver to Randy the 8 pages that he needed. And yeah, I did everything from the anthology in traditional inks, and Ricardo did the rest, did the graphic part, everything related to the digital part that needed to be done. And yeah, it's out. It's out. I can't wait to have it in my hands. My first credit as a comic creator. I'm 46, and I think I started too late. But hey, it was
no, you didn't. You really didn't. Because I'm 50. I'm 50 and I just got my second. Yeah, I'm 50 and I just got my second book out. My second comic book out.
You know what's super cool about this? I'm 57, and if this book gets to 200 backers, I'm gonna get my first comic credit in this book.
Oh yeah.
Oh, watch out.
I would love to be in the same book that Mario gets his first comic credit in. That would be awesome.
That will be awesome and an honor. It's already an honor to be among everybody, and just to have met everybody that supported me all this last year. And yeah, good people in there. But some of them I can call friends. And yeah, it's been a blast. 2020 have been horrible for so many people, but for me it's been a blessing.
That's me. It's like it was such a bad year for so many people, and it was like for me it was like a whole new rebirth.
Yeah, it was a pretty good year. 2020 was a pretty good year just in the sales sense for Sonopa, for my label, and not very good for the number of books we got out. We really should have gotten out 3 more titles, but we just didn't have that kind of revenue in there because the crowdfunding wasn't as good as we'd like. But I'm telling you, the cool thing is that the shops that we were selling in and the people who we were getting books to, I mean, they remember us. That's for darn sure. So it's really kind of cool to get to talk to shop owners, and they're like, yeah, when we didn't have any DC on the shelf, we had Sonopa stuff on the shelf, and we had Mike Shea stuff on the shelf, and we had Madeline Holly Rawson titles on the shelf. And I'm gonna tell you, those guys remember that. They remember the indie guys who stepped up, still getting books from Pete and all of them in Alterna, Scout Comics putting stuff out on the shelves as quick as they could. And I mean, that made a huge difference in a lot of shops. And so some of the guys who, when Diamond just stopped shipping stuff and all of a sudden they didn't have anything, that really kneecapped them in their revenue stream. And so getting new books out and stuff that they could sell was a real lifeline.
Cool. Gentlemen, I have to take a momentary physical break.
Momentary lapse of reason?
Yeah. Phil, you got me, right?
Okay, go have your momentary lapse of reason, man.
All right, Phil, quick, change the passwords. we'll mess with Pops for a minute.
I could change. That's right. I got all kinds of toys in here to play with now.
Yeah. That'd be freaking awesome, man. Not permanently, just to mess with.
Oh. Just click on that kick from stream button.
Hey, Marv, are you here in the United States, man?
No, I'm in Portugal right now.
No, he's
oh, you're in Portugal.
I'm in Portugal.
Oh, outstanding, cool, man. So what is it like? 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock there right now?
6:45 p.m.
6:45. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 6:45.
I've actually never been to Portugal, so I'm not sure where the time zone lies there.
Yeah. I was gonna say, always adjusting to time zones in comics. It's like, who am I talking to? Where are they at? Okay,
where are they
the
at?
hour difference? Should I hit them up now or wait a little bit?
Yeah. Am I calling at 8 in the morning or 10 in the morning?
Yeah, exactly.
Where are we at? Yeah. So
from tomorrow it will be, instead of 4 hours, it will be 5 hours difference.
Yeah.
So tomorrow by this time it will be 7:45. So it's hard to me to follow everybody because my favorite shows are all on YouTube about comics and everything that I see from the United States. So it's a bummer just to watch the replays. Sometimes I dig it, sometimes I just watch half an hour or 45 minutes and then there's no interaction. So sometimes I skip a couple of shows, but there's some great stuff on YouTube about comics, especially indie comics. So yeah, that's amazing what we are doing right now.
And I'm going to apologize, Marv. I know the other guys know this, but this whole mess back here is part from my Kickstarter fulfillment process where I've been doing stuff. So it was stacked. I know Will and Phil remember this. It was stacked up past where those pictures were. But, when you've 150 backers eats up a lot of Gemini mailers, so it's been plenty busy. I almost be too scared to show this, but this is the stuff I'm working with right now. So
how are you guys about international shipping? Because every time I want to pick up a book, it's around $23 to $25.
Yeah, because right now shipping to the EU right now is for 2 comics was costing me a little over $27, and that's in total, the postage and the packaging and all that, and that's actually with my discount using my stamps.com account. So for everyone who's doing it at regular postal rates, it's even going to be higher. Now the thing is, if you have enough volume production, like from the United States to ship into Europe, instead of actually shipping, if you've got, say, 200 or 300 people in the EU, you can use, like I have my stuff printed through Mix'em, and they have a fulfillment company that they work pretty closely with, and they'll actually fulfill in the EU. And then they'll actually even also ship by Royal Mail down to Australia for you if you want, but that's another issue entirely. But the other way around is kind of tricky. There's a couple of really good companies in the United States, so like that will actually not only print but fulfill directly. The nice part about that is you don't have to worry about paying your import, your VAT and all that, because it's actually produced domestically and shipped domestically. So you get around that. But I mean, you're still looking at, somewhere if you've got like 50 or 100 people in country to make it, worth your while really quickly. Because smaller press runs than that, you're going to run into the thing where your cost per book is coming up pretty high. So I would check for domestic printers in the U.S. Kaboom Comics in Canada. I think they're in Canada, if I remember right. Kaboom is. They might have a. Hey, Phil, does Kaboom have a shop in the U.S. as well?
Kaboom or Kablam?
Kablam. I'm sorry, Kablam. Pardon me. Yeah.
Yeah, Kablam runs here from the U.S.
Yeah, because I know they've got in Canada too, because Larry's using them.
Right. Yeah. They're stationed here. Actually, he's been over on when I've hung out with the Silver Line crew and stuff. Man, he's been over there because he's friends with Roland that runs that over there. And
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're definitely here in the U.S.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I mean, getting that print and shipped is pretty straightforward. But I mean, I think honestly for the U.S. Creators, where the U.S. Postal Service just had 2 rate hikes in the last 6 months, that's been a real pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, that's right. The new guy.
Is Amazon an answer for the problem of the shipping? Because we have Amazon UK, we have Amazon Portugal, we have Amazon France. So if Amazon could make some kind of a deal with publishers or whatever, I'm thinking. I don't understand the.
I think you could
probably.
I think you could probably do that from one of their supply points. I mean, here in the United States, you can bring a shipment into your Amazon fulfillment warehouse, and then they'll start shipping stuff out of it from there. But I don't know if you can make it work for Kickstarter fulfillment, because I don't know if those orders have to be integrated through their order channel or not. But I mean, that's certainly worth looking into, but I just don't know the totality of that.
Yeah, because all my comics from the United States are digital, and I'm very tired of really digital. And I'm an old school guy. My comics, most of them are physical. So the ones I brought from France because my parents were immigrants, and I had a bunch of not a bunch, but a few comics from the 60s and 70s, and I grew up with that. And Alterna came into my life, and I really love those comics. And when I knew about Alterna, I started seeing the shipping, and man, that was insane. So I have a bunch of comics from Alterna, but they are all digital, and unfortunately I just read maybe half of them. I have a bunch of them, but sometimes I just don't feel. I love comics, but digital just breaks the magic a little bit. So I'm trying Amazon to find some stuff from Alterna. I found Trespasser, and I hope to get that copy soon. Somebody have that somewhere, so I hope to get my hands on this book.
Right.
So that's why I asked about Amazon, because it was really awesome to have indie comics on Amazon and be able to have in Europe, and other parts of the world, because Amazon is worldwide. So it will be very awesome to publishers to make something or whatever.
I think the other thing too, this is one question I've been getting lately, is about getting 47 translated in other languages, which is funny considering we haven't even hit like 10,000 sales on that title yet, and we've already got people asking, hey, can we get this in Spanish? Can we get this in Portuguese, and for Brazilian audiences primarily? And and that raises some good questions. You know, like how do you get to your reader and get materials in their hand? Because I think for comics, especially people who like floppies, getting it in physical form is really ideal. And digital is convenient. Digital is easy. The only thing is, it's just not the same.
No, nothing is the same for comics since digital.
I'll tell you this too, and I harp on this a lot, so I know the rest of these guys are gonna be like, oh no, not this again. Like when we get 47 Furious Tales printed, right? Thanks, Pops. When we get 47 Furious Tales printed, this is printed on really high quality paper stock, right? This has a satin soft touch finish on the cover, and that covers 130 pound weight. And so what happens is when we bring this to folks and we invite them to check it out and put it in their hand, they feel that, and it doesn't feel like any other comic they've had in hand, because it's an entirely different texture. It's a real heavy weight to it. It'll stand up
on your desk.
It'll actually, yeah. You want to show them, Pops, or I can? It doesn't matter.
I'm not busting none of them out.
So,
no.
Well, come on, you got to be like UK Dave and just reach out into the air and pull a comic book in.
Marv, have you ever seen a comic book stand up by itself?
Oh, there you go. You got, hold it. Let me get that on. Look at that.
I haven't seen that for a
That
while.
monkey's erect.
No stand at all.
Hey, you can use that for a DM screen, man.
I know, right? I know, right?
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like I really love the fact that I get to find so many different books that have unique qualities. Okay. Now, when I told you guys, when I first opened that up, that first scene I saw, the Ronin Graveyard, dude,
that art print's that same cardstock.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I put my prints on.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do high quality stuff, man. People deserve it.
Well, I'll give them a choice with prints. When I set up for a show, I'll give them a choice. I'll print some of the nicer ones like that on some good archival paper, and then I'll have some of the more floppy ones that give them 2 price points, so they have if they can't quite afford the nicer one, they can drop
or if they're just
a thicker one, they can
Well, see,
I
I'm
want
having
my shape on the sprint. I want mine on the sprint, like the old good days.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
I can't get archival paper from my current printer, because I print through Mixum and they've done great work for me, but there's some specialty stuff they just don't do yet here in the United States.
Right.
There's a lot more stuff that you can get done from them in Britain, but to have something that was custom like that, like an embossed piece or archival paper or something like that, and have it shipped over is just too cost prohibitive. But as I think more and more people are using Mixum, then I think we'll see maybe some expansion in what they're able to do, and other places too. Kablam. I keep saying Kaboom for some reason, but Kablam.
I do the same thing.
Think about explosions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And oh man,
I'll start calling them Kapow here soon.
Kapow. Yeah, the one in Florida though. The one in Florida that Jimmy Palmiotti likes to use. I can't remember the name of it right now. But what's funny is that Jimmy, while he gets his comics printed down there, his prints are all done by a place in Maryland, and they've got some really nice stuff. Like they've got the linen paper stock that you can use, the stuff they used on like the original Aria collections and stuff like that back in the 90s, and that's really, really sweet paper stock right there. That's hard to touch.
Another good one that I've heard a lot more people starting to use it and stuff, and that's Comics Wellspring.
Yeah, Comics Wellspring.
They do a really good job. Work through them before. They're real customer friendly. They'll take care of stuff. You want to try and get it out sooner, they'll try and accommodate without getting that extra charge in there on you and stuff.
Right, they'll do fulfillment too, won't they? Won't they ship direct to your address list?
I don't know. I don't believe so, but maybe, man. I haven't checked into that before.
Okay.
But yeah, they're real easy to work with. They have everything laid out nice,
I think I'm going to check them out for Super Willow when it's ready.
Their site can be Mixum site. They do a good job. They do good printing, and they got a good price. Their site, though, it's a little bit harder to navigate.
It's dated. It is. It's dated.
And
it's a dated
templates,
design.
finding your templates and everything, because I've already ran into that with them, man.
Yeah.
The Dawe was doing the double page spread thing, man, like a bunch of them, man. It was like they have their template was set up really weird. It took my brain a minute to get it all to click into gear, man.
And the thing too, like with comics and doing 2-page spreads, that's tricky as hell.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
it was on a perfect bound too, so you had to adjust.
Oh
for
yeah,
that.
you're.
Don't make me mute you.
What'd you do?
Don't make me mute you. Look, check it out. We're like 2 minutes away from the end of this segment, so I want to give Marv a chance to tell everybody where they can find him.
Can I show just a couple of pages from my book?
Yeah. But I had
It's on my.
Hold up, Marv. I had something happen to me just now. I had something happen to me. I got a hit on my phone, right? And you know, you get notifications from YouTube, and it's like, or whatever, and I pick up my phone, I'm like, what's this? Oh, it's Meredith and Nita over on Raging, and they're live right now. And I was like, really? So I hit them up on their stream. I was like, really? Gasp. You're not watching CRoM Con? Because, you know, we spread the love, right? It's just the way it is. Now, Marv, where can we find you, bro?
Oh, he's going to show us something real
Yeah,
quick.
just a couple of pages. Just a couple of pages. I'm going to turn this off. Okay, so this is page 1, the graveyard. This is
that's gorgeous.
That graveyard thing going on, yes.
That is gorgeous, Marv.
Thank you. This was done traditionally and inked and colored. This is me. I'm dying. On my iPad Pro. So if you want to check out my comic and the 8 pages preview, you can watch. You can hashtag the Sin Killer comic book and check out the ink wash and the digital and the traditional stuff that I've done so far. So thank you. And this some pages. This is the Sin Killer. At the left, Michael. It's a dog, a demon dog, kind of. He's got powers. And in the right is Gabriel. Is a raven. They are both dead. John, the Sin Killer, is not. And John is basically a friend of mine who works with me. They've been posing for my comic, and I want to say thank you so much for helping me out and to be part of this project.
He's in the CRoM Con promo video. If y'all look and you see the priest at the end dropping the horns, that's Marv's friend. It's Marv's friend that he works with.
Marv, that looks really good, man. I mean, that's really nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can't wait to share it.
Now, I want to, before you guys leave, I want to introduce you to the next guest because he, like myself, has a show and he does podcasts, and he might want to get some of you guys out on that show before, too long. So don't take off real quick. Andrew, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good and happy to be here.
Welcome to the madness in CRoM Con. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and if any of these guys have interested you, just tell them, hey, hit me up later. Everybody's in the madness. You're all easy to find,
So my name is Andrew Davis, and I run 2 podcasts, one called the Pop Anime Comics Lounge and the other called Conversations in Pop Culture. And I interview a bunch of indie comic creators, professional wrestlers, cosplayers, voice actors, and if any of you guys want to come on, shoot me a message. And for anybody in general, if you want to come on, I'm pretty open about it. But I'm not going to be talking about any of that in my segment. So I'm going to be talking about comic book investing. But I love indie comics. I love talking to indie comic people. So yeah, if anybody's interested, just hit me up.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I will.
Comic book investing. Now you're talking about in what way? As a collector, as a fan, as a flipper. In what way are you talking?
Speculator.
All of it. So there's many different elements of comic book investing where you can go as a collector. So how I started is interesting, where I started out as a collector, and then I'm a broke kid in college who has no money and wants to buy the next month's issue. And just so happened that I picked up some good issues that were selling for $40 when I paid them $4. And so all of a sudden you sell it, and then boom, I get the next month. And then I just kept doing that all throughout college. And then fast forward 2-3 years out of college, sort of dropped it a little bit, had some money. And then I'm saying, hey, I just want to make some money now to go invest in some other stuff. And boom, I start going through my collection, and I have books that are 100, 200, 300 bucks. And so that's how I started as this entire journey. And so I started out as a collector, and then I eventually became more of a seller. So it's super interesting in that way. But you can go and start as just a flipper where people buy books on the day of comics, and then people want those books and they throw it up on eBay, and they're interested in making, maybe $12 if the book was $4. And so there's just a variety of different methodologies on how people go about it. And then people long haul books. So one of the things that's super interesting is that people have long hauled Hulk 181. And so if you bought Hulk 181, I think a 9.8 in 1993 was a $300 book. Now we're looking at a $34,000 book. And so people long haul it. Now, what's crazy about Hulk 181, I actually have on a Facebook page on the Comic Book Investing System podcast, which is, I just do it whenever I can, but I actually did an entire perspective on this, documenting in the last, I think, 16 years, how much Hulk 181 has actually grown on average. And it's about a 3.7% rate of return per year. And so as an investor, while that doesn't mean that it does 3.7 every single year, some years it does like 40%, and some years it's actually lost money. And so it's very interesting when you start looking at this, because I am a political science major, but I love finance, and I'm big into stock investing. And the way I view comics is I view comics, and I have a CGC book. I view this as a stock. I don't view this as, a comic book anymore. This is a commodity. And especially when things get graded, they become commodities. They become tradable assets. And this is an objective asset versus saying this is a subjective asset. And so that's what a lot of what I deal with is. I like dealing with things like this, which are asset classes. And so it's super interesting in that regard. And I actually have a bunch of rules. If anybody would like to know my rules on how to get started.
I think you got all our attention right now, man. Just go ahead and roll.
So, and by the way, this is just basic common sense investing rules. So I'm not encouraging anything. Obviously, you should speak to an investment professional. I have to say that because I really don't want to be sued. That was last week's activity.
I got you covered. I got you covered right here. I got you covered. Okay.
Perfect. I need to get one of those. Anyway, so rule number 1 is that if you have debt, you should not be investing in comic books at all. It's not that I don't want you to be part of this. I want you to be part of this. But having debt means that if you have $100 of debt and you choose to invest $100 into comic books, while you might do better with comic books, there's no guaranteed rate of return. While if you actually pay off debt and that your debt is only at 3%, that is a guaranteed rate of return that you're paying off. And so the first thing you ought to do, and this applies to any debt you have, is to pay off debt. Now, if you have a mortgage, that's the exception, because I highly doubt anybody, if you have a $300,000 mortgage, that you can just pay that off tomorrow, but that's good debt. What I'm talking about is student loans, credit card debt, if you got medical debt, things like that, you should immediately pay those things off. Now, at the same time that you're following rule 1, you should create an emergency fund. So that's 3 to 6 months of your expenses. So that's your mortgage payment, your rent, your livable expenses for 3 to 6 months, because God forbid something goes wrong in your life. The last thing you want to have is if you have an asset, be forced to cash that out when the asset is undervalued, or if the asset is just breaking even, or it's $10 over. And so if you actually have an emergency fund, you could then let your assets mature, and you have actually a lot more flexibility on making exits. And I have an emergency fund, and I'm an active seller on eBay. I'm an active seller in Facebook groups. I'm actively trading at cons and buying things. And I actually have an emergency fund. So I had a book that I actually just sold about 10 days ago. It was a signed John Cena comic. And it took me about 2.5 years to sell it. But I didn't need to sell the asset undervalued. And I made good money on it because I had funds to keep me and my regular day-to-day life operating. And so that's sort of rule 2 is definitely fund an emergency fund while you're getting rid of debt, because now you have a lot more flexibility. And obviously everybody has different emergency funds that in their numbers, but that's something that I encourage. So those are the first 2 rules. First, rule number 3.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Drop your links to your shows in the chat so that people know where to find you.
Yep.
You know, because I don't have anything to make a banner off of, or, you know, I just know when I see you pop up in the group, it's like I share your thing out because it's like this guy's always good, you know. And yes, Cindy, never risk more than you can afford to lose, and that goes with playing poker, betting on the dogs, the horses, the fights. It doesn't matter if you're putting money out there that you don't have control of anymore. Make sure it's money you don't need.
And that's kind of rule 3 for me, is that we're investing. You know, this is no rate of guarantee. You know, if you are not privy to invest and risk it, there's a bunch of other things out there. You know, a CD is a good example, which is a certified deposit, I believe it is, where it is guaranteed in the government, and you're going to be making a hell of a lot less versus the stock market or a money market or other things like that. But you are guaranteed it is federally insured money-wise. So if you are not privy to risk tolerance, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not here to beat anybody up. My objective, and I say it in my entire comic book show, is I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make you some money and make you a better comic book investor. And so that's something that if you just want to make your 1%, I'm totally cool with that. And that's perfectly fine, but we're investing, which means that it can go to 0. And so definitely keep that in mind. And also, in particular with comic books, we're actually dealing with alternative investments. And so alternative investments are very different than traditional investments, which are real estate, stock market, money markets, bonds, you know, oil contracts per se. I forget the technical, term for that. But you have to make sure when you're investing in alternative investments, and all these rules also apply for sports cards, Pop Funkos, you know, basketball cards, Pokemon cards, sneakers. I mean, obviously, there's a few rules that apply for comics over those things, but obviously you need a place to store your alternative investment. Because the thing is that, so just to put this in perspective, this is called a bag and board. In case anybody doesn't know what this is how you store a comic book properly. And this really helps to keep it protected, helps to deteriorate it massively. And there's these things called comic book boxes that you can actually put your comics in that also help to protect them. And so when you're dealing with alternative investments, you actually need to make sure that you're storing them properly, and you have to invest in storage. And so you actually have to put excess money into things that protect your items. You know, obviously a CGC case is something that obviously it's a little bit more complicated just to show this one again. So obviously this book is entirely encapsulated and I paid for it. And for a few reasons. Obviously they give a grade on it, but this protects it in many ways more so than a bag and board will. Along with giving it an objective grade, but that's a different discussion. So that's rule number 4, is that you need to properly store things. Rule 5, I sort of mentioned already, but I'm just going to reiterate it. You know, we are not traditional investing. So there are no insurances on any of this. You know, in the stock market, there is the SEC. Whether Elon Musk respects them or not, that's up for debate here. But one of the things that is out there is that there are insurances, there are protections. If a company and a public company is involved in massive fraud, there is an entire law system put in place, at least in the United States, goes. When I'm dealing with a comic book, there is no insurance because it's an alternative investment. It's outside of what is traditional. You know, with real estate, there are regulations and laws. again, with CDs, those things are federally insured, meaning that if the bank goes bottom up to $250,000, you are federally insured that you will get your money out of that position. So you are federally insured. When you put your money in any bank, if you're less than $250,000 and it gets robbed, your money isn't hurt. In a comic book, if it's stolen, you know, and the police don't catch the criminal, unless you bought insurance on your comic book, which you actually can do, and that's something that people might want to consider, especially if you have a big collection. That is the only way you will actually have to privately insure your collection, which isn't as expensive as it sounds. You could buy about $100,000 worth of insurance for $700 a year, which, if you're very serious about this, that's not a bad rate of return for a safety net, and that protects against fire, stealing, shipping out, depending on how much you're shipping out, water damage, mold damage, other types of damage that can occur. So that's something as well. Even though that's a bit of a position off of Rule 5 right there. So yeah, and then obviously Rule 6 kind of leads into that as well, where, again, no safety net. And I can't keep on reiterating this because I'm not trying to discourage anybody from wanting to get into this or wanting to go into this or anything like that. But again, this is about risk tolerance and how much you want to risk out there. So if you want a 9.8% rate of return, which is what the S&P 500 does, give or take, and has averaged in the last 70 years, obviously that might be something that's an index fund, and that has a much lower risk tolerance than saying, hey, I'm going to go drop, on a certain book, and I'm expecting, we'll use the Hulk 181. In 1993, you might have dropped $300. That book could have gone either way, depending on where it was going, or, a Saga 1.
If they'd have pushed 180 as the first appearance, 181 wouldn't even freaking matter.
So it goes even further, because every year there's books that come out that are hot, and then they flop. And then every year there's books that are not hot that go all the way up. I have a Canto 1. I don't know how many people put money on Canto 1 when Canto 1 first came out. Now, I saw the cover immediately, and I knew, man, it's going to be 5, 6, 7 movies down the line. There's going to be an animated series. I knew it. It wasn't that hard to figure out based on the premise of the story and where it was going. And obviously I spoke to David Boer, who is the writer on it, maybe about 2.5 months ago, and it confirmed my suspicions. And obviously now we're getting a Canto movie coming out. But when that book came out, that book could have gone either way. And now that book in a 9.8 is like a $600 book. And part of the reason why it's a $600 book also is because there's massive printing errors in the book, where 2/3 to 70% of the book have a gigantic crease in the back, bringing it down from a 9.8 to like a 9.4. And that is an unpredictable situation also. So that obviously, if you have a good copy, and I may or may not, I will take the 5th on that one. It might be graded 2. I will also take the 5th on that one. But the point is that that book could have gone either way, and then there's other factors involved. So that's the thing about all these books, is that you could go pick up legitimately 200 books, and 10 of them are going to be hits, and the 190 are not going to be. But that's what makes this so complicated. And so, again, you have to understand the risk. Or we could look at an Ultimate Fallout 4, where an Ultimate Fallout 4, when it first came out, and this is crazy, I live in Connecticut, I used to live in New York, go to Midtown Comics on Free Comic Book Day. They're handing out Ultimate Fallout 4s in the poly bag for free. And they're like saying, hey, does anybody want to take multiple copies of this book? Meanwhile, this is 2013. Fast forward 5 years later, Into the Spider-Verse comes out. That book jumps from being a $4 book that nobody wanted 5 years prior to being one of the hottest books ever in the comic world. And that's the thing about risk tolerance that makes this very, very, very interesting, and kind of leads into my Rule 7, where you have to be extremely patient. And so, because you never know what's going to hit, when it's going to hit, how it's going to hit. Unlike, something like a S&P fund that is the top 500 stocks in America, you could predict how something is going to do based on the company. We all see what Apple's coming out with. We all understand what Facebook is coming out with. We all see what Microsoft is doing. but we can't necessarily predict what a comic is going to do. So that's kind of a bunch of those rules.
Danny Morales in the chat.
Danny, so I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot coming at you, and obviously this is just my entire intention with dropping all these rules and everything is to get people's wheels turning and to just start even thinking about this like a business and understand, because my entire point is that I'm going to be building out an entire class that teaches this, and that it's going to be 19 plus hours, and I'm going to go way more into details on everything, and I'm very transparent about where I'm going with this. But at the same time, my entire page and podcast that's eventually going to get uploaded onto Anchor, I understand that not everybody can afford this. Not everybody wants to spend a huge amount of money to figure stuff out. And so I want to give as much free information to people as possible. And when I drop these rules, if you follow these rules, I can't make any guarantees that you're going to be good at this. But if you at least follow some of these rules and start analyzing, especially the first 3, you're going to be better off than people who don't. Because if all of a sudden, you take $100 and you just spend $100, but you have no debt, the worst case scenario is you lost $100. And so if you break rule 1 and rule 2, and then you just jump into this and you fail, you're in a worse off position than if you were following rules 1 and 2 and then got into this and had the hard knock experience.
So is this basically like speculation then?
It's basically this is not the career to jump in to get out of debt.
Right.
I'm saying, but is this basically what a speculative market is?
To some degree. I mean, everything. There is a big speculation aspect to it, but I'll give an example.
I'm just thinking back to like the 90s and stuff. That's why I was definitely bringing it up.
Now, here's a question for you, Andrew. What do you think about the crowdfunding campaigns that we're seeing, where we have copies that are coming out that are already graded as offered as backer rewards? So we see that for a lot of Kickstarter or Indiegogo exclusive covers that were only created for those campaigns, and then the distribution is usually limited just to the backers, and then whatever's extra might be sold at cons or something. You're usually talking small runs of just a couple of thousand or fewer. So what is your thought when you see one of these campaigns they've got 9.5 or 9.8s on them? I'm
going to answer that in a different way. So there's a company called Zenescope, and I promise it's going to come full circle in 1 second. So Zenescope, and I buy and sell a lot of Zenescope, they have 250 print runs, and that's it. And so I love exclusivity. I think that is actually the key to everything, because I make more money by selling a 250 print run because there's only 250, and there's more fans that want that. And so when you have a Kickstarter, and let's say you have 1,000 backers, but there's only 100 books available, and then that's coming out with a 9.8 on it. Well, obviously, if that Kickstarter and that series is growing, and then in year 1, they offer a 9.8, 100 limited print run, and then in year 2, they run a Kickstarter 6 months down, and they go to 1,100, and then they keep growing upward, and 5 years down the line. I think as an investment, especially if that series gets more popular, and now we're starting to see also a lot of these Kickstarters, and people are now getting into animated series and things like that, and that's about to become bigger. I mean, if anybody's not paying attention, that's about to become bigger. So you might pick up a series that only has 100 backers. They might be offering a 9.6 or 9.8 of a book, but 3 years down the line, they drop an animated series, that book just becomes massively bigger. And I think that, crowdfunding and those books are going to become very much investable. I don't think that I think it's extremely speculative right now, but I think it's actually going to stabilize.
I'm going to drop one on you right now that I'm pretty sure right now I can sell for a lot of freaking money that I got last year in a backer kit as a reward, as a bonus. Yeah, not something I paid for, but you guys know what Polito does. The metal covers. Only makes 13 of them. Only circulates 10 of them.
Metal.
Black metal, John Boy Myers, number 13 of 13. I'll never sell this, but I bet you if I was to put that on eBay, I could pay a couple house payments. I ain't gonna lie. And that's only a year old, but what you're talking about, the exclusivity, and because of who the publisher is and who the book is and who the artist is, and that it's a metal cover and there's only 10 of them, 9 other ones out there you could possibly get your hands on. Come on,
I mean,
man.
I deal with Zenoscope, and Zenoscope has something called the Zen Box. And the reason why I bring this up is that Zen boxes are limited to 150. And in those covers, there's 150 metal covers, there's 150 of whatever theme they're doing that year, and those books go for $100. And the Zen box is $100. And so now you're getting 2 books that go from anywhere from 90 to $100 a piece. And there's a reason why. Because it is massively exclusive. And I think that exclusivity is the secret weapon for indie creators in general. I think that if you're not creating exclusive material and actually limiting it to exclusive, and actually, if you print 120, I mean, I want to see these creators burn those extra 20 if it's only supposed to be for Kickstarters. I legitimately want them to go live burning those other 20, because my issue with all this stuff is that I don't know if they're ever going to release those extra 20. And if you release those extra 20, and this is actually a big concern as an investor, is if Zenoscope prints more than 250 of them because of issues, they might print 270, 280 because all of a sudden somebody has an issue and they want to make sure they get it and take care of it. But then what happens to those other 19 books, for instance, that they now have that are okay books? And do they release them? Because that changes now the 250 print run. It changes the investment. And so I would like to see these publishers, especially on the Kickstarter side, because I back a bunch of Kickstarters. And I love exclusives. I don't get, like, I just bought, Jamie Tyndall had an entire thing, and I love Dawn Mateague, I love Elias Chazus, and I think those covers tend to go up consistently, in my view, and what I've been doing this for 10 years now. And so I back that because I want to read, I want to support that project, I want to support those artists, but I think come down, 3-4 years from now, what if Miss Me Out hits it really hard, it goes the distance, and everybody wants this book, and everybody loves Elias Chazus, and they want his cover. I mean, it's definitely, you can only get it on that Kickstarter for the most part of Jamie Tyndall signing it. So it's like, I think that depending on what you're doing. So I don't know if you guys know Tyrone Jackson. Yep. Any chance? The Silverse? Mm-hmm. He is now working on his animated series. So if you have an original Cypher team, and then you went and got that thing graded, or he has a limited 100 with that book, you go out, you get that graded, it comes out as a 9.8. That animated series does well. Let's say that he self-funded it, then it gets picked up by Nickelodeon, and you have the comic that inspired it, and then all of a sudden, fast forward 3 years down the line, there's more comics coming out, and then now there's like a toy line, and if you have the original artwork, it's a no-brainer. I mean, so that to me, I think, is the future, especially because we're now entering this entire world where everybody's a content creator.
That's the Collective down in Florida. Danny Morales works there. There's a store down there. And they had a signing today. They had some people there doing the signing today. I didn't catch the names because I'm busy with my own show. But, yeah, you guys check out Danny, what he's doing. He's the admin in the madness. And they have good things going on down there. We love him. This guy knows him. What's up, Travis? How you
Travis,
doing?
what's up, brother?
Hey,
I haven't seen you in a while.
Right? So hey, I gotta tell you guys, it's gonna be a little weird. So my son has not taken his nap today. He is over here. My wife is normally back by now, and I'm just gonna wing it. We'll see what happens. I gave him cookies, so what's the worst that can happen, right?
It's the madness. It's always weird, man. You know that,
right,
Hey,
Phil?
I'll
Amen.
give them a whole bag of Skittles. That's what I do to my grandkids. Then I send them upstairs.
Yeah, I was like, here's a cookie. Let me know how it works out.
Well,
Here's
Pops,
a comic
I'm
and a
gonna go
cookie.
I'm going to go ahead and step out of here so that you have some room. Travis, always good to see you. Andrew, good to meet you. Marv, good to meet you. Phil, always a pleasure, sir. And
My friend,
Likewise.
nothing but love, brother.
I'm going to
We can hold like about, I think, another 4 people on here now.
Yeah,
so
we got 10 spaces.
Yeah, I can
now.
go too, man. I can go and watch the show.
I know. I need to make some room. I've got to get some work done on Death Comes to Glenfall. I've got to see if I can get hold of Danny. I'm waiting on those top loaders to get here so I can send Danny his invoice. So yes, Danny, I haven't forgotten about you, brother. I'm just waiting on those top loaders so I can get the package weighed, make sure I'm sending it to you at the right invoice price. I don't want to overcharge you.
Danny doesn't realize, but becoming part of the admin team of the madness, I'm gonna be throwing so many people at him. He's gonna be so freaking busy. He ain't gonna know.
I know, right? And don't worry.
Head from tails, man.
And don't worry, Danny. I've got all 50 copies set aside for you, man. No problem.
Sweet.
All 50.
William, always talk to you, bud. Always love you. You know what's up.
Have fun. And Andrew, just for a little bit for your peace of mind, man, the very first printing of 47 Furious Tales, issue 1, we did 500 copies. When we ran out, I commissioned an entirely new cover by the same artist, and that was more than mass release when we did 2,000 something, 3,000 copies actually on that one. So that's the one we're releasing from our Kickstarters going forward. So those 500 are absolutely exclusive. We didn't reprint that at all. So
that's
awesome. It's over there on the wall, signed by him and Alexia.
Yep. Yes, indeed. So, guys, have a good one. Travis, I hope to talk to you in a couple of days, I think, and I'll catch up with y'all.
All right, later on, Sam, man.
Good seeing you, Sam.
I'm going to go too because more people have to come to the show. So I want to say thank you so much for having me once again. And
love you, Mario.
It was a blast.
You know what's up. Back that Indie Revolt book. Put Mario, get Mario his first credit. Get me my first credit. Come on, y'all.
There you go.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much for having me. And
you take
see
it
you on
easy,
next one.
man.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Hell, Dave, what's up, dude? We got Bristolian Dave in the chat. What's up? And yes, Danny also has one of those 500. See? Yeah. We love him. Travis, how you doing, brother?
Good. Well, first we got to do, did Quentin just threaten me? He says he's going to see me in 2 days. Is this like a threat? Are we going to fight? Like, what's the plan? Like,
man.
I'm sure he has a plan.
Every time I come to the madness, there's some sort of drama I got to deal with. And now apparently I'm going to fight 47 Furious Tales. If I got to do what I got to do.
Pops is starting a new show, man. You got another night to do now, Pops. The Wednesday night comic fights or something, man.
No, see, that's the exact thing I've been trying to avoid this whole time. So what's this lasagna beef? I don't know what he's talking about.
He said he had the Voodoo Nation's editor in the store today. Yes, you did. You have Andrea in the store today. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I seen Bobby Gregory was there, and there was a couple other people there, and we always love to see any kind of sightings. I was just talking about it, how around here it's like only signing I saw all year was Dominic Pace from The Mandalorian. He ain't even a comic guy, but that was the only one I saw all year. You know.
What's up, Global?
There you go. Let's see. Oh, Andrew, yes. Again, tell us the name of your shows.
Oh yeah, my shows, and Travis knows both of them. It's Pop Anime Comics Lounge, which is on iTunes and everywhere else where you can find it, and it's on hiatus right now. And then it's my Facebook page, which is Pop Anime Comics, or Conversations in Pop Culture, and you can check that out. And then my other Facebook page / show, which is whenever I can do it and just fit it in, is the Comic Book Investing System podcast. It's also on Anchor, and I have to get a bunch of episodes up there as well. So if you want to check it out on Anchor and anywhere else that Anchor distributes to, and it's just a lot of free comic book advice and a bunch of stuff randomly, just throwing stuff out there with comics. And I answer a lot of questions and I provide a lot of data. Obviously, watching it on Facebook, you get to see me live whenever I'm up there, as well as you get to see the video. But all that stuff is free, and you can check it out. And again, as Travis will attest to, he's been on 3 times I think at this point, and on Conversations in Pop Culture. And as long as I'm not signed yet, which may or may not happen, I'm going to keep on doing it.
Cool.
He does this weird thing, Pops. It's very unique that a lot of other ones don't do. You ready? He reads the fucking book. It's really interesting. It's really unique. He asks intelligent questions about the fucking thing I wrote, instead of just making shit up and reading my Facebook page. Hey, so you did comics? Like, well, who are you?
Hey, when you sent me that mystery package, I opened that thing up. First thing I did was read those. Okay, Cthulhu is still sitting over there because I ain't had no freaking time. You know how much I'm out here. It's like between what little free time I get playing golf and trying to read everything that I have. It's like I'm about halfway through the anthology. Now I read Broke Down, and I read the other one. I can't remember what it was called because there's so many freaking books.
Savage Bastards.
Yeah, Savage Bastards. I read both of those, and I loved them both. They were both awesome. And, I got to catch up now on that Broke Down thing because you got me started on it. See, if you hadn't have sent me that first one, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know nothing about it, but now I know something about it, so I gotta get caught up. Like you said, if you read the books, it makes a difference. I could have stuck it in a drawer and never looked at it, right? But that, what good is that, man? It's like, read them, y'all. Read them.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. I know, like, it sounds like it's a joke, but I do these all the time, for my various platforms, and so few of them actually read. And not only does Andrew read, my son's losing his mind. Not only does Andrew read, he also researches the person he's talking to and asks questions about things that, we may not be talking about at the moment. He was like, so tell me about Negative Burn. I was like, I did that in 2003, but all right, we'll go back. I expect him to go. So next time I interview him, he interviews me. I expect to go. So you have a divorce from a girl named Janice Gibb. Can you explain how that divorce happened and how it's affected your comic writing career?
Like, how much stalking you do, dude?
It's going to be a sad day when I get signed.
I'm kind of looking forward to seeing Bill on some of these podcasts someday. It's like he only comes out on mine. He only goes out on Will's. It's like there's only a couple that he goes out on, and it's like I want to see him do one. I want to see Bill.
I've dabbled. I just did some live drawing stuff. I need to do that, man. They've been prompting me for it.
You have the personality for the give and take with. Like, if you have guests that don't agree with each other, you got the right personality to keep everybody happy and talking and
whatnot. Keeping it mediated.
Yeah, exactly. Travis, do you need to be able to do that to have these kind of shows?
Are you asking whether or not I need to be mediated? So probably, yeah.
You got to herd the cats, man. You know how it is in comics all the way around. Always herding the cats, man.
Dude, comics, here's the thing, especially when we're talking about this level with Kickstarter and independent, there's various levels on them, right? All it requires is that you create a Kickstarter. You don't even have to create a book in your creator, right? You can have one page on your Kickstarter and that makes you equal. And then you separate it by how many things they've done and what else they've accomplished in their career. That's how you kind of separate them. So the problem is I have people coming at me sometimes, Travis needs to be medicated. Maybe. So you have people coming at you who aren't on the same level and saying stuff. Like, someone insulted my last campaign, so I did over $6,000 on my last campaign over 15 days. The guy who insulted me, he's like, well, I have about the same as you, and I'm working. I was like, you're in your second 45-day campaign on Indiegogo. You have 84 backers, and you're charging $10 shipping. We're not in the same league. I'm charging $0 shipping, and I did it for 15 days. Like, stop trying to play apples and oranges. They're not the same.
I agree in which that it's so weird because obviously just to add to that, I interview a lot of people on Kickstarter, and I don't want to bash anybody, but your Kickstarter and other people's Kickstarters are not the same. Right. There's a difference when somebody's giving me free shipping when I'm paying $5 for shipping. There's a difference between somebody giving me a hell of a bunch of stretch goals and somebody not giving me a bunch of hell stretch goals.
Well, I said it publicly last year. Travis had the best deal I saw all year when he threw the mystery bag in.
Yeah.
On the Cthulhu from Oz. I said it publicly. This is the best fucking deal you're gonna get all year. Get on this. And I did. I got on. It was the best deal I saw all year. You weren't just getting the book he was offering, but with that mystery bag, you were getting all a chance to get books that you might not have gotten that were released earlier in the year or whatever. It's like I got 3 books I didn't have on top of the book I ordered.
And that's a bonus because Oz was that's a pretty hefty book, right? You got quite a bit in there, right?
Oz was a big book. Oz was a big book.
Yeah.
No doubt.
And speaking about that, and I'm going to embarrass Travis for 1 second on it.
They were number ones. They were signed. It was like, and he threw that in. Come on, man, it was a killer deal. It was a great deal.
And so obviously, just so everybody knows, I mean, I was looking at that, and it just wasn't in my budget, and I would have balked at it, and it definitely bit. It was in my budget, so I do definitely regret not picking that up because I saw a bunch of the stuff out there, and so obviously it is really cool, and it was a good deal for what it was, and I wish I did actually balk at it. So, but anyway, just to embarrass Travis a little bit, so the book in Cthulhu Invades Oz, which I thought was a great deal too in that Kickstarter, was everybody signing it, and I opened it up and I'm like, where's the signatures? And apparently what the nicest thing you did is that there's a signature page in the back, right? Which is super nice because now, because I'm even thinking much more differently where I'm now saying, hey, look, what if I go to a con and somebody who wasn't part of that signing is now at that convention, they have a place to sign the book. And so that's cool for me. And but the first 30 seconds of me, I'm like, where the hell's this thing? And like I flip it through, I'm like, I'm gonna have to shoot him a message. And then like I started flipping through, I'm like, oh, it's in the back. So if you get your book,
we did something kind of like that on a run when I was putting together a book for Divided Districts, and we needed an extra supplemental page, and we made it where we had like a cool. So what we did towards the back is we had a really cool layout around the edges, more like silhouetted. And then in the center area, it was left empty, which could be signed. You could throw a sketch in there, so you'd have a single one-off sketch in that book. Or even as, people like to do fan art, man. So there was even a page where somebody could do some fan art involved in or related to the book.
Now, this is the thing that I like about it. If you're old school like me, you're not a fan of people scribbling all over the art on the cover of your book, and you'd rather they sign it on the front page like the guys used to back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a big fan of that. I'd rather see it on the front page, on the inside of the front page, or on a separate page for signatures or whatever. I don't like people signing on the front cover. That's just the old school thing. The old guys didn't do that. I used to have an Avengers 200 that Stan signed.
Now, which is better from a collector? How would collectors look at that, though? Would they rather it be on the front?
Well, I'm a collector. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather they don't mar the art. I'd rather it was on the inside of the front page.
So for me, it's weird where some people know how to sign a comic book. And so I get stuff signed. Then obviously during my thing, and I'm going to show it again for a reason, where Tom King doesn't know how to sign a book. He signs right on the most crucial part of this book right here. Dave Johnson, who did the cover, knows where to sign, not on the crucial part of the book. And so I completely understand that entire mentality where if somebody's going to sign something, I want you to sign it in the right place if it's even going to be on the front cover, and there is an art to that. And it's like, it bothers me on that book.
In the collector's market, which is more looked at that people would want or would, which...
If you're talking about people that are grading books, of course they're going to want the signature on the cover because they're showing it off that way. They're displaying it that way. I'm saying for myself personally, I look back to the old days, and the old guys didn't mess their covers up with signatures. They signed on the inside of the book.
For me, as I get graphic novels signed, because they're personal things, and I want that on the inside of the book. Because it's like, it makes no sense to me to sign the front cover of a graphic novel. But because usually there's either a page sometimes in the nice hardcover DC books where it's almost like a blank page and it looks really nice. And I just think that if you sign on top of a graphic novel, it just looks weird to me. And that's just how I feel, especially because I don't view a graphic novel as I'm going to sell it. It's I just want something signed in my book, and I also don't want the ink rubbing off on another book.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially when you're talking about hardcovers, right? Your hardcovers have that gloss on them. It's really nearly impossible to sign. You know, when we did that, you know, we knew we had a lot of creators. We knew we were going to do some group signings. You know, we have a big one in May 1st. Like, people are going to be flying out for it over at the Collective. We're going to be doing a signing for Cthulhu Base Oz and doing it on the inside. But, Andrew, you're not the only one who's messaged me. You know, I had a lady who was like, she got the Bloody Brick Road bag and the signature. She messaged me. She's like, I only see one signature in here because inside the cover artist wrote, signed it in the front page instead of in the back, which is fine. And then she didn't flip over, you know, I double bagged one of the comics and she didn't flip it over. She's like, and I only got 2 comics. You're ripping me off. And then I was like, lady, you need to look at the back of your book. You need to flip your comic. And then she wrote back to me. She said, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I got overzealous.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to clarify that because before I attacked, I made sure. I just don't because I'm not the only one, and that's why I'm making this point. Is that and when I looked at it, I'm like, oh, this is actually really smart. But I'm like, where is it? What is this? And then also, I didn't know that we got the glow in the dark cover either, which is also something that you did that was cool with Cthulhu Invades Oz. So one of the things that Travis did is that if we met, I think, 25,000, there was going to be a glow-in-the-dark add-on for certain books, and we barely. I think you were like $100 short, right? And then
yeah. So I just went ahead and eat the cost and went ahead and did it because, you know, it's all about the fans, man. Like, they tried, they were hustling that last hour. If no one was hustling, I probably wouldn't have known it. But like that last hour, I saw tons of people I didn't know sharing it out. All my team was sharing it out. You know, that stuff is worth it, you know. I hate creators who punish, you know, fans. You know, there's a few people who I don't back anymore, and not because of anything of their quality of work, but it's because they punish their fans. So, like, for instance, they had $1,000 worth of failed budgets. Well, that's not the other fans' fault, and they decided to take away their stretch goal. And I was like, dude, if you're doing that to your fans, like, no, sometimes you got to eat it, man. Sometimes it's a business. You've got to take a loss sometimes. It's okay.
And then even talking further about what you do with Broke Down, I mean, you're sending out postcards in characters, positions, and in their names, almost from where all this takes place, which is super interesting in its own right. And I feel like, and this is the thing, when somebody actually goes on a Kickstarter and has awesome stretch goals, I love it. It makes me want to back their project. And so now that you threw that out there and that's, you know, what you're doing, it makes it more of an experience. And it doesn't cost all that much, I would imagine, to do something like that. But it also is so much more than just, you know, I guess it brings the comic into what I feel is the real world. And so that's something that when we're talking about you and your comics and your Kickstarter, it's super important to make it an experience, especially if it's somebody's first project they're backing.
And that's something, what you said earlier, Travis, is like, I've had people that have hit me up and they're like, dude, I got this package I'm sending you for all the great stuff that you've been doing to help me out. And then a month later, I find out that they lost money on their campaign. And it's like, don't send me stuff if you're not making money.
Right.
I'm not trying to get you guys, I'm not trying to put nobody in the hole, partner. Okay, if you're not coming out ahead, you don't have to make a big package and send it to Pops. I know what this shit costs. Okay, if you're coming out and you're not coming out profitable, I don't want to be part of your not being profitable. You know, I love you guys. I'm trying to help you guys out, man. That's definitely not what I'm doing here. I'm not doing this so you guys send me stuff.
And even for me, a lot of what I want is I want somebody to just send me a digital comic of your work, because I don't really need I don't need a physical package, but I need to look at what you're doing so I can legitimately ask questions. Right. And if you can't send me a digital comic of your work and you want me to interview you, legitimately it's an email. It's an email, guys. If you can't afford to send me an email, you have a bigger problem. Like Travis, without even me asking, sends me Broke Down 4 so we can actually talk about it. And then I could actually ask questions. And so most people who are in this sector, like me, and I'm interviewing, I just need your comics so I can actually do my job.
And a lot of people, you know, I mean, a lot of people send me the PDF even like way ahead of time and let me read it. You know, I mean, trust me, I have a file in my computer that is just I can't show people. You know, I mean, people send me stuff all the time. Yo, check this out, but don't tell nobody because it's part of an upcoming project. I have the largest file of unshowable stuff of anybody I know. But I mean, it's all cool. I love it. I love being part of all this. But when somebody tells me that they're actually losing money on their campaign, and at the same time they're sending me a big package, no, sell those books. Make that money that you lost. Don't send me those books if you're in the hole. Sell those books. You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The last thing I want to do is be part of somebody's losing money. That's not what I'm doing this for. You know, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the bigger problems in Kickstarter. You know, a lot of people go on Kickstarter. That's it. Like, that's their print run. You know, they'll print for all their Kickstarter people. They don't buy any for cons, maybe because of COVID or whatever. My son is doing all sorts of crazy stuff. I apologize. Maybe because of COVID, maybe because of whatever. But that's it. This is their only audience. This is the only way they try to build a fan base. And they wonder why it doesn't grow. It's because you're only using one avenue, right? You know, McDonald's is literally everywhere. You know, it's on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, in your paper, in your stuff. It's advertising everywhere because they need to be everywhere to get that. My son goes da 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 da, and he's 2 years old, right? Like he's already been manipulated. And
Happy Meal is the thing. You know it. Happy Meal.
Right. He talks about French fries all the time. You know, and he doesn't even like them that much. Like he'll eat like 3. Here, let me see if I can get him. You want a French fry? French fry? You want French fries?
He's like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, he said French fry.
Oh, I can't wait to have a kid. I can't wait.
Dude, you'll love it. You'll love it. And even more fun is grandkids because no real responsibility for their will, you know, for everything. It's like you just get to have fun with them like you couldn't with your kid, because your kid, you had to make sure it was being raised perfectly and all that. Well, now it's not my call, right? That's not my call, so I get to have fun. You know?
I'm 28, so I don't need to worry about grandkids. I want a kid eventually, and I want to take my kid for ice cream and have my hopefully my wife will be the disciplinarian and I'll be the fun dad.
Good luck with that.
Well, here's the sad reality. I'll tell you a sad reality about parenting, Andrew, is I went to get an ice cream the other day, but my son's 2, so he can't really go for ice cream with me. And I'm literally texting my 19-year-old while I'm eating an ice cream going, it's not as fun. Like, it was so much fun that I wanted an ice cream. You just take your kid. You're like, no, I didn't want an ice cream, honey. I wanted to spend some time with my daughter, you know?
Yep. That's it. Yeah, I have
You just feel fat.
Having 4 grandkids running around the house that I don't have to. I mean, my son does a great job. I don't have to do any of that parenting shit, right? I get to have fun with him. When my son was little, I had to be the parent. And I had to instill morals and all that. And it's like, that's his job now. I get to take his kids and give them candy and have fun, you know.
You get to spoil them. You get to spoil them and buy them excessive things, and that's your job,
I'm
right?
a broke ass. I can't buy them excessive things, but I can expose them to the comic world and to art and to all the things that we love, which is basically what I do. You know, when I give them gifts, it's books, it's comic books, it's novels, it's stuff that they'll read, but I want them to read. And that's what they get from. I don't buy them toys, none of that. When it's gift time, everybody knows they got a book from Grandpa. You know, I mean, no matter what it is, it's some kind of book. You know,
I mean, my favorite book is Fahrenheit 451. So we obviously I'm not a fan of book burning, and so there you go. Which I love books. I'm like a bookophilia, and I got a problem, and I need help.
This whole room is boxes of books and boxes of comic books. I don't have the book shelving to put all my books up yet. So they're all in boxes, but I have boxes and boxes of books, you know.
I know the feeling. I moved from DC in December to Connecticut, and I'm out with my parents, and all of my manga collection of like 15, 16 years is all in boxes. It hasn't been unpacked. I love it. It's amazing, and it's like my childhood, and I can't wait to have a kid and expose them to all the things that my parents didn't know they were buying me that was wrong. And it's going to be great because I turned out fine. And then I got a feeling that my kid being exposed to the same things will turn out even better.
So, Travis, we like sort of chewed all this time up, and we ain't hardly talked about any of your stuff.
That's probably my fault.
Well, I mean, I just wrapped up my campaign. I haven't started Voodoo 2 yet, but, you know, Voodoo 2 will be out sometime in April. You know, we just wrapped down issue 4. Still getting Cthulhu Maids Alls. I know people are still, as people open them, I literally have made $100 a week since that's launched. It's the first campaign where people are every week asking. Normally on a campaign, I get like the first month, and then when people ship, I'll get a little bit of I missed broke down 4 or 3 or whatever, and they get it. But Cthulhu Maids Alls, man, like every week somebody is messing with me. That cover is fantastic. I'm glad you got a frame.
Dude, as soon as this mojo got here, they went in the frame together. Man, I was waiting for that. That was a plan from day one. It was like, oh yeah, as soon as I get them, you bet. That's going on.
Wait till you see what we got for Voodoo 2. We've got a lot of cool covers, a lot of cool ideas. Luke is an amazing artist on issue 2. We just did a signing together, talked about it. I mean, he really, really did some amazing background.
That flow's really good.
It's been really
Voodoo
cool.
2.
Yes.
Voodoo 2.
Voodoo 2.
Voodoo 2. But it's going to be good. Like, it's done. You know, one of the cool things about me is you can always trust that I have your book done. You know, Andrew's already read 4. He knows it's done. Broke down 2. It's already done. So you're not going to have a long delay. Oh, Mike got his covers today. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you and Trish got those. But yeah, it's all about getting these things done and making sure it's next. And then after that, I have a new project called Expired that's coming out in like May or so. But I'll be back on the CRoM when that comes out. We'll talk about it more then. But yeah, no big deal. I just want to talk about comics. If I have 5 minutes to talk about comics, I'm happy. But if you guys want to see this, let me show you this.
Let's see some stuff.
Yeah, sure.
I got this for Christmas. You want to see Voodoo?
Hold on. What do we got here? Bishop Luke? Oh, dude. See? How'd you
Isn't that
do
cool?
that? I want a Pops Pop, man. I need a Pops Pop. How'd you do that?
My wife spends a lot of money, is really what happened. Hold on, I got the broken down guys, too.
What is this? Dude. Yeah.
That's too cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my wife spares no expense. Like, you could get it from, you know, a more affordable person, but no. My wife's like, who does all the celebrity pops who don't have one? That's the guy I'm going to. $300 a month. She literally is on a waiting list for my next one without even knowing what she's going to do. She just adds herself back on the list because it's a year and a half before you can get the
Dude, that's awesome. I really do want to get a Pops Pop. I think that's just something that should be, you know, like right here over my shoulder all the time. Don't you?
I should get one of my logo is what I should get.
That's awesome. Yeah.
By the way, I know Andrew buys pops. Did you get any of the X-Men glow in the darks yesterday at Target?
I didn't get the pre-order. They're coming out in May. I'm probably just going to go to Target that
I tried
day.
to get the pre-order. They were gone.
I was not happy with Target that day. And I'm not happy with them right now.
What is it, a glow in the dark? Which one? What?
They have a black light X-Men set.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's the second set that Marvel's done. With the first was the Avengers, and then this is the X-Men. And I wanted that Wolverine shirt because it looks dope. I'm like so agitated and I'm upset, so don't rub it in. I'm gonna cry. But I did sell a Pop Funko today, so I feel better.
And yes, we love when the kids love us. That's, you know, that's how that works. So, damn, April. Are you going to launch Voodoo 2 in April, or are you not sure yet?
I'm just gonna wait until Mojo rises, and I'm gonna do it the same day. No planning. I'm just gonna be like, I just gotta beat Mojo, make sure our numbers are higher, so we have a little friendly competition. And that's it. I want to just be the best voodoo on the market. No. Basically, what happens is, as soon as I get the Broke Down pups out, I've already got it approved by Kickstarter. I can launch anytime I want. I just want to get all the Broke Down 4s out. Make sure people get their rewards, and then I'll launch Voodoo 2. So that would be very. I've already got broke down. Some of the stuff is at the printer. The rest of it's going on the printer this week.
He had to clarify. See, he said that, and then he had to clarify. See? Hey, do you guys know Alex Dawe?
Alex, know the wrestler?
Alex Dawe from NRG.
Yeah. Alex, know. He likes head.
Look, it's Alex.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on again. Hey, how's it going, man?
Drop me some links so I can put them up in the chat and stuff, you guys, because nobody's sending me any links. my wrenches aren't even having to work, y'all. We need links.
I said you just my biggest one, the Indiegogo.
All right. I see. We got the Travis got me. All right, we got the Broke Down. Let's get that one in there.
Yeah, 5 beards. Yeah, Beard Brothers. Facial Hill Bros.
I don't know if that's really a beard. That little thing right there ain't much of a beard.
It's something.
But normally I would hit. You know how I normally like to hang around, but I am going to take off because that son needs a nap, and he's making loud noises if you can't hear.
It's
and he wants some ice cream.
Always good to see you, brother. Always good to see you.
Thank you. And here, anytime you need me, Alex, your Indiegogo looks great.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Travis.
Take it easy, Travis. Good seeing you, bud.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Go check out all Travis stuff. He's got all kinds of killer stuff.
He's got good stuff and things.
Always doing.
He really
something.
does. He really does have good stuff.
Alex.
Pops.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here. I always love being on your show, man. It's exciting to come here and talk Xener, talk comics with you guys. I miss doing this with real people in real life. So, yeah, this is great. Thank you so much for having me.
Always cool to have you on, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know anything about you, so I'm actually very excited.
Well, there you go. Let's do that. Tell everybody about you, Alex, man. What you got going on? What you do?
Well, my name is Alex. I am the owner and head writer of NRG Comics. Hey, Lucifer. Yeah, I just did an interview with him today. He was an awesome guy. Our project going right now is Xener Mastermind, funding on Indiegogo. Only 12 days left, and we got a long way to go. But Xener is the story about a psychic Superman, very morally upbeat, who deals with a lot of dark, atmospheric shit that Batman would. And you see how it takes a toll on his mind and his mental prowess. And in a lot of ways, he's his own worst enemy. So our story tells the origins from when he first gets his powers to when he first puts on his costume. It's like Smallville condensed into 3 issues. And we have like a huge array of cast to bring out. And like people, just like an awesome villain, Nocturne, who's like the shadow manipulating like monster of a homicidal maniac who feeds on the inner darkness of people. We're very excited to tell this story. And we have a whole bunch of characters that we're introducing this book that we want to introduce through other comics.
All right. Do you want to do a share screen so you're in control and can show us what you want to focus on, or do you want me to stumble through your page?
I can do a share screen. Give me a sec here.
All right. What's up, Happy Jam? Jam! What's happening? Welcome to the madness in CRoM Con 12. It's always good to see everybody, man. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, I got Andrew stuff. Let's see.
My bad.
Okay, so
I'm about to drop it. Here we go. All right.
Can you guys see my campaign?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Well, first of all, let me break you through the video. I think if you can see it.
Yeah. Roll 'em. Roll it. I hear no sound, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear it?
Nope. No audio.
Damn. I don't. All right, hold on. Let me see how do I turn on the sound in here? So, how do I turn on the sound with share screen?
I never have to change anything. It just works.
Hold on. What browser are you using?
Let's see. CRoM.
Chrome? Well, yeah, it
Yeah.
should work then. It just doesn't play nice with Firefox since it's not Google or Facebook associated or whatever. They don't like to play the audio from a Firefox browser.
Let me try it. Let me try sharing it up, see if I can get it to play.
Okay, thank you, Pops. Appreciate it.
Let's see here. Get my screen up here. And see what we can do with it.
Can anyone hear me?
Didn't mean to do
Is
that.
anybody there?
Where'd I go?
My name is Axel de Vera. I'm the most powerful being on the face of the planet. I've been captured. My powers have been neutralized. And what they're doing to us, it's unspeakable.
Full screen, full screen.
If anyone is out there, if anyone can hear me, please.
Is there anybody out there?
I gotta say a little thank you to Cindy, and thank you to Lucifer. I see these things popping up over in the corner down here that say somebody's dropping money in my donations, and you will be in the Madness Wall of Honor. Count on it. Love you guys, man. This is awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
Let me bring you back to my campaign here. So here we got. So this is our campaign. Hold on. Let me just send that back here. So as you can see, like we got a bit of ways to go and some little times left, but we're making strides. You know, we almost broke 40% of our goal. So the cool thing about our campaign is like we got a little intro here that tells you about it. Welcome, Indigo Valley, yada yada. Let's see. And for our book, you'll be getting the campaign will like cover issues 1, 2, and 3. So you get kind of more of a graphic novel than an actual issue. It covers his backstory when he first dons the costume. It introduces a lot of characters and established aspects of the world, and best of all, features some incredible action. And we have issue 0, for you guys to read for free if you want to kind of get a sense of what Zener is about before you actually like decide to back it. You can like click on this drive; it'll take you to the Google Drive where you have issue 0. Like, let me bring this up here. So let me say right here. So as you can see, this is issue 0 by our artist. If I'm going too fast, let me know. But
No, you're fine.
yeah.
You go at your speed. You got 25 minutes still. You take your time. Promote.
Yeah, so this is like issue 0. You get to see one of Zener's first villains. This like creature, the Chimera. That's what we call it. It's like this huge amalgam of beast DNA. It's like a 0, boom. And I was like, there you go. So Zener makes this video. So yeah, that's issue 0, and that's like that's available to read. And it's like this is what we actually used to start kind of build our audience for Zener. We posted this online for people to see and kept reposting it. It got a lot of good reviews and got like a lot of good feedback. So
I like it. I've been following it for a while now, and telling people about it, promoting it a little bit here and there. It's like I want to see everybody just get crazy, man. But everybody's in the same position I am, where they have to like budget. Which one can I get? There's 10 great ones. Which one can I get? This is one of the ones that have to move up the ladder. I mean, it's awesome.
Yep.
Everything I see about it is awesome.
Thank you, Pops. I really appreciate that. You know, having an awesome guy like you just want to back our comic, it really makes a lot. So here's a few pages like one of the first issue. So this is like Axel when he's like in the hospital discovering his powers, and yes, he is lifting an MRI machine with his mind and has no idea how to control. Like it's just crashing through the hospital. So not a good place for your powers to really fully develop. So as you can see, like it's like yeah. So
cool.
Let's see, and we just released the preview of our alternate cover, which features our main protagonist of the first arc, Nocturne. So he used to be an orderly at the asylum where Zener is kept for most of his young adult life, and there's an incident that turns him into a very shadow-wielding psychopathic murderer who has the ability to feed off the inner darkness of others and grow more powerful. So like one of our backer is like you can get both this and the regular cover on either your print or your digital copy of Zener. So let me go through so yeah, let me get the perks real quick. So for a simple $5, you can get immortalized by having your name in our thank you of the book. So you will be known as one of the people who helped make this comic happen. So you will be immortalized in that. Our gratitude will ever be appreciated. For $10, you can get a thank you and a digital copy, which is great if you're someone who likes to read comics on the go but doesn't have room to take all the physical copies. You can read it on your phone, smart device, computer. Yeah, you get all 3 issues. And then for $25, you get the digital and print copy. So you can get. So this is great for people who like to actually collect comic books. So you go to the store, feel the physical texture of the book in your hand. You have both a digital copy on hand and a physical copy just to take wherever you want to go. Let's see. And for $35, one of our $35 tier is like you can get the copy of Zener, and you get a copy of our first series, Empress, Mother Earth's Handmaiden, which tells the story of an evil industrialist who, after a chance encounter with Mother Nature, gets a second chance at life by becoming a herald. And this is actually a very good reward to have, because actually following Zener, we're going to give Empress a slight revamp. So you get a collector's edition of our classic story of what was first developed our first series, and then you'll get a clue as to what's going to come in the revamp and what's going to change. Let's see.
Cindy wants to know if she saw you at QuadCon Des Moines.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I was going around promoting Zener. So, hey, Cindy, how you doing?
Awesome.
Yeah, QuadCon was a lot of fun. It was my first con back in it's just a long time. It's great to be going to cons again. And here's our alternate cover tier. So you can get either your print copy, or your digital copy with one of these alternate covers. You can choose which one, and we'll send you those. And for $50, this is a good tier. You can get the copy of your books, and you can get a digital black and white sketch done by our artist Juan Paulo. And this could be any character of your choice. It could be an original one that you've made up. It could be one that you've enjoyed in a TV show or movie or comic. It can even be a member of your own family or your friends or something. Get a nice digital sketch from them, and Juan will draw it. Just anything you want. And finally, this is our biggest tier, and it is going like hotcakes ever since the campaign came out. You can be drawn into the actual comic. You can actually be put into the story of Zener's origins and be immortalized as being part of the history. And yeah, this is like going like hotcakes. We're almost sold out of these.
Now see, and I got a friend. He was co-hosting the show last night. Sugar Chris Evans. His whole thing is being written into book, or being, buying these drawn-ins and being killed. He loves to be killed in books.
I know people like that, and I think it's a great tier. I think it's a fun tier, and I think that
buys that tier and he just says, "Man, can you kill me?"
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny, because like that's actually what I want to do. Like when my comics are made and big into movies and TV shows, I want to be the Stan Lee cameo that always dies, just this random guy who's always killed first by the villain.
He wants to get killed by every villain. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if I was doing that, and if I had a book that like got all famous and went to where they were making movies, I'd want to be in charge of casting.
I would too. You know,
because you think about it, every character you create, there's somebody you know that is kind of melded around that character or whatever, and it's like you kind of already know who you'd put in that spot, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's one of the big things I consider when I make my character. When we make our characters, is who could play him in a live action if this were to be adapted? Who would be perfect for the role? And unfortunately, it might be a while, so those roles are bound to change. But we have like our guesses. Zener is like we kind of want someone who's like been in like kind of a lot of thriller stuff, a lot of psychological tournament. I always thought like maybe like the guy who plays Daredevil in the TV series would be good. You could just imagine with like some blue hair and some really psychological issues going on. I thought that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah. It's easier for some of our characters, but yeah.
It's look, and I tell people this all the time. When you get something random in your backer kit or something like that where you were actually drawn into the book, those are the kind of things that earn you fans for life. And not only just fans for life, but fans who are like picking it up and showing it off and saying, look at this, and look at this, and look at this all the time, and word of mouth. And that's where the fan bases bounce off each other.
It is.
This guy's a fan of that book. That guy's a fan of this book. They're both talking about it. Oh, let me check it out. And then, you got another fan on each fan base.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it's all about the fan base.
And one of the things that I love about this covers, and both of them, is that just the colors are popping off of them. And obviously, I'm a cover guy. I love it. Obviously, I don't know if you saw, I was on a little bit earlier talking about comic book investing, and I love comic covers and things like that. And both these covers look awesome. So who did both the covers? Because I'm curious about that.
Our artist for the comic, Juan, did it. Juan Paulo, he's based in the Philippines, met him on DeviantArt. He did some issues of Empress for us, but he is like, we feel like we really lucked out with him because he's like the jack of all trades when it comes to doing comics. He can do pencils, inks, colors, letters, covers, even like logos. Like he designed the logo for the cover of Zener Master of the Mind. And you notice here. Let me share my screen again. So I want to show you something. So
because I mean that purple's just popping off. It's amazing.
Yeah, he took our logo that we have like for our business, and he simplified it down to make it reflect the character of the comic. So Zener, and he did the same with Empress. I mean, not this cover. This was long ago, but like this one right here, the logo changes based on the character of the comic. And for Zener, the reason we went with purple is because to me, purple has always been the color associated with psychic powers. And you got like X-Men in comics, you got Pokemon, the trading card game. It didn't feel right unless purple was his main color scheme. And one of the things I'm very proud of, if you notice here, his cape has like this psychedelic texture in it or pattern that's almost like an ink blotch or like, what do you see in this? I knew that was something I had to add for the cape because it's like normally capes are like one color each side or just the same color, but I want something unique for the inside of his cape, so it's kind of reflective on Zener's characteristics. He looks like he's got it all together outside, but on the inside it's kind of a crazy battle.
So did you want to share another screen here?
Oh, did I not share? Oh shit.
There you go.
Damn it. So yeah. God damn it. I need to get better at StreamYard.
I was like, okay, where is it?
God, I deeply apologize, but yeah, so here's the cover, like the God, I feel like such an idiot. God. And let's see, so as you can see, like this is what our logo normally looks like with Empress. But like here, like Juan just updated it to reflect the character, and this is a much more simpler. We trying to rebrand ourselves around this, and he did this logo for the comic. This was all him. So Juan is like all talented. We use the jack of trades with an artist, a comic artist, and he is just brilliant.
I like it. I've liked everything about it. Since day one. Since first time I saw it, I was like, man, but also being a broke ass, I have a ranking system of, okay, that's the first one I'm going to get when I got money. That's the second one I'm going to get when I got money and I have a ranking system, you know. And because of the amount of killer stuff out there, the list is getting too long and it's getting too hard to rank them. You know?
I know, I understand. You know, like I see.
There's so much stuff.
It is. That's what I love about crowdfunding is that you find so many cool ideas that you don't find anywhere else. Like even in comic stores, with like even the big name or even the smaller name publishers. I mean, you can only find like genius ideas in like crowdfunding on Kickstarter or Indiegogo. I mean, you find like what I love about it is like you can find all sorts of what I call the Ninja Turtle ideas, like ideas you just throw against the wall and they stick because like they sound like they shouldn't work, but when you broke them down, like treat them like an actual story and project you want to tell, it's just like the Ninja Turtles in that it does work because it's treated as an actual story with characters and development and art, and those are the kind of ideas that I'm really good at creating, and that's what I think you find a lot on Indiegogo and Kickstarter.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier. There's just some things like with Mike Jimmy's book, you know, it's so original and so different that I think people just don't know what to make of it because they're so locked into the superhero and vampire and wolf and werewolf thing right now. You know, it's like there's some really good stuff out there. You got to take the time to take a look.
It is. And you know, the funny thing is, like, you both find that same superheroes or werewolf or vampire stuff you'll hear, but honestly, in my opinion, it's a lot better than what you'll find in the mainstream stuff. There's like you find people who are willing to take chances with their titles, explore things that you've always wanted to see explored, but they're not done in the mainstream. So these guys are like in the book with passion and art, and they're doing it on their own terms, and that's what I love about indie comics.
Yep.
And I would even add, I would add this idea that also stories that might not be picked up by a mainstream publisher go to Kickstarter and they do well, and things that people want to see, and also certain books. Like I just backed a wrestling comic on Kickstarter that's killing it right now. And
which one?
The Tony AEW story by Dirk Manning.
Oh, see, I haven't even seen that one. See, this is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes
Dirk
a
has
book
good
will
stuff out, man.
Sometimes a book will come across my radar and it's like got 1 day left, and where the hell was this the first 29 days of the campaign?
So this book, I think it's reached over 100,000 now. It's got like 22 days left. I mean, let me explain why it's reached this. You have Cody Rhodes. You have AEW's machine behind it, which is the second biggest wrestling company in the world right now. But the fact that we got 22 days, we're telling this awesome graphic novel, they've legitimately had to add a bunch of stretch goals. And I don't think the big 3 or the big 5 or the big 6 would touch this, even if they were offered it. And I don't think AEW wants to go down that route anyway with this and tell this story of Tony and I don't know his last name, but my point about my point is that I just think it's great that this is such an indie concept. The story is very indie. It's very much a wrestling story, and it's got like a wrestling indie feel to it. And I feel like that's where Kickstarter is and Indiegogo at the moment in crowdfunding, is that we're sort of bootstrapping this, and we're doing it on our terms, and we're only answerable to the people who are backing us, versus having to go answer to Image or DC or Marvel or Dark Horse or Zenescope.
No corporate, no shareholders, no crap, just the fans.
I feel though that
be catering to, I mean, seriously.
I mean, I feel the fans though are the shareholder to some degree, where they're saying, "Hey, if you screw us, we're gonna make it known." And we go out on Twitter, and believe me, I have blasted bad Kickstarters on Twitter before, and I'm not the only one who's done it. So I feel that. Not saying I don't think you're gonna fail, man. I'm excited for it. I'm not gonna blast you on Twitter. I want to make that clear. But
Thank you.
I think if you didn't deliver, it's fair game.
That's true. You gotta make good on your promises. You gotta actually put the work in to make it happen. That's ultimately what we're trying to do. I mean, we're going into this with reasonable expectations. I mean, we still got a lot of ground to cover in a short amount of time. We're doing everything we can to get it out there. And honestly, we're making backup plans for if this doesn't work. But ultimately, we're just trying to get our word out there and get these books to the people who actually want them. Who would want to see this story unfold in one way or another. we're going to give them that book. Even if the campaign doesn't work, we're going to find a way to give it to the people who backed it.
Cindy gets it. Cindy gets it.
I love it.
Over deliver, man.
Under promise, over deliver. Yep.
Under promise and over deliver. And,
Yeah.
And that's not saying don't tell people how good what you're doing is. Just don't give away everything. Don't give away everything. You know?
No. Keep them wanting more, but keep them giving them enough so that they want more. You know. And I think that goes back.
Alex, do you have what I call backer rewards? Not stretch goals, not based on money. Backer rewards based on the amount of backers you have.
Well, we've been trying to figure some of those out, right? I mean, we're trying to figure out what we can do with in our within our range right now. But someone did bring this up in an interview I did, and they said this was like a genius idea to get in crowdfunding. And I agree. I'm trying to.
I don't know about the genius part, but I've been telling people to do it since I started getting involved in this. It's like the money's great, but one guy can put your campaign up $1,000.
That's true.
That's only one guy talking about your book. If you offer a backer reward, like we get to 150 backers, we're going to give away somebody a piece of original art or whatever. We're going to put something random in somebody's package. Drawing in more backers gets more people talking about your book. Word of mouth is what really sells these books, and we all know it.
Yes.
Okay. So the more hands it gets in, the better. Instead of offering rewards for the amount of money you make, offer the rewards as well for the amount of backers you have. Every 25 or every 50 backers, throw something at these people, entice the next 50 to come join in, or the next 25 to come join in. Give them a reason to back other than how much money you're making.
So I've seen two things that have been done with this that might be super helpful. So a lot of people now are actually sharing just digital comics with people where everybody signs up and they exchange like their first issue or their 0 issue.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. I'm talking about
that's actually doable. That's actually very doable.
That's one. And then the second thing that's actually really now starting to become bigger, and I don't know if you're ready for it, but what a lot of Kickstarters are now doing is that they'll add on, an add-on reward, or if you get 100 backers, they'll unlock a cover. So now you can get another reward. So now you get a really cool cover.
So you're missing what I'm saying. Now, what you're saying is offering something up to everybody. What I'm saying is, look, we get 15 more backers, and somebody's going to get this piece of original art, a page from the book, something like that, something that nobody else is going to get. Entice these collectors and these people to back your book for the chance to own a piece of the book. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Like, there's people like me, okay, that have backed the book just for the chance to get something that nobody else is going to get. Nobody else.
I do like, you know what? And as soon as this,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, as soon as this interview is over, I'm going to post something like that because I have a great idea for it.
I just think that, like I said, the more people that back your book, the more people that are talking about your book.
Right.
Not the more money. I mean, yeah, if you make a whole bunch of money, then yeah, everybody's talking about you. But if you make $5,000, everybody's not out there talking about how much money you made. They're talking about how many people backed your book.
Right. I mean, that's our focus. Our focus is not to make a bunch of money. It's to get the book funded and actually get it to the people who backed it.
As many hands as possible.
And then also I've seen a cool book that just basically they did something where the first 6 people that discover this secret thing in the book that sort of interacts with you, you're going to win a prize. And so now you're going to win maybe not something ultra exclusive, but I backed that book because now I'm looking for it. And so now I'm on that quest. And so while it's not necessarily exclusive, it's this idea that there's something in the book. And so when I get the book, I'm going to say, okay, what is in this book that's meant to be an Easter egg and interact with me? And now there's an opportunity for me to do something. And now I'm excited saying, what is this thing? And now I'm on a quest inside the book to find what's going on. And also you want people to read the book to discover it. So it accomplishes 2 things. So that's another thing that might be interesting to throw out there.
See, this is another guy like Jim Mike took the idea, you know, and he said, I'm going to do this. We get to 25 backers. He's giving away an original page from this comic. Okay? He's one backer away from giving one of those 25 people a page from the comic. All right? So this is what I'm talking about. Now, when he gets there, then he's like, okay, when we get to 50, we'll give away another page or whatever. You see, to keep trying to bring people in, you know, based on as us, like I said, as collectors, getting a piece of original art is awesome. There's, especially if you didn't know you were gonna get it, you didn't buy it, you just like opened up your Gemini to get your book, and you opened up, and there's your book, and there's your bookmarks, and your prints, and the stickers, and the magnets, and what the hell is that?
And you don't,
it's a piece of original art or whatever. You know what I mean? You got a fan for life. You just got somebody that's going to talk about your book forever. Because
and chances are they're going to push it out also. And they're going to announce it on social media and tag you in it and then make a big deal. And, you know, they might be like, and they're going to make sure it's known that they got it. Because that's the type of collectors do that type of thing. Say, I got this awesome piece of art, guys. Like, from this Kickstarter, you should back the next one.
So, guys, I hate to do this to you, but as always, 30 minutes, or in Andrew's case, 2 hours ain't long enough. I got to roll up for our next guest, though, and I got to throw out a couple of advertisements and shout-outs and stuff like that. So, Alex, give everybody a shout-out where they can find you again. Indiegogo.com for the book, or where they can find you personally.
All right. So you can find Zener on Indiegogo right now, funding. We got 12 days left. And I want to make an announcement right now. This is the first exclusive. When we get to 50 backers, we're now at 39. Someone will be getting a piece of original art from the book. I make you promise that.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next 50 person, they're going to get a piece of art too. And the next 50.
Check that out.
Yeah, I can make it. I will make this happen. I swear. And you can find us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, DeviantArt, Facebook, all these places.
All the places, man.
You can find us. And again, the ones who help us get to 50 backers, one lucky person will be getting a piece of original art from the comic. And we will even sign it for you.
We'll call it the madness effect.
Yes. Hey, Trish.
Hey, Trish is in.
Hi, Trish. How you doing, sweetheart?
What's up, Trish?
Good people, good love. So,
Pops,
Andrew,
thank you so much for having me on again. Thank you so much.
Bet, and hey, like I said, Monday Madness, you know, countdown party. If you want to do a countdown party for it when it comes down to the end, whatever you want to do, man, you hit me up and we work this out.
I will. I'd love to do that. Thank you, man. I'll keep you posted.
Yes, appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you. See you around, Pops.
Andrew, tell everybody where they can find you real quick.
Just come bother me at Pop Anime Comics on Facebook. I'm pretty much up there, and I'm doing a bunch of interview work. And if you would like to join me and you're a comic creator, please do. And I'll contribute on the flip side.
All right. It's good meeting you, brother.
Definitely catch up with you, man.
Right. Our next guest. Well, I want to do a couple of quick little sort of commercials. As always, CRoM Con is powered by NSC Live TV.
Some station identifications.
There you go. Yeah, a little love over there for the NSC Road Tour, the podcast tour, because that's how we do it. Subscribe to Comic Talk with Pops Van Zandt. If we get to 300 subscribers this weekend, I'll be giving away some, what do we call it? Stuff. I got stuff. Join the madness, because the comic-related madness is where this all began, and that's where we all do most of our interaction, sharing, and whatnot. If you love the people, feel free to drop questions in the comments.
There you go. And, Mike is always helping out. Check that out. You Alex, if you're still on, hit me up if you're doing a countdown, Alex. I'll get some live art with it to go give away. All right.
We will do something for sure. Now, our next guest is Mr. JC Clements. JC, how you doing, brother? Ain't seen you in about a month.
Hey, Joe.
Going? How are you guys?
It's all good, man. It's always good. It's good to see you. How you doing?
I'm good. Dealt with a little issues earlier, but I'm good.
Right.
More of like business wise, you know.
Right. So how can we help promote what you got going on, brother?
What do you have going on? Tell us about what you got, man.
Well, let me start with my introductions. I'm Joseph Clements, writer and creator at JC Comics Universe, publishing company / future media entertainment company. Today, I'm going to be talking about my newest, upcoming book, Vector Squad, the third installment. And I'm going to be running a Kickstarter a little later in April, toward mid-April, to try to present the third book.
All right. Yeah, see, I remember talking about this one last month with you. We kind of had a short, I think we got only had a short time with you, but we were talking about Vector, and yeah, let me see if I can pull this up. Should I pull up the Facebook or the web page? Which is better for you?
You can pull up the web page. The web page is kind of like a little more direct.
All right. Let's see here. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is why I have Phil.
Who's Phil?
Exactly.
I'm just a figment of your imagination, man.
Am I in the right place? Let me know.
Yes, you are.
All right. Oh, yeah. See, I do remember. Yeah. I knew that was, yes. Very good. You have to understand, I see so many books all month, and then it's like I'm trying to remember, what was that guy working on? But yes, I remember this. I'm even hitting this follow button down here. You bet. Y'all go check this out. Sign up. Hit that follow button down in the corner.
So I'll tell a little bit about Vector Squad for those who... We appreciate it. We really do. So a little about Vector Squad for those who haven't read the series. Vector Squad is a ongoing series. It's about a bunch of military misfits from different parts of the globe who were kind of forced to band together. And Vector Squad actually take place in a universe where you have a collaboration of stories that's going on at one time. So Vector Squad in specific are 6 experimental, highly trained military personnel in different fields across the globe, and they're pretty much kind of like there to saturate and deal with a lot of the governmental issues. This cause for terrorism, this cause for a species throughout my universe known as outlaws, which are people who are born with special abilities, kind of like X-Men and mutants and Marvel's mutants and stuff like that. So Vector Squad is basically there to deal with them. The problem is that not all the members are suitable to be a part of the experiment. For most of those members, out of the 6, I would say 4 of them were actually inmates, and 2 of them were known terrorists. One of them being kind of a sociopath, and the other one being a full-blown psychopath. And pretty much they have to overcome these different issues and different personalities to kind of work as a legitimate team, whether they like it or not. For some of them, this is a second chance. For others, this might be a break-in into the Special Military Tactics Force. And for some of them, this is kind of like the ending of their career, where they're just trying to go out with a huge bang. All intents and purposes, things don't go exactly the way they planned. And yeah, they're kind of forced to work together and make do, and eventually they get control of these specialized suits known as vectors. They're prototype suits that's designed for specific quirks and qualities that was catered toward each individual member. They're, once again, as I mentioned, they're prototypes. So they're just kind of like, it's best to test it out on the previous inmates and so forth before anything officially gets done. The third installment.
Let me ask you a question. I think you have 1 and 2 on here, like the complete book, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I didn't want to just go through and show the whole dang book. I want people to go read it. So,
yeah, definitely. The thing that we decided to do is that we wanted to, kind of give people a sample of what they're getting involved in. So we offer the first Mecha Squad issues 1 and 2 for free, just to give you an idea of where the story is going and how it's going to kind of play out.
This is how the first issue ends, right here, with her being your first recruit, right?
That is Yukla, the blonde, and Joanni, the tech specialist, and they're kind of forced to work together, and their beef with each other is more of age and experience. Yukla is kind of a veteran in the field. Joanni is kind of new, but the fact is that their ranks are so close to one another that they both feel like they should be in charge.
Right. All right. Cool. Mike's liking it. He said the anatomy on the characters is top notch. Great job.
Yeah, I've been working with some pretty great artists over the time, and I found one that really captivated the look that I was going for. That kind of 90s, bit of 90s dark, kind of grunge kind of look, and it kind of tells a story. I feel like, every artist play a role, but I feel like there's certain stories that fit better with certain types of artists, depending on the role or what kind of story you're trying to portray.
Oh yeah.
Okay, looks like somebody's kicking some butt right there. All right. Like I said, I don't want it. I just want everybody to get an idea of what. And this is how the second issue ends, right?
Yes.
That's what comrades are for, and they're rolling off into issue 3, which is how do people get issue 3?
We're going to be doing a Indiegogo campaign as well as a Kickstarter. We're going to probably start the Indiegogo a little bit first, and then a little bit down the line move toward the Kickstarter. Because at the moment, both Indiegogo and the Kickstarter is going to be meant for printing purposes. The artist is already paid, and along with each issue, there's going to be a specialized variant copy of issues 1 and 2 with different covers as well as different posters in the back of the book. So each book is going to have literally up to 3 different posters.
I like it. I'm looking forward to this one. Only because I've already read the first 2 issues. I read them last month, actually. Before I had you on the show, I read them last month. And I'm looking forward to issue 3 for sure. And we're going to push the hell out of that for you, brother. Ain't no doubt.
I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, we're going to push that
issue
one.
3, it kind of picks up literally where issue 2 left off. And it pretty much centralizes who's the main antagonist of the story as the story goes forth, not to mention kind of flushing out a little bit more of the characters. 1 and 2 kind of focused on the first 2 protagonists, Yukla and Joanni, and issue 3 is going to introduce a newer character by the name of Shuei. And he's kind of more of the he's a little bit more of the kind of on the terrorist side. And he's kind of the guy who throws a monkey wrench in their little collaboration going on.
There you go.
I appreciate that, Mike.
So I'm looking below that. this is another book that you did. How long ago did you do this one?
World's Greatest was actually the first story that JC Comics Universe had pushed, because I've been writing comic books since '96, but I didn't actually incorporate until 2012. So World's Greatest kind of talks a little bit about the outside of the perspective. Vector Squad is more humans. World's Greatest is more those outlaws that I'm talking about.
Nice.
They're gonna cross paths, which actually they do in book 3. It's for a brief moment, but it at least lets the audience know that they are pretty much in unison of each other.
Cool. So you got 2 titles so far in the universe. I like it. Universe building, people. Do it. Yeah. So I guess my main thing that I want to ask you is how much fun did you have the first book that you got published? How much fun was that? Was it fun or was it stress?
The first book, I think the first book was just pure bliss, to be honest. I've worked with so many different titles beforehand, but it was the first time that I've ever published it. And I didn't know, because we've been doing it for so long, or I specifically been doing it for so long, I didn't know where to start. Like, there's a lot of the characters that kind of go back like 15 years. And I don't know really how to start that with an audience who are just learning. So I figured, hey, you know what? Let's start with the newer, more relevant stuff, and then we'll go backwards later on down the line in little time loops or little, one shots, and just talk about more of the characters.
So which is your favorite character in the Vector story so far?
That is a character that hasn't come up just yet.
Okay, but you don't have to blow it. You don't have to blow it.
I'm not going to. She's I would say the ultimate monkey wrench in the situation, as she has a very unique personality to the rest of the characters. She's going to be debuting in issue 4, so I'm actually really looking forward to that. She's also going to have a one-shot for her background to kind of give a little bit more about the characters. Actually, each of them are later on down the line.
If anybody has any questions, by all means, drop them in the comments, and we will get them answered. That's why we're here. The World's Greatest, is that also going to continue as a series?
Yes, World's Greatest was originally supposed to be the main series when we first started doing publications, but the unfortunate reality was that me and the artist kind of fell off, and that kind of caused some issues for World's Greatest to kind of be benched for like almost 2 years. So I kind of had to push something in a time frame, and it turned out to be Vector Squad.
So when you hired, you say you had, like, let's see, let me get down here. Now, see, I went and lost it. I hit the wrong button. All right, come back here. Geez, scroll down. Where was that? Okay. Illustrated and colored by Paul Akita. How do you pronounce that?
Anka. Paul Anka Akita.
Okay. Do you want to tell us a little bit about him?
Yes. Paul is a Peruvian artist that pretty much has been diving into indie comics for the last 12 years. And similar to myself, we're both kind of new into like publishing. He actually has his own work that hasn't actually been translated as of yet. But pretty much this was both our first take on like Western comics.
Oh crap! Somebody's home. Dog. Will, Bill, you guys gotta take over for a minute. Nobody's gonna be able to hear me.
Okay. All right, I had to get caught back up. So go ahead with what you're saying, Joe.
Yeah. So basically, me and Paul had first spoke from like DeviantArt. I looked through DeviantArt as well as a number of other art sites, and he was super talented, and he wasn't getting a lot of traffic, and I wasn't getting a lot of traffic because little unknown. So we had talked everything out, and we had came to a few arrangements, and he was like super accommodating and like super cool about everything, and he got into the story, and he was just like, I want to do this. And I was like, awesome, like let's give it a shot. So we were working on different styles, and he was the one who kind of suggested more like this 90s retro style. And I was like, you know what, considering Vector Squad's more darker undertone, yeah, let's go with it. Let's see how it works. And yeah, he's the one who kind of set the tone for it.
Very cool, man.
What have you tried for distribution?
What was that, Will?
What have you tried for distribution of the books?
We tried originally. We were doing distribution digitally. So at first we were like kind of doing PDFs and pretty much posting on like social media through. And then after a while, we kind of did like Comics Wellspring, and we kind of did the publication for them, and they did such an amazing job.
Yeah, they're a good company, man. I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead. I was just saying, Comics Wellspring is a good company, man. Definitely, for sure.
Yeah, they did some amazing work overall. We have a few of like the first print original issues and stuff. It wound up getting reprinted later on throughout, but it was such an amazing job that we just kind of like continued on. So both the artwork as well as lettering and everything just kind of it worked for us.
Awesome.
Have you thought about?
Go ahead, Will.
Have you thought about going through Liberty distribution?
I haven't tried them.
Phil, why don't you tell them about Liberty distribution?
You brought him up. You know him better than I do.
Oh, dang it!
That is, I know it's Valerian Grant's thing that he's got going.
It's Valerian Grant from Indie Volt and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yep, they've got he's got a distribution net where he gets indie comics into stores. So you might want to reach out to him to see about getting your books on a distribution schedule for him.
Well, and there's Danny at the Collective. That's somebody else too to hit on distribution for indies, man.
Danny at the Collective.
Dan Morales, Dan the man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's actually something that I'd be interested in because I've actually been meaning to get in contact with Indie Vault because I wanted to do a kind of like do a few segments, like just talk to them about some of the stuff as well as pretty much just kind of like pick their brain as far as the comic wise.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely a good show to get on.
It's what's that? Repeat that, Will.
It's definitely a good show to get on.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry if I keep asking what. I think I'm having a little bit of internet connectivity issues, so I don't catch everything.
Do you guys have any like questions or anything about the story or series or anything like that?
How many issues do you have scripted out already?
Right now we have 15, which is going to be one volume, and at the moment we are kind of planning for 3 volumes. So I'd say about 45 issues completely. That might change later on.
Now you said you were doing stuff. You had digital issues. Have you been doing any of the? Have you been dealing with any of the webcomic stuff lately?
What do you mean exactly?
Like the sites for webcomics. Put your webcomics out. I know a lot of people have started to do that. And since you're doing digital, I just wondered if you're putting webcomics out there since you were already using the digital format also.
My apologies. Loud dogs. People, loud dogs. That's all I say. Where'd I miss?
You missed everything, man. You missed all this goodness that Joe's been showing us, man.
And Mike Jimmy just threw up the link for Liberty Distribution in the chat.
Who did that?
Mike.
Hey, that's the way to go, man. They're doing good.
Mike, gotta appreciate Mike, man. He's always throwing stuff up there for us, man.
Yeah, he's like he's handling the wrench work over there on the YouTube channel for me.
Yeah, there you go. That's what he said. Phil means you post on Webtoons, yeah, which is a specific webcomic site, but I've seen a lot of people using that one lately, man.
Oh yeah, we initially started out with Webtoons. Unfortunately, our content was a little bit too gory and risque for them, so decided that maybe Webtoons weren't exactly the best one for us.
Did you say boring and risky?
I said boring and risky.
Boring. Okay. I was gonna say no. There ain't nothing boring about this book. I already read the first 2. No. Okay.
Too gory.
I don't see it as being that gory, really.
Well, it almost seems like they should have like a couple different categories, like I've seen before, where it's like, okay, here's the stuff that's not quite PG. Here's the stuff that is. Here, you can go to either area and find what you're looking for.
They should have.
I mean, I definitely would have thought they did, but I think the first issue of World's Greatest went through completely fine, but the first issue of Vector Squad was flagged for too much sex appeal, and I didn't quite understand that, but they had emailed me and they were like, hey, if you censor certain things, it'll be completely fine, and I attempted to, but it was to a point where I was like, oh crap, issue 2 has a hotel scene where both Euclid and Giovanni is like getting dressed, and that's going to be even worse. So I was like, yeah, this is not going to work.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried?
Have you ever tried
Tapas? Have you tried to put it on Tapas? I don't know if they have those kind of. I don't think they have those kind of regulations over there.
Where at?
Tapas,
TAPAS. Yeah.
Tapas did not have any of those type of regulations, but I had some issues with form. They have a very specific format that you have to follow when printing, and it was way too much of a headache to actually do. So I just kind of like dropped it after a while.
Yeah.
I was looking through some other stuff, but I couldn't find anything that was like that was more legitimate indie comics.
Okay, we got Nina, Mike's friend, says she's also a canvas creator, and maybe she can help you out. And Mike said Tapas is less strict, but they're not without issues either. So I guess you're gonna run into what people. If everybody just leave everybody alone and let them do what they do, everybody be fine. It's when one person complains and somebody else complains and somebody else complains. It's like, wait a minute, if you don't like it, just go read the next book. don't complain. Don't get somebody like taken down off of a platform because you don't like it. It's like, come on, somebody else probably likes it. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
You know, leave it alone. I'm just having a real problem with people canceling other people's work.
It isn't that. It's just that we have such a complainer society right now. Anything anybody can get bent out of shape about, they do, you know.
Oh.
So it happens when you give people an open forum, man. They don't know how to mind themselves, man. Which is a shame.
You talking about me again?
What would you do now?
Tablets wasn't an issue. It was just more like the format was a little difficult to kind of like figure out for each individual page to like put it up. Webtoons, on the other hand, I got flagged twice, and it was just to a point where like their team just kind of wrote me and were like, yeah, your book contains nudity and sexual content and explicit violence and gore, and I was like, we're only on book 1. It wasn't that bad.
You're like, yeah, wait till we get to book 3, man.
So like it was kind of that, and I was like, I could see this being a problem in the future. So yeah.
Yeah, they should just make sections. I can see where it is because, you know, especially Webtoons, you're going to have a lot of the younger kids on there and everything. But they could do like they do every place else where they have a section that, you know, you got to verify your age and that, and then you can see whatever you want to and all that.
Yeah, that's they have that on Canvas.
Okay.
Because that's where Warren Brown has Sig and Joe. And they carded me there, and I'm old as shit.
Yeah.
Crazy. So, JC, give everybody a little shout out where they can find you. 30 minutes goes by too fast, as always.
You can find us on Facebook as well as Instagram, as well as Tumblr, and of course on jccomicsuniverse.com, where pretty much we're always posted. Also, if you have a DeviantArt account, you can find us there as well. It's all under JC Comics Universe.
Sorry about that. So, JC, as always, it was great having you out. We will be promoting this. You have to make sure you let me know ahead of time when you're going to launch so we can get together, plan some kind of a launch party, make sure everybody knows that it launched. You know what I'm saying. We will do this for you in the madness. We'll help you out as much as we can, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me. As always, it's a pleasure.
You have a great day, man.
You too. Take it easy, guys.
Good seeing you, Joe.
Take care, man.
Right. All right. Y'all know what's coming up next, right?
I know. I was going to say I had to duck off for a minute to reset my modem. I'm having such a slow connection, and you guys chop out on me. But then you got the Wrangler of Steve coming up, man. I see him hiding there in the background, man.
Oh, it's about
the Wrangler of Steve.
Oh, is that my new title now? The Wrangler of Steve. Fuck her.
Gotta keep Steve in line, man.
Man, get out of Steve's Wranglers, would you?
Oh, jeez.
We are here. We are rocking with the Lucifer Storm. The
What's up, dude?
Of Lady Satan. What's happening, brother?
the devil art now.
It's all good. It's all good. Oh, see, I love it. I love it. People are catching on. How the devil art thou, everyone?
I wish we had some entrance music for you.
Oh, if I thought about it, I could have given you some.
Sim, we got Sim. We got Nina cussing in the chat.
Evening, Nina.
Background. Raining blood from a lacerated sky.
Yes. Everybody's here. Look, it's like a party now. Everybody's like, so this is how we're gonna end this segment, y'all. We're gonna talk until, you know, probably like right before 6. If you want to hang out that long, Lucifer, we can do that.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
And then I'll, you know, like run a couple of commercials, and then we have to start the next segment on a different stream. You guys know how this works. Don't want Facebook cutting us off in the middle of the show, so you know. Lucifer, you got the mic, bro. Tell everybody who you are, man.
Who you are?
Good
What you do?
evening.
Who's your daddy?
Oh, Steve's my daddy, unfortunately. But I try not to think about that too much because you know, I do like sleep. And when I
told
think
you,
about it,
gotta
I end
keep
up
that-
losing sleep.
You gotta watch that, Steve, man. You gotta keep him in line, man. You look away for a minute, and damn, get
You know,
into something, man.
I do all sorts to try and keep him away from me. Sigils, a circle of soul, you know, dead things being around me and stuff. And yet he still finds his way in. None of it puts him off.
Just a good binding spell. You need a good binding spell.
Yes, exactly. I'll find one eventually, don't you worry.
I may have a grimoire around here to send you. Maybe that'll help, man.
Excellent.
I'm
I
pretty
look
sure
forward.
Christy can hook you up. Christy will hook you up with whatever you need, bro.
Awesome. That's what I like to hear. Finally, I can rid my life of
Knows
Steve.
what kind of candles to burn, all that shit. She's got all that down. Don't worry about it.
Awesome. I shall have to speak to her later.
You know, gotta get your sage out. You know, all that
yes.
good stuff.
Cool. Right. Well, I guess I better introduce myself to the people who are watching, just in case they have no idea who I am, and that is a huge.
How could they not know who you are, man?
Hey, it happens. It happens from time to time, but it's okay. I can deal with it. So, yes, I'm Lucifer Storm. I'm an award-winning independent graphic novelist from the UK. I am the creator of a character called Lady Satan, who you can see up on the screen at present.
Where is she? Huh?
There we go. There's the mic.
There it was. I thought I lost stuff for a minute. What? Where's the sound?
There was the eerie silence.
Uncomfortable as it may be.
I thought it was Steve sending a curse my way, man, and making my ears go bad.
It could
Steve's
possibly
not
be,
here, man.
Steve's more powerful than we like to think. See, he's messing with Bob's mic all the time.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You're muted again, Pops.
Don't tell him.
But anyhow, I'm just sitting here. I'm pulling levers and dials because Phil won't get off his lazy butt and push some buttons and.
Yeah,
And
do that. Do that
there
for
he
me.
is.
Hey.
It's like every time I unmute myself, Phil mutes me and then laughs at me when I talk and nobody can hear me.
I did not mute you. I tried to unmute you, man. Sure. Blame it on the hippie.
You just say you're in the backstage pulling all the bells and whistles, and I'm in here and nobody can hear me. So
I feel like Neil from the Young Ones when I'm on here with you, man.
Neil from who? From where?
The Young Ones.
The Young Ones. You don't know about the Young Ones, man? You better.
He's too old to know about the Young Ones.
That's right. Too old to know about the Young Ones. He's getting it. He gets it.
Steve's not here, man.
But he will be. He's like Candyman. We just mentioned him a few times, and he'll just appear and be like, "Look, I'm telling you, from space, you really can see the Great Wall of China."
Yeah, kind of like when I say heavy metal, Phil appears.
Oh, very metal. Yeah.
So we gonna
My
play
heavy
this
metal
video?
is very metal.
Play the video.
There you go. You'll get
Play the
Vivian.
video.
You'll get Vivian instead of Neil.
See, I would
It's
play the
very
video,
metal, Neil.
I would play the video, but I use Firefox.
What's that?
I said I would play the video, but I use Firefox.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
So, you know, I would love to help you out with that. I tell you what, it took me months before I realized that's why I couldn't get the audio to play with the video, because it was fucking Firefox. And I was
Yeah,
like,
because
well,
Google and those guys doesn't like Firefox because they have a really nice browser that's safe and blocks all the crap that you don't want to see and farming all your data, unlike Chrome.
No, Firefox is doing that now too.
What's that?
Firefox is data mining you too.
Well, unless you use one of their little add-ons, man. They got all kinds of nice little add-ons to corral all that stuff. Plus, now they've just added a new one. I had to test it out. They have the picture-in-a-picture where you can separate your video, and now you can like pull up several. I was testing out how many videos I could run at once the other night, man. It's pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. It was a pornucopia.
A pornucopia. No.
That Satan link. Phil, where's my Lady Satan link? I almost show the video.
Do you want me to sort you out with the link, Pops? I can do that for you.
Yeah. Just all.
Link.
That's always a good one.
I done that before I came on, but hey.
Yeah, best thing. Anybody coming on, when you come on in the private chat in StreamYard, you can always right away when you first get in there and you're waiting to come on, just drop your link in the private chat and we'll have it and we can pull it up for you.
There you go. The link is all yours, Pops.
Oh, what's that? I just noticed that. Who's your little friend there to the right of you, man?
This is John Doe.
Oh, John Doe.
Yeah.
John Doe, John Deere.
You see, I ended up getting a sponsorship. Now, most people who are writers or artists, when they get a sponsorship, it's brushes, it's pens, it's Sharpie. I get a taxidermist.
Hey, can't beat that, man.
No, you can't. And this is one of the items they sent me, but they're not just a taxidermist. They are...
You muted yourself again, Pops.
It doesn't matter. He ain't saying nothing either.
There you are. You froze for a minute.
Did I?
You froze for a minute, Mr. Storm.
Oh no! What a shame.
I said, what's happening? He's gone.
Yeah, it was that Steve. He's like gremlins, I tell you. He's just all over the place. Was fucking shit up. There I was.
Took Will out. He just took Will out.
Oh, see, damn it, Steve.
Freeze frame. Will, what happened? Where'd you go?
Freeze frame.
Are y'all ready now? Are y'all ready to see the video?
Let's see the video, nasty.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I need to blow it up. Blow it up.
I ain't hearing that music, I'm afraid, Pops. Oh, now I am.
Run your first, that is true.
Rubble, 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 rubble.
That was a great comment from Nina right there.
It was beautiful. All right.
Ready as the devil.
So, it's up to 71 backers.
Yep, that's right. It's slowly ticking up. Oh, hello. Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Pop
kicked himself out.
Welcome to the dark side.
Steve was like, oh, yeah? Yeah, you want to play, Pops? Yeah,
You know
take
that
this.
there's a button on the side of my mouse that can kick me out of my own damn stream?
Well, quit playing with your buttons, man. We told you about that.
Okay, you handle it all. I'll sit here and keep my hands to myself.
Well, you can still pull the levers, just don't play with your button, man.
No, I just had my hand on the mouse, man. I didn't realize the button on the side would take me out of the studio, and it did. I just barely tapped
you
it.
hit your back button. You did the back button, man. That's
Yeah,
what
I
it
didn't
was.
even know that thing existed. I don't think I ever hit that button before. It was like, oops, what was that?
What? Have you not been on the internet before?
I only hit the buttons I know what they'll do. It's only the first night, new record. We're getting there. I'm sorry, Sim. You need to, sync my stuff, man. I don't know. You guys know I'm not the tech guy. That's why I have Bill.
That's why we have Phil. That's always Phil. God, I'm starting to feel like Steve now, man. Oh, it's that damn Phil.
But see, we're not trying to go to Steve for solutions, bro.
No, we certainly don't expect solutions from Steve. We expect destruction, chaos, shenanigans, and a slight headache.
Yeah, it's like we're coming to you for solutions, Phil. Not, we don't go to Steve for solutions. That's oxymoronic.
It's one of those special rules.
Steve's not here either, man.
Steve's not here.
It's one of those special rules. If you're starting a band and you need a drummer, the drummer must be called Dave. They cannot have any other name. It must be Dave. If you need a technician, it has to be called Phil. It has to be Phil.
Those damn guitar techs, man. I tell you, you got to watch them.
Yes, you do.
They'll restring your shit upside down and tune it all wonky, man.
The only person that you've got to watch more than the guitar techs, the bassist.
Yeah, those dang bassists, man.
Yeah, all you need is one of those laser pointers. Tape it to the back of a chair, point it at the wall, and you know that your bass player is not going to get up to anything for a good hour at least.
I was sitting here doing this earlier, right? And I got this little thing down in the corner that said that I had some PayPal action from my friend Lucifer Storm.
Damn straight.
Oh, yeah.
Damn straight, man. Love you too, man. It's the least I can do. Look at what you're doing for everyone, man.
To good use.
Good,
we would
good.
definitely put this to good use, I promise you.
That's what I like to hear, man. It all helps. And at the end of the day, like when I'm doing my shows and stuff, like whenever anyone sends a super chat, I either put it into the channel, the money that they send, or I put it in to creating surprise perks for the backers of my campaign, so that when they open that box, they go, hold on, I was not expecting this, but I'm fucking glad I got it.
See, in my case, I'm looking at it like this. I'm going to try to, upgrade equipment and get better equipment. Just like Sim saying, there's an echo. You can't hear me, blah, blah, blah. I'm using a dinosaur with a camera mic that's one piece. I don't have no professional mic or none of that stuff. That's part of why I want to upgrade, okay? I want to get better stuff to make a better show. But also, when I'm looking at a friend of mine whose campaign is $20 from funding,
yes,
and I don't have $20 freaking to help them,
yeah,
that bums me out.
Yeah,
this is going to also help me help you guys, in those ways too. And that was what I was looking at. It was like, man, there's so many times when, like the day that Michael Oden was here, and he was $90 from funding, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't have no money. My son wasn't home. I couldn't, and it was like I couldn't help him, and I felt so helpless. We're doing a countdown party. We're trying to get these last few dollars to fund it, and we were that close. And I had nothing to throw in to help out, dude. You know what I mean? So I'm it's like those are the two things that this money is going to go toward. Making sure people get funded if they're that close, or upgrading my equipment to make the show better.
Exactly, and that's why it's worth people out there. There is a link in the description box where you can give Pop some money. Don't think of it as a donation. It's an investment. Trust me, it's an investment. And one thing I learned when I started making indie comics and I was out there on my own, because it was the first time that I didn't have a boss, and God, wasn't that glorious. I realized you got to start thinking about how you spend your money as investments. Are you investing in something? is this money that you are spending on that book, is it an investment, or are you just pissing money away? Okay, you need to start investing your money.
Cindy's the other one. Cindy and Mike and you all appeared down in the corner today. I just want you guys to know I love all you guys. And
Nice.
we are going to design a really nice wall of honor, like something like nice, like what Brian has on his show, you know, that acknowledges everybody that helps out. And, you know, I'm going to do a little something special for all you guys down the road. You know that. You know,
Awesome,
somewhere or
man.
another. You know, you don't know how much I appreciate the fact that people actually give a shit about what I'm trying to do.
Exactly. Hear that, John? You could be on that wall of fame if you just donated something.
He said, you know what he's saying right now? Who do you think told you to do that earlier?
Yes, exactly.
What's that, Phil? What's that, Phil? Oh shit! Oh, you gotta stick that into the brand, dude. You gotta stick that in the brand videos. We got to be able to pull that up whenever. Dude, that's amazing.
That is just one of the most beautiful things that I have seen this evening.
That was freaking
Morse
amazing.
code.
Phil, put that right into the brand of CRoM Con. Make sure
Okay,
you
I'll
lay
have
that
to-
in the video.
I'll grab it up. It's a gift. I don't know if it'll go in there or not,
Yeah,
but I'll
as long
try
as
it
you
out,
can
man.
download it, as long as you can download it.
Oh
then,
yeah, that's
you
true.
know,
Yeah.
So as long as it's a downloadable, then we're good.
Hey, Lucifer, why don't you tell everybody how you ship your packages?
Oh, yes.
You have to go to his OnlyFans page for that, man.
Oh, no, not anymore. Not anymore. No. I just decide to leak them out myself, and then
there you go.
I act surprised, and I go, oh my God, someone's leaked photos of me. How could they? And then, that gets me lots of sympathy, and people go, poor little person. He's English, though, so he can put up with it. But yes, the packaging. Oh, Steve. Easy, Steve. Yes, the packaging. When you back this book, right, I want you to think about this. How many times have you backed an Indiegogo campaign? And, the book is a few months out like this one is. It ain't going to be shipping till about July. And, you back that book and then you forget that you've done it. Okay? The money's been taken out, so you don't need to worry about that. There's no surprises on your credit card bill or anything. You forget that you've done it, and then all of a sudden, the doorbell rings. And it's either the mailman or the delivery guy, or in my case, it could actually be the police for all I know, but that's not the point. The doorbell rings, you open it up, and they hand you a black box with a pentagram on it that is sealed with blood-stained crime scene tape. You'll figure to yourself, I think I might be on a
Good
register.
Lord.
But it's okay. It's okay. If you open that box, you'll see in there that there's an evidence bag. And inside that evidence bag will be your copy of Lady Satan and some of your other perks that you'll receive.
Dun, dun, dun.
See, who doesn't want to receive that in the mail? Oh, no. Dead body parts stay with me. They stay with me. I put them to good use.
Aww. Now look, what you need, Bill, is you need to keep making that smaller and smaller and more and more and more and more. And then like every time you show it, it's got more of those.
It becomes smaller but gets bigger all at the same time.
Sounds like solid packaging. How you doing, Max?
Evening. It is. I've already had the blood-stained crime scene tape turn up, and that's really weird to receive when someone just hands you a box, they don't know what's in it, and you're kind of like, what did I order again? And then you open it up, and you're like, fucking hell, that's a lot more than I thought it would be.
Freaked out fucking postal people you're gonna.
Wait till I
Postal
do my
people
Ed
wanting
Gein
to touch
book.
it, they see the pentagram on it. They're like, oh no, bad mojo, bad juju, man.
They're gonna see blood-stained crime tape. They're gonna be like, the fuck is this?
Wait till I do my Ed Gein book. I'm sure I'm going to have some crazy packaging for that one.
Oh yes. Oh yes. It's gonna be
Damn it, Steve sent me some bad juju.
Lady Satan, the Necronomicon edition.
Ooh, I like your way of thinking, Phil.
Oh.
The ladies, that could be the Lady Satan omnibus.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, because this book is already a big one, and there's more books planned, I promise you.
Consider yourself tempted.
Most Netherlands is gonna hate you.
Like I said, when the crime scene tape turned up, I actually took a photo of the roll of this bloodstained crime scene tape, and I put it up on like Facebook and stuff with a thing saying, "Dear backers, don't be surprised if the police deliver your package instead of the postman."
No, dude, that's too funny. Check him out. He's like, oh yes, I will. Yeah, man, come on. It's amazing. Amazing stuff, y'all. Phil?
What?
Phil? What
I'm
is
trying
that?
to download your video, man. I'm figuring it out.
Yeah, don't be a Steve, Pops.
I'm pulling the levers and switches right now, man.
Sweet.
Does this
Get
now
that
mean...
thing, dude, if you can get that so we can show it like 5 times and it just keeps getting more, that would be so awesome.
Does this mean that now, like, if things are going well, we can now say things are coming up, Steve?
I think we got to say things are coming up, Russ.
Oh.
Okay, things are looking up because only Russ can save us.
Yes,
You know.
that's true.
So I think when things are looking up, it's got to be Russ. But
Oh, yeah.
when you're not sure, it's probably Steve.
Almost certainly it's Steve.
Yes.
Hey, if mine shows up delivered by a cop, I'll tell you what. I'm going to do the box opening and I'm going to hashtag you, you rotten cop sucker.
It was Steve all along.
Hi, Christy.
How's that go? There we go. We've got a new one. It's like, who's that messing up everything? It was Steve all along.
It's your Rookie of the Year.
The WandaVision people got that.
Welcome to the oldest Rookie of the Year. What the fuck was that?
That was called a late night and too many bongs.
That was part of it. That's always part of it, though. So that's norm.
What's this too many business that you're talking about?
That's too many.
That's what I said. It's like normal. I mean, there's no,
There's
I
a
don't know
lot.
if there's. Geez, I don't know if there's ever even been a limit.
There's just different amounts. There's a lot, a shitload, a motherfucking shitload.
No, it's like this. There's I'm awake,
Yeah.
I'm asleep, everything in between.
Yeah.
Probably feeling pretty good because that's part of having fun and enjoying life. And if you're doing something that you enjoy and you're smiling, you don't get old and bitter fast.
Exactly.
Okay. Now.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you got married. I didn't do that. Sorry, Will. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to, rip the scab off a wound. But it's true. I didn't, okay? And it's not because I didn't ever want to be married. I'd love to have found somebody that, I was compatible with and that could deal with me and whatnot. But I just never found her. So I have to make my own happiness, right? I have to find it in here. You got to do the things you love.
Yep.
Okay, I loved comics, man. When this whole thing appeared in front of me, and it was like, it's time to do something. It was time for me to do something. I had never done nothing, you know. I just screwed around and had fun all my life. Woo! Well, now I took on a little bit of responsibility and obligation. And this last week, a couple of you know, I could have really easily just chucked all this shit. You know, I could have really easily turned off the computer and went back to watching TV and just playing golf and not caring. I was pretty bummed out. You know, it was a crappy week. But at the same time, I took on an obligation, and I feel that obligation to you guys. I'm not going to bail on you guys because one person or whatever, you know, made me feel bad for a day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the next day I was right out there on Samedi's show talking about CRoM Con. And,
good, man.
You know, and he even said something after I got off his show. He said something about, yeah, man, the enthusiasm, the excitement. And I was just like, where did I find that?
Yeah.
I felt like crap. I was bummed out. Where did I find that? I find that through all you guys and me knowing that really I owe comic creators. They've entertained me for 40-something years.
Yeah.
50 years. Okay. A lifetime of entertainment. And I owe comic creators. It might not have been you, Lucifer. You might not have been the guy that wrote them stories back then, but you're one of those guys now.
Oh, yes.
You see what I'm saying? And I owe you guys for a lifetime of entertainment, right? And when I took this on, it was like, okay, I'm going to do it. I didn't think we'd be doing it a year later. I thought the cons would come back and everything would go back to normal, just like everybody else. I didn't think I'd be doing this a year later. But now I decided it has been a year, and now I'm going to actually do, you know, try to do the very best I can to serve you guys in this way, you know, and that means upgrading things and bringing in more people and bringing in more co-hosts and special people to bring in a larger audience, and you know, getting my Twitter people, and they've been awesome keeping me and what we're doing up on Twitter and keeping everybody in the know of what's going on here since I'm not there. These guys have been amazing, you know, and hey, I can't let everybody down. I couldn't let everybody down. It was like, there's no way. I have to come out here. The show must go on. I got to keep doing this. And the more I'm doing it, the better I feel again. Beep, 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 beep.
Absolutely.
This is what I love, you guys. I love what you guys do, and I love helping you guys promote what you guys do.
And we love what you do, Pops. It's fucking awesome. And I get it, man. I mean, like, look, every now and then I get the hate messages about Lady Satan. I've had a death threat because of Lady Satan. I've had a guy who's an industry professional who's been harassing me for a year, calling me all sorts of names, trying to get me to stop doing the book. And don't get me wrong, right? Most of the time, I laugh it off because it's fucking ridiculous. And I keep saying to them, the more you try to make this book stop, the more determined I am to make it fucking happen. I even get to the point where I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll put it out there for free. You can't stop that from happening. But you do get the odd one. You do get the odd one.
You just said, I will be right there promoting it.
Exactly.
See, I'm not gonna let nobody. I don't let people cancel my friends. That was one of the first things that happened when I started doing this. Is when Reddit tried to kill Florida Man.
Yeah.
You ain't shutting my buddy down. I took him out to the biggest audience I could put him on. I put him on any vote. I was like, get out there in front of all them people, talk about it. I put him everywhere I could. I was like, no, you don't get to cancel my people just because you don't like them or who they work with. Or, you know,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
but you know what?
Nobody's going to do
how
that.
they say you know that you're getting to where you need to be when you have haters, man.
Exactly. And don't get me wrong. Like I said, most of the time you laugh it off because you're like, this is fucking ridiculous. But there will be that odd moment where it does get to you. One person finds that chink in your armor and gets to you, and you think, fuck this, it ain't worth it. But then you see that you've got 71 backers who are relying on you. You see that there are people like Pops, Phil, Will, and all the people in the chat who love what you're fucking doing. And it's like, well, guess what? One person does not dictate. All these other motherfuckers, they get to dictate something. Because they're the people who are paying you, who are saying, you know what, we like your fucking idea. When you're sitting down with people like Clint Helinski and like Peter Sametti and Christian Rossi and so many great talented people who are like higher up than I am in the hierarchy of this indie comics game, and they're turning around and going, dude, I love the fucking sound of your book. Well, then you're doing something right. And if people are turning around going, hey, you should fucking die, this, that, and the other, sending you shitty messages, you are really doing something right. You're doing something more than fucking right. If you ain't getting a death threat a week, you're not doing your job.
But they're doing something wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they don't have to.
I've got an answer for that, though.
Go on.
I already fucking died. No, I did. In 2016, I died on the operating table, and they resuscitated me.
Oh, well, there you go.
See, that
I've been dead, motherfucker. They kicked me out of both places.
They tried, didn't work.
All I know is you can't cancel the devil. You just can't. So why fucking try?
Well, you know.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Exactly. It's like, look, you never catch me out here telling you don't buy that guy's book.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of people I could say that about. I could go out there and like use my influence to try to hurt people's campaigns. What kind of piece of shit would I be?
You just occasionally throw out the ambiguous flicker now and then, but no, nothing.
But how many people know what I'm talking about, Phil?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? Maybe me, you, Raj, and that guy. Okay?
And me.
Okay,
And Will.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like I don't go out and blast people. And I don't tell you don't go. I don't ever tell anybody not to back somebody.
Yeah, always be positive. I was just bringing this up, talking about this the other night, man. As somebody that's like great at that, man. Be a Kevin Smith, man.
Yeah.
Be a Kevin Smith, man. He hypes everybody's stuff. He loves so much of that stuff. You never hear him talk a bad word about anybody's books or any of that, man.
Absolutely, man.
No, I haven't known Lucifer that long. I've only known Lucifer recently, but there's a lot of people in the Madness that were in other groups with me before the Madness. The Madness is only like 16 months old.
Yeah.
Okay, but a lot of the people in the Madness followed me from other comic groups, and they have known me for a lot longer. Okay, a lot of them. But I mean, we just, like I said, we just try to have fun, man. It's like I don't like leaving people behind. I don't. I want to be able to promote all you guys.
Damn straight.
Just try to be cool so I can do that. That's all.
Everybody be good to each other and make some damn good comics, man. That's what I want to see, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't be a Steve.
Yes, it's not cool to be Steve. It just isn't. Just isn't.
Steve's through being cool.
I love it. He really did. He really, really did. Okay.
Yeah, I'm old school Kevin Smith. I still do what I do, but I'm still fat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that one.
He meant Will. Oh, so you knew Lucy 4 years ago. Yes, Max, we can. We can.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the first thing, like I said, is as much as I promote everybody's stuff, the last thing I want to do is ever go out and tell you, don't buy this person's product. Now, I might not buy it. I will never publicly bash somebody and say, don't go buy their stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay? Now, there was one person a while back who had sent out a bunch of their books, and they got to people mangled. It was really bad. Come to find out, the guy had basically paid off his own campaign. He was way short. He basically paid off his own campaign just so he could have a published book that he ended up not fulfilling very well. Okay, well, that dude got bashed kind of publicly because of all the different people that he burned.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, yeah, I knew all about it, but I don't talk about that dude. You know what I mean? I don't tell people, don't go buy his book. I don't talk about it.
Yeah.
At all.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? That's where you have to take yourself. If you don't like what somebody's doing or whatever, don't talk about them at all.
Exactly.
Don't mention their name. Don't mention their product. But don't tell other people not to buy their product. Because now
Absolutely.
you become part of the problem.
Well, they can, because then people just go, "Oh, I want that." The minute people are going, "Oh, don't buy that," they're like, "Oh, I got to get it, man."
Oh, no.
But see, hold up. This is the negative press campaign. And people do that. And people do that. And it ends up destroying their projects. Unless they're already established with 100,000 people watching them.
Yeah.
All they end up doing is destroying their own projects, man.
Yes, because when you do that kind of thing, you have to be super smart about it. I mean, like I mentioned, like the hate messages and shit that I got like earlier on in this segment, right? Now, look, I'm not going to say who those people are. I'm not going to shed light on them, because when I think about it, it's like, well, hold on. They're spending their time messaging morons like me going, "I hope you fucking die," and nah, right? And what am I doing? I'm making comics. I'm hanging out with cool people. I look after wild foxes and I spend time with them. That's amazing. One day I will find a woman who will not mace me, and she will become my wife, right? And that will be a great fucking time, right? So clearly, I'm happy they're not, and I'm happy because now, I got two ways I can look at this. These are hate messages, these are death threats, or they're pull quotes for the book. Now that's how you do it smart.
She won't mace you. She'll just keep a spray bottle on hand.
She'll have an
bad
alarm
Lucy,
of some
bad.
sorts.
Unbelievable. This is great. You guys know what's coming later in the evening?
I don't know. Why don't you tell us, man?
Some cool fucking
We
stuff.
got Max DeVille
Nice.
starting off the second segment.
Mary Machine Gun.
Okay. We got Jay Sloan, Dave Schwartz. Get that right. Dave Schwartz.
Dope guy.
Christy Malove Shin.
Nice.
Luke freaking Stone. Randy Zimmerman. Indie Bolt Revolt.
Excellent.
We got Russell Allen coming out at 9 o'clock. He's got Jonathan Syfax, Rodney Fike, Henri Compan.
Look at that cool ass lineup we've had all day, man.
That's an awesome lineup, man. You got some cool people on there. Christy, Dave Schwartz, both
it's
amazing people.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to check out of here in a minute. I'm gonna let Will and Phil roll this segment out. I'm gonna have to check out and set up segment number 2. Send out some invites, stuff like that. But
Cool.
you know.
Oh, that's right.
you
We got to
guys-
wrap up this one, and yeah.
No, you got like 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm not checking out right this minute, but you know, in a few minutes I'm gonna have to check out and set up segment 2. But you know, you guys are good to go till like 5:59.
Talking about the good stuff, not only have we had some great creators and more tomorrow, but guess what I got going on tomorrow that you might like, Mr. Storm?
Ooh, what have you got going on tomorrow? Go on.
I have a mostly metal panel going, man. We have some people that have worked with or work now at heavy metal, and we're going to talk about that, and then also the indie projects that they all have going on.
Awesome, man. That's cool.
We
That
have
is
Rusty Gilligan that does lots of indie stuff, man, and he's did concept work for the original movie.
Nice.
We have Frank Forte, which is one of the content editors over there, which also writes and does art. We have Chris McCann over there across the pond, somewhere close out there your way, man.
Nice.
Or Mark McCann, excuse me, Mark McCann. And he writes regularly. He's been regularly writing stories for them.
Excellent.
And we have Hillary
I
Barta.
didn't put him on the list.
And then Hillary Barta, which he has worked in heavy metal, and he's been around for years. That guy's a wealth of knowledge, fun guy. He kind of prompted me to get into all this at a con, get into the comics thing a little back in the far away and long ago. And he's worked at Marvel, DC. He's worked since the 80s in comics, man. He is a wealth of knowledge. So
Excellent.
with all those 4 guys, man, it is going to be a really fun panel, man.
Awesome, man. That sounds fucking brilliant.
What you chuckling about, Plops.
You didn't see that?
What? Oh. Oh.
I love that my people know me well enough that they can read me. It's good. It's good. That's what I was saying earlier about just you got to be yourself, especially if you have fans that like followers, people that have been in the group or been in previous groups with me for years. And then I have friends in the group. My sister-in-law is in the group. I got people that have known me for a long, long time. I can't come out here and act like I'm somebody I'm not. You know?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I got my own people calling me out. Dude, quit candy coating shit. That ain't you. You know, whatever. It's like I can't be somebody else. You have to, especially if you're going to be out here, you have to be you. You have to be real. Some people are going to like you. Some people aren't.
Yeah.
As long as you're polite about it, man.
As long as you're not Steve.
Some people don't like you. Some people are.
You can be yourself. Here's how I feel about it. You know, you be yourself. You just sometimes, you adjust that filter of what you let out there. You know, even
check it out. Check it out. Phil, how many arguments have you and I had till 2 a.m?
Lots.
All of them.
and I still love you, brother. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with we can communicate, right? I don't insult you when we're arguing. We don't insult each other.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's all about just not being an asshole.
Right. Yeah. There you go. There's a good.
You know, I mean, come on. We've had some doozy arguments that have lasted well into the morning. You know, about
The next day, I'm still getting text. I'm hearing it. Bling, bling. It's like, I'll get to the computer soon. I know what that is.
You know what I'm saying? But look, did we ever
like an
insult
old married couple.
You know? It's like, how do you act, man? You know, I mean, you can argue, you can have really heated conversations with people that you like. It's okay.
Absolutely.
You don't have to dislike them because you had a heated conversation, you know? Yeah. It's like, shit. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's just a passionate discussion. You finish wrapping up what you're talking about, and then you're like, okay, well, we're done with that conversation, so let's talk about some other shit, you know?
Can I just say, there's a really cool comment from Marigo Ann sitting right there. And I second that motion for a few reasons.
Ooh, Phil, are you checking this?
Oh, yeah, I see that. Have some friends stream metal and make killer music I'd like to share. Hey.
See, I like this for a couple of reasons.
Phil's
One,
Metal Monday. He can come out.
we can talk metal music.
He can come out for part of Monday Madness for the panel, and we can go from the Monday Madness comic to the Monday Madness metal stuff.
Or while we talk about comics, if they have people that want to throw up some of their tracks, it's something, and that way we don't get flagged for it, and we could run it in as background music as we talk about comics or little clips in between talking about.
I guess that is the hard part, huh? Is how to do this without getting flagged. I mean, we'd be able to talk.
Well, no, if they have friends that are in extreme metal, as long as they okay it, you know.
Can I drop you a link, Pops, for a video?
Yes, you man.
It's an unlisted video because you see, I wasn't going to announce this yet. Because I was gonna see if music came up at all, and now that it has, so
hold up. Do you want to save this for tomorrow night during the metal panel?
No, it's okay. We can do it now. Okay. We can do it at the metal panel as well if you really want.
Phil might want something like that, so I'll just make sure I throw it out there. You know, I'm not hearing anything, so I guess we're good.
What's that? Oh, make the announcement tomorrow. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I said, do you want to do this tomorrow during the metal panel, or do you want to do it now?
I think we should do both.
Yeah, exactly. Because Sunday night's going to be loaded. Those guys are going to, the 2 hours isn't even really going to be enough for those four. Man, believe me, they've got so much.
2 hours. Look, you're the only one. Look, hold up.
Oh! I can already hear a bit of it.
I ain't even ready yet. Dang it. Hold up. Hold up. 2 hours is your perception of how long it's going to last?
Well, I thought that's what we were going to do for it, man.
It starts at 9. Are you cutting out at 11?
No, but that's around 11 is when we cut it into like the after hours and kind of open things up, right?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, but they don't have to quit at 2 hours either. You see what I'm
okay. I
saying?
see. Yeah.
Whatever's going on is just a flow. It's the final panel. We want to be entertaining, and as long as we're entertaining and people are watching, we're going to be having a good time. I mean, I'm not kicking anybody out in 2 hours by any means. I mean, if you guys are rolling, you're rolling. You just get to add other people in as you go.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Phil, act like it's yours for 5 hours, man.
Mostly metal.
Will this be 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. that this panel starts?
9 p.m. Eastern Standard.
By that point, I will probably be unconscious, so it's probably best that we do the announcement.
You'll be unconscious.
Nah, see,
it's still all right if it's
He
just
does
like
that
you're...
every time, but he shows up in the chat in the final panels every time too.
Yeah, that's true. This is also true. We're gonna have to see how it goes.
Well, that's what I say. Yeah, if you're still around and about, man, just if
cool.
I see you in the comment, man, then you get a link, man.
Yeah, cool. I'll be there.
All right, let me see what I got here. What is this I'm about to do?
Well, you see, as Phil knows, and as some people know out there, I used to be the front man of a metal band called Abuse. You heard one of the tracks in the Lady Satan trailer. I haven't done a metal project since until now, and this is a little promo video for it.
Since until now?
Until now. I've been working on a little solo metal project.
Phil, where's my CRoM Con exclusive?
Yeah, you got to throw it up, man.
Where is it?
I don't know. Man,
you still haven't made me no fanfare happen.
You got everything all mixed around on me back here. Where is that one, man?
It's not that we never had one. You're supposed to make me one that's like got the fanfare and the trumpets and drum roll or whatever.
Oh, okay, I got you, man.
You never made it, bro.
Well, you know how that goes, man. I got pages and pages that I'm always on, man. I'm trying to get some projects wrapped up. So, when you remind me and I get that free time in, man.
I could only really hear that from your speakers, Pop, but I still like it.
That's all I got. I don't know how to do that. It's like Simon's like, oh, you just got to do this or whatever. And I'm like, I don't have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Something about syncing to the StreamYard or something, but I don't know how to do that.
That's cool,
That's
man.
why I got tech guys. I ain't lying. That's why I have tech guys. Okay? My tech guy can't even play videos because,
Well, no, didn't I graduate up to a co-host?
Someday. There you go. Somebody's dropping names. There you go. Bands.
Awesome.
There you go.
Decrepit.
Damn, Jimmy, getting all excited. He liked that. He really liked that.
But you know what? That video's been unlisted for a little while, so I might as well make it a public video now so that people can go see it if they so want.
There you go. Definitely.
It's only 20 seconds, but it's a little snippet of the 5-track EP that I've been working on called the Apex Disorder EP. And the project's called, well, it's spelled S&man, but it's pronounced Sandman.
Cool. Well, guys, I got to check out of here. I got to send Max the link. I got to get set up for segment number 2. But, Lucifer, you're always welcome, brother. Always.
Hell yes, man. Thank you so much, Pops.
Phil, when you check in, would you send Will the link for the new studio, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. All right, everybody, we'll be starting a new link at 6 o'clock. Be ready, be there. Max DeVille coming at you.
Be there, Mary Machine Gun.
And then there were 3.
Then there were
the three cool guys.
The patients have taken over the asylum.
That's the way it should always be.
Quick, let's do an impromptu metal jam. Get the guitar out, man.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. We can do it. We can do it. It's right there. I'm pointing at it as if you can see it.
Bloody get it.
What you mean? You mean this bad guy?
Okay. Yeah. Slayer Rain in Blood in drop D. No. And they danced around Stonehenge.
Oh yes. Oh yes. We don't want to give too much away too soon.
That's a sad chord.
There's only sad chords. I only like sad chords.
It's a sad. See, that's a sad chord. What's the name of it? What's the name of that song? Lick My Love Pump.
That's what I was just about to say.
Any of you out there, if you have never seen Spinal Tap, shame on you.
You should change that immediately.
Especially if you're a musician.
Oh God, yes. Because it sets the rule.
I own it.
The day before the world tour, the drummer dies. Always. Always.
Yeah. So what you got cooking in the eves coming up, man?
Well, at the moment it's just I'm still working on Lady Satan, making that the best that it can be. I'm also working on Ed Gein Demon Hunter because I need to get a script to Christian Rossi real soon, because he's going to be illustrating the book and his artwork is fucking badass. It's going to suit it so well because this is going to be a book full of gallows humor. So people with sick sense of humor like mine will fucking love it. I can tell them that much. Apart from that, just doing occasional live streams, talking with creators. I've got an open mic live stream that I do on Fridays called Lucifer's Lounge, where people can call in and they've got 6 minutes to promote whatever it is that they want to promote. It doesn't have to be a comic. It doesn't have to be an Indiegogo or a Kickstarter. Hey, if you're making like a fan film or something, you want to promote it, you can call on in, let us know about it. And then apart from that, I'm just working on this Sandman EP because the guy who's helping me out, a guy in Italy called Eric Castaliglia, it's something like that. It's a crazy one to pronounce. He's helping with the instrumental side of the recording. So he's working on all 5 tracks at the moment. He's already done 4 and they sound fucking perfect. He's working on the 5th one as we speak. And then once the COVID restrictions have lifted a little bit, I'll be going into the studio and recording the vocals for it. And then it will be ready to rock and roll. But I'm putting a date of winter 2021 on the EP just to be safe.
Awesome. Yeah, that's kind of me, man. People been hitting me up lately again too. I think I might get back into some more playing again. Getting towards, as things settle in over this summer and stuff,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think if COVID's taught me anything, I mean, since my old band split up back in 2006, I mean, bear in mind, we were going for about 4 years. We recorded an EP and an album. We played with bands like Breed 77 and Skin Dread and Murder One. It was a great time. I really enjoyed it. I loved playing the gigs. But I kind of lost the passion for the metal side of things after we all split up because it wasn't exactly the greatest band split up in the world.
Oh, yeah, we know how that goes, man.
Oh, God, yes. So since then, music-wise, I've been playing open mic nights, just doing acoustic rock songs and stuff. Past year or so, that turned into murder folk songs, which I love doing that stuff as well. But since COVID, I kind of I was there going, you know what? You could still do something metal. You could still have some fun with that. Why don't you just do your own solo thing? Because I'll regret it if I don't. So fuck it. I thought, yeah, I'll do it. And I've been messing about with some songs for a few years and stuff. And just the past month, I was like, it's now or never, man. I got to treat this like I'm gonna die tomorrow, kind of thing, And if that happened, would I regret not getting this sorted out now? Hell yeah, I would. So I've just been working on it and then getting in touch with Eric and going, hey man, here's some money. It's the like record the instruments, let's get this going, sort of thing. And like
That's what I should have got back to that, man. Since it's just on lockdown, man, I should have been firing up Acid Pro and start doing some more industrial or hardcore electronica kind of stuff that I could do on my own and not worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, don't get me wrong, like some people work well in bands when like all the members of the band get together, they jam something out and they create something. Well, I've done that and it didn't end that well, you know? So now it's like, well, I kind of want to be the captain of the ship a little bit. And the only way to really do that is a solo project. So the plan is I'm putting the EP out there, going to give it a few months. I'll consider an album depending on like what my work schedule is like. If people like it that much, then I'll be more than happy to speak to some session musicians, get them together and say, let's put together a live show and let's get this fucking out there. Because I gotta admit, I do kind of miss the stage a little bit.
Yeah, and I know what you mean about you find that chemistry, man. You find the right group of guys and you try and stick with that, you know, as much as you can, man. And just hope somebody doesn't have something going like, the wife wants me to not play in the band no more, or, you know, whatever like that kind of thing, you know.
Oh, yeah, the Yoko Ono minutes?
Yeah, well, not so much that. So, you know, some guys, they get, you know, they start having a few kids and they don't have a lot of time, you know, married and have the kids, you know. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, if people think comics team wrangling is a tough job, man. Do music for a while and wrangle a band. That's
that's fucking tough. It is real tough, but it's so worth it. When you put it off and you're on stage and you're singing a song and the crowd are singing it back at you to the point where you don't even have to sing the chorus. You just hold the microphone out because the whole fucking crowd's doing it.
Right, yeah.
Priceless. Fucking priceless.
Yep, you can't beat it, man.
Exactly.
Makes me Jones. I need my live playing fix, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, Phil, I'll send you some of the instrumental tracks a little later so you can have a little listen to them.
Oh, cool. Great, man. Awesome. Thank you.
No worries, man. No worries.
I was actually there's a collective here of some of our old bands around here that they've started collecting tracks and everything, man, and putting them out there for people to listen to.
Nice.
And I know quite a few of them, so I'm thinking about maybe talking to that group that's doing that for here locally. They got a page and everything. And doing it where, like, you know, some of the people doing live draws and stuff, and they, you know, they don't want to have to worry about copyright music, but they want something good in the background.
Yeah.
So hell, why not, man?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's some good stuff. We've had some good bands in this town over the past, I'd say, 10 years. Well, for a long time, but over, you know, since the 2000s, late 90s, man, we've had some really awesome bands do some great stuff around here.
Yeah, man. It's great. It's the live music scene's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and we have a great music community here, man, for sure.
Hell yeah. And you know what? Most people who are making comics, they're either really into their music or they're musicians themselves. And vice versa tends to be true.
I've found that out. Yep, definitely.
So, you know, that's like another alternative for like getting Lady Satan out there. Like if people are hearing the music and they're digging it and they want some live shows, I can put on some live shows and be like, by the way, there's a stall over there. Yeah, you can get like a t-shirt or a CD or whatever. You can also pick up Lady Satan. It's an option.
Yeah, and there's even kind of a combination like that's been that somebody proposed my way. Somebody here in the community that I've known for a while, a drummer guy.
Yeah.
But him and another musician, they've put together pretty much like a recording production studio, and they're also doing videos.
Nice.
But he's also hardcore into comics, you know, stuff like what you've got, and heavy metal, or just comics in general. And he hit me up about different artists or creators about interested in maybe doing some collaborations where the comic art is added into these people's music videos, man, whether it's kind of like a motion comic or in the background behind them or whatever, you know. So
awesome.
I'd like to see how that might go, and that'd be a good combination, talking about music and comics, you know.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of people, when they're working on their projects, they often say like, yeah, you know, when I'm working on it, I have a soundtrack that I dedicate to like the book that I'm working on. It's kind of like, oh, if this was a movie, this is the music I want to see in that movie, want to hear in that movie and stuff. So there is like a close connection between music and comics, and it's worth exploring, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Hold it, what's this one? Oh shit. I guess I'm being paged. That's right. Pops is cussing us right now, Will. Where are those guys?
Oh, fuck Steve.
Yeah, just say it was Steve's fault, and
Send Steve over there, man. Steve.
All right, guys,
yeah, it is after the 6 o'clock mark, man. So we probably should wrap it up. So there's not two CRoM streams going at once.
No worries,
you
man.
know how it is. We will be here. We would be here and go, oh shit, another hour went by, and Pops is going to be messaging, going like, where the hell are you?
All of a sudden, the sun's coming up. It's like, hold on, something's not right here.
Well, cool. Well, one last thing before we go. Tell everybody, you know, where they can find you and find all your good stuff you're working on, man.
Cool. You can find me over at luciferstorm.com, and you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Just look for Lucifer Storm or the Lucifer Storm. Do not accept any substitutes.
Oh, hell yeah, man. We look forward to it. And don't forget, tomorrow, man, like I said, if you're up and about, send me a link, you know, after whatever time it'll be there for you. After the 9 o'clock Eastern spot, man.
Cool, man. I'll see what I can do.
But yeah, if you comment, man, or you just message me, man, I'll send you over a link and stuff, man. It's going to be a good time, and with you know, with heavy metal and what they have going on, man, they definitely probably like to check that out, man.
Hell yes, man. Awesome, man. Well, thank you very much for having me on the show again, guys.
No problem.
Get that money, Steve.
All right, Lucy. I'll catch up with you soon, man. It's always good talking with you, brother.
It's always good talking to you too, man, and it's always good hearing your lovely velvety tones, Will.
Well, thank you, good sir. We'll catch you. All right. Well, we're gonna end this one, everybody. Pick up the new link for the stream. Pops is already over there, I'm sure, cussing me and Will out right now, going, where the hell are they?
Get over it.
But all right, hold it. Where I got to do the little. Let me do the thing. Let's do this right. Where is it? All right, folks. Well, that's the end of segment 1 for the day. Segment 2, there's the link over in the Comics Madness or elsewhere. So go join us over there, and we will catch up with Mr. Storm here soon again. Oh, yeah. All right, everybody. Peace out.
Come get some.
Come get some. All right, get to that other stream, everybody. All right, peace.